Today is the 25th of September 2019, and this is a conversation between Emilio Longo and Dony MacManus. Dony, welcome to Skill-Based Art, a learning resource for art students and artist teachers. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to interview you and to learn about your life's work.
Well, it's great to share it with you, Emilio. Thanks for your interest in my life and work.
No, that's absolutely my pleasure. Now, it would be nice to begin the interview with a prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee.
The Lord is with thee.
Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Great. Fantastic. Let's get started. Now, to provide some context, American author George Weigel had this to say about you. Quote, "One can even see the beginnings of an evangelical Catholic renaissance in the arts in the work of Irish sculptor Dony MacManus." Unquote. Dony MacManus, you were born in Dublin, Ireland in 1971. You have 3 older brothers and 1 younger sister and were raised by your mother and father in a traditional Catholic upbringing. Can you provide a recollection of your childhood and the role of faith in your family?
Yeah, well, I suppose the most significant thing really would be, just about 2 months after I was born, my father joined Opus Dei, which is a personal prelature of the Roman Catholic Church. And that is basically, it's about sanctification of work, essentially.
Sure.
And for lay people. And that was a big influence. My mother joined about 2 years after that. And then my eldest brother. And then I joined, I suppose, it was just after my 19th birthday, April 3rd, 1990. And then my other 3 siblings joined Opus Dei as well. So it was quite unusual to have a whole family in Opus Dei, but it certainly had an impact on us all because we're all practicing Catholics and all our children are practicing. So that had a very big influence, I think.
Sure. So during your childhood, were you attending Mass frequently every Sunday and so on?
Oh, yeah.
Great.
And daily. I suppose after my first Holy Communion at the age of 7, I basically went to Mass every day with my father.
Wow.
So I've been pretty much going to Mass every day since the age of 7.
Lovely.
So about 41 years.
Wow. And that's something that you've been able to fit into your daily routine pretty well then.
Yeah, it becomes almost a necessity. I mean, it's your day is. I find my day is empty without it.
Sure.
So it's just a great way to start the day.
Beautiful, lovely. Now, I understand your mother was a fashion designer and a painter. In fact, you credit her with providing you with your first artistic experience when, on your 7th birthday, she gifted you a bag of clay and provided you with basic modeling instructions. You quickly learned that you could sculpt any toy you wanted, and sculpture became a means of communication for you from this point forward. What do you believe it was essentially that captivated you about the language of sculpture, which made it your métier?
Well, I suppose grammar, the grammar of form is my native language.
Sure.
So it's really, I learn and understand the world through my eyes and my fingertips. So like when she gave me a bag of clay when I was 7, it was kind of a disappointing thing to get a bag of mud for your birthday.
Sure.
But she had the talent to show me how to make whatever I wanted. So I could make a little car, I could make a little elephant. You could make whatever you wanted, and that really gave me a medium in which to explore who I was and how I related to the world around me.
Sure. Lovely. Now, your mild dyslexia caused you to fall behind in school, which veered you away from your studies and led to you getting caught up in the wrong crowd. It wasn't until your tutor noticed that you were talented in art that you started to take it seriously. In fact, your tutor was the person who challenged you to go to art school. The faith your tutor had in you gave you renewed interest in school, and subsequently you decided for yourself to take art at the age of 15. Regarding your spiritual and artistic formation in school, were you only taking classes that were offered as part of your generalist studies, or were you taking additional classes, for instance, private art classes and Sunday Bible study?
No, I didn't have any other special art classes really. No, just did the same classes as anybody else.
Okay, and was that what was that like? Was it just pretty much rudimentary high school art class?
Yeah, pretty much. So it was. I had no really particular art formation until I got out of secondary school.
Sure, lovely. And in regards to Bible study, was that something you were doing as part of your Sunday liturgy?
Well, in Ireland, we don't have really the Bible study or Sunday school. It's not a common thing in Ireland.
Okay.
So any formation I got spiritually would have maybe come from clubs of Opus Dei, boys clubs on Saturdays, and so that was very supportive.
Sure, great. Now, after high school, you applied to the National College of Art and Design, NCAD, in Dublin. However, you failed to get accepted the first time round, so you went to a portfolio preparation course at Ballyfermot Senior College, which was essentially an animation school where you were exposed to plenty of life drawing. Can you provide a summary of your training there?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, Ballyfermot Senior College, I learned more in Ballyfermot Senior College than I did in NCAD, to be honest.
Wow.
The 1 year there was a graphic design course, but the main teaching that school gave was to animation students. So Sullivan Blood Studios, which was a kind of an offshoot of Disney, had their teaching course there. So there was a lot of life drawing, and that was really the most foundational aspect, because essentially the human body is the most essential artistic grammar to communicate through, because I mean the body communicates everything. Where you're speaking to me with your mouth, I'm listening to you with my ears. We communicate with our hands, body language. So there's so much that you can communicate through life drawing. So if you get a command of life drawing, really that's the grounding for any serious artistic formation. So that goes right back to the Florentine Renaissance.
Sure. Now, were you getting long poses, or was it mainly quick, few minute poses, gestural studies in this in Ballyfermot Senior College?
Well, they usually started with short poses, and then they got longer and longer as the session went on.
Sure.
It was only later on in the New York Academy we did kind of 3 hour, 8 hour, 9 hour, sometimes going on for weeks. So that's when you really get into some serious training.
Sure. So after Ballyfermot Senior College, in 1990 you were accepted into NCAD, where you embarked on a Bachelor of Design. You started studying graphic design, however you quickly learned you wanted to be a sculptor.
Well, I realized that studying graphic design, because it sounded like a practical, real job sounding course, was nonsense. It became evident that my passion and aptitude was in sculpture. I learned through life that if you have a passion for something, then the meaning I get from it will give strength and break through whatever obstacles that I put in before its realization.
Sure. Now, was that an easy transfer for you, or did that take some time?
No, I suppose I just came back to the raw vocabulary of form. I just realized that, there's no point in trying to squeeze my artistic vision into a discipline which wasn't suitable. So graphic design was too limited, too structured, too, I don't know, it's too limited, I suppose. And sculpture just gave me so much more scope to express myself.
Sure. Okay. So you transferred to the sculpture department. It is precisely at this time that you became a devout Catholic and begun to devote your life's work to Jesus Christ. Simultaneously, through your training, you were introduced to the deconstructivist revolution of the 1960s and its foremost intellectuals, Michel Foucault and Jacques Derrida. You had this to say about Foucault and Derrida's impact on Western ideals. Quote, "They basically deconstructed English, philosophy, theology, architecture, art, every discipline you could think of. which were designed to reveal the great European tradition, the Greco-Roman Judeo-Christian roots of our culture, and to bring forward those ideals. In art school, they wouldn't teach us to draw or to paint or to sculpt. They will tell you to go to the library and to get an idea, and then when you have the idea, then you'd find objects and see if you can communicate your idea through found objects, like sticking two cans of Coke together, covering it with glue, and maybe a bit of garbage. Just absolute relativistic nonsense. Basically, because you're an artist, you're a genius. There is no standard, there is no discipline. It's probably the most deconstructed profession in history at this stage, because there's absolutely nothing that an artist can do that can be in any way questioned. He could spit on the ground and that's a work of art, unquote. Now, it didn't take you long to discover that your beliefs were at odds to the universities, and your love of Christian-themed figurative art began to brew discussion in this secular and progressive art school. This led to confrontations with the student union, as well as the head of the department and numerous professors. Can you elaborate on your time at NCAD and the premise for some of these fallouts?
Yes, I can. I suppose the word progressive there in this context is more regressive to me, in the C.S. Lewis sense of that word, because it's only progressive if it's going in the right direction.
Sure.
On one occasion, after lunch one day, I was called to the office of my tutor in the sculpture department. That tutor was so drunk I had to hold him up while he mustered up the courage to inform me that the writing was on the wall that I would basically have to leave. I wouldn't be able to graduate to the second year, so with no apparent reason. So while he was breaking this news to me, what he was framed by his decapitated dolls with electric wires protruding from the neck cavities, which I assume was his art. I felt a kind of extraordinary sense of, I suppose, disappointment, confusion, and even eventual liberation, because I didn't have to end up in this pathetic state myself. So other occasions, there were confrontations with student presidents promoting blasphemous posters for parties, and other student union presidents later on were totally intolerant with the pro-life direction that some of my work was taking. So there was quite a lot of tension. It was quite a stressful 5 years, probably the worst 5 years of my life. Actually, definitely the worst 5 years of my life.
Did you have any allies in the school, or was it just pretty much you on your own defending figurative art?
Yeah, I had a few friends there, but most people kind of kept their head down, and but I suppose for me, I think, my instinct is to speak my mind, and I know as an artist, I mean, you can't really pretend to be somebody else. You have to be 100% honest.
Yes.
And I was very straight up about who I was, and I felt that there was a necessity for somebody to kind of swim against the tide, because it's just boring otherwise.
Sure. Now, during the 1960s and 1970s, NCAD art students demonstrated against the formal training they were receiving by pushing plaster casts out of a third-floor window of the art school. As you have stated, quote, "It took 5 seconds for them to land on the ground and crash into tiny pieces. It took me 5 years to reconstruct that understanding between the New York Academy of Art, Rome, and Florence," unquote. I imagine that learning of the university's anti-academic history would have had a real impact on you whilst you were a student there. How did you respond to this act of cultural vandalism?
Well, I suppose I responded by, is it the cliched words, being the change I wanted to see.
Sure.
Like, if these people no longer recognize the beauty of our collective cultural inheritance, then I needed to do something about it.
Sure.
So the first thing I needed to do was to understand that why they didn't value this culture. It became evident that they no longer gave credence to the cult from which this culture came from.
I see.
Which was essentially Judeo-Christian Greco-Roman, which had its culmination in the Roman Catholic Church.
Mm-hmm.
And this was the sworn enemy of any neo-Marxist ideology, and in particular that of the Frankfurt School, which has infiltrated almost every third-level institution in the Western world to reject its cultural inheritance, essentially. So having diagnosed the illness, I applied the cure, which was, well, to start with myself first, and then to foster an even greater appreciation for that which is being repudiated, and to celebrate it with pride.
Sure. Now, you've already touched on this somewhat, but for listeners who may not be aware of the 1968 deconstructivist era, can you explain what exactly happened to Western culture during this time?
Well, in 1968, there was a neo-Marxist revolution which ignited among the students in Paris, spurred on by the deconstructivist ideologies and the anti-philosophies, essentially, of Jacques Derrida and Michel Foucault.
Mm-hmm.
I say anti-philosophies because they rejected the notion of truth as a kind of phallocentric patriarchal construct which needed to be destroyed, and their weapon of choice was to see everything through the prism of power and competing groups of oppressors and oppressed. So when they realized through the writings of Gramsci, the founder of Italian communism, that as early as the 1920s, the class war was not going to bring with it the communist utopia that they'd hoped for. It was time to make, in their word, the long march through the institutions, which meant creating new conflicting groups of oppressed and oppressor, while simultaneously destroying the natural family, the nuclear family. So they started with feminism, which is their Frankenstein, as it were, which pitted half of the population of the world against the other half, and as a result destroyed the family and the fundamental nucleus of society, leading to the mess we're in right now. So next there was the gay agenda, which regressed into the trans movement, which are presently consuming each other as we speak. Mm-hmm. So leftism essentially is a cancer which can only feed off other bodies and can never build but only destroy, as can be seen in its fruits in socialism and communism from 1917 Russia to 2019 Venezuela, and 120,000 or 120 million corpses in between.
Wow. That's incredible. And Dony, can I just ask as well, just with your knowledge on the whole deconstructivist era, did you mainly uncover that just through readings or through lectures? How did your knowledge come about of all that?
Well, I suppose over the years, just trying to understand what's going on in the world, you start to gather and reading, philosophers like Roger Scruton I found very useful, and people like there's Douglas Murray. There's a lot of very interesting writers and thinkers that are unpacking this whole story, and I think it's really important to understand what's going on, where all this infiltration of Western culture has come from.
Sure. Now moving on. Seeking an escape from the hostile environment, you started wandering the Dublin streets looking for things to draw from life. The Dublin Zoo became a favourite. In fact, there is quite a funny story that fits in here, which involves you and a giraffe. As I understand, one day you held up some hay for a giraffe to eat. It leaned out of its enclosure and wrapped its tongue around the food and your arm. Then it lifted you 3 feet off the ground and dropped you where you fell and almost dislocated your shoulder. The sacrifices we make for art. How long did you maintain this sketch hunter practice for?
Well, I've maintained that all my life, but that week was particularly interesting. I had an encounter with a chimpanzee and a silverback also, which were quite humorous. At one stage, the giraffe I think was on a Wednesday, but on the Tuesday, I was drawing a chimpanzee, and he was inside this glass enclosure. So I suppose I was drawing from about must have been about 2 hours drawing them. And then the zookeeper came to let him out into the outside enclosure where I was, just to get some exercise. It was a young chimpanzee. So the first thing, he ran out, and he ran right past the food, grabbed my sketch pad and my pen, and climbed up the tree. And sat down comfortably in the tree, and then started to stare at me.
Wow.
And then started imitating me drawing on the sketch pad. So I still have that sketch pad upstairs. It's basically, it's just a series of lines ripping through the page. So he just basically ripped through the page, but imitating me. So monkey see, monkey do, as it were.
Sure.
So the zookeeper tried to get him down, so he was grabbing us by the legs, but he kept concentrating on me and drawing me at the same time as kicking the guy's hand away so that he can concentrate. But anyway, he got tired and then dropped the sketch pad.
I see.
But I had I think it was the Friday, there was an encounter with, I was drawing a silverback. This guy was a very violent silverback.
Okay.
And I was drawing him for about half an hour. And they're very territorial, so if you stare at a silverback, it gets very upset.
Okay.
So he just reached behind himself and made an expression on his face, which is quite strange. And I only realized he was releasing himself, and grabbed it and threw it right at my face.
Oh, you're kidding.
So it actually covered the whole glass. And of course, I went flying back. But if that glass wasn't there, he would have taken my head clean off.
Gee whiz. Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah. So it was, but I've been drawing in the zoo ever since. The zoos are fascinating.
Yeah,
fascinating.
Absolutely. Now, moving on, you have stated, quote, all artists, regardless of their inclinations, must be honest. Honesty is the prerequisite for real art, unquote. This attitude really drove you to stand by Christ and your belief in the timeless relevance of sacred art whilst at NCAD. Eventually, you were warned by the head of the department that this attitude would get you exited from the program. Hesitating to conform to the university's negative worldview, you were eventually kicked out of the sculpture department. You transferred to the craft and metals department, where you focused on bronze casting and silver and goldsmithing. What was the act that got you removed from the sculpture department initially?
Well, I suppose it was my non-conformity. I simply refused to conform to the neo-Marxist ideology that was enforced on us through women's studies and critical theory and all this kind of nonsense. So, if you're confronted and you keep your head down, you could graduate, but it would have no value.
Yeah.
So who needs another social justice warrior degree? I'm more interested in getting a serious degree, and that's one of the reasons why I went to draw in the zoo and also drawing cadavers in the College of Surgeons.
Sure.
Just because I needed to learn anatomy, and the only way I could do that was to actually draw corpses, and that was quite fascinating because it was not only a deep understanding of the human body, but also gave me a very profound spiritual understanding that, when you're drawing cadavers all day, that when you're cycling home, you're so conscious of your body being animated by something, and that just brought home the whole understanding of the soul. And the only difference between me and those bodies that were on slabs that I was drawing all day was the soul, the presence of the soul, the animating force. So that was quite interesting. So I learned much more outside the college than I did in.
Yeah, that's incredible how that works. Dony, just to backtrack for a second, can you explain the story about the poster that was appropriated of the crucifix that happened in NCAD? I think it's from the student union.
Yeah, I suppose one of the student presidents when I was in first year, I was only like 19, and here I am in the main art school. I'm just in a wet 2 or 3 weeks, and there was this party. So it was the first party in this big art school. So as a teenager, at that stage, it's, you want to be in with everybody, you want to be popular, but this poster was basically, it was a Halloween poster, and they decided to use the crucifix and to put NCAD instead of INRI at the top of the crucifix. And I just, like, my instincts were to say, look, no, this is not on. Sorry. So I went to the student president and said, look, I mean, do you think that you'd get away with this if you did it with Muhammad? Just put, NCAD across his forehead or whatever. You just can't do this. I mean, it's totally disrespectful. I mean, why is it okay to do it against Christians? So he was quite embarrassed. So he covered it with, one of the posters with a bit of sticky tape. But it was just like, it was pathetic.
Sure.
And the other student union president, that was 1 or 2 years later, I was working on some pro-life stuff because there was an abortion referendum going on at the time, and I decided to theme my work on the unborn and the protection of the unborn. And I was doing this quietly in my studio, and this guy, the student president, comes up to my studio and starts screaming and shouting at me for producing this artwork. He something obviously just he just couldn't deal with the fact that somebody was actually defending the unborn. So yeah, you get a lot of because these people think that they run the show and that nobody can confront their ideology. But I felt it was my mission.
Sure. So you must have really stuck out like a sore thumb, so to speak, during your days at NCAD.
Yes, very much so. I mean, almost to the extent that, it became difficult to have friends there. I mean, a lot of the time I would eat on my own because people wouldn't want because I was toxic.
Yeah.
People wouldn't want to be near you because you just, like, there's nothing wrong with my personality. It's just that I just didn't conform to the ideology that was prevalent, and people who were seen with me would get a hard time, so it's pathetic.
Yeah, sure. So I suppose at the same time you would have had some students perhaps coming toward you and saying, Dony, I really appreciate what you're doing, and I agree this is really completely backwards, and were there people like that kind of identified with you?
Yeah, no, some people did, and but I suppose they just didn't have the same conviction, I suppose. And a lot of that was because of I had a good Christian formation, which kind of helped me to kind of see through this stuff and to understand what was going on to a certain extent.
Sure.
And when you understand, it's easier to take a stance. So I suppose my Christian formation gave me the ability to take a stand and to articulate what needed to be said.
Great. Fantastic. And good on you for doing that.
Oh, thank you.
Now,
I can't say it was a pleasure.
Now, moving forward, so you transferred to the crafts and metal department, but at the same time, you're still met with a bit of resistance down there, and this ultimately led you to your professors giving you the lowest mark possible without failing you. Interesting though, at your graduate exhibition, you won the Society of Designer of Ireland Award for Graduate Designer of the Year for all of Ireland. The National Museum of Art also launched its contemporary silver collection using one of your works. One of the awards you received was conferred by the President of Ireland, and the director and faculty of NCAD had to be present to see you receive it. It sounds like your time at NCAD would have been quite stressful. Did you consider leaving the program at any point, or was your mind set on the degree that you would receive at the end of the degree, essentially?
I had little option really to change programs because there was nowhere in the country to really study traditional artistic formation. So I basically did the best I could with what was there,
Sure. Now that night where you received the award and you had the faculty there watching you receive it. That must have been pretty entertaining.
It was. I have to say, I did enjoy that because I mean, they just it just exposed them for who they were.
Sure.
And it just like, yeah, I mean, it says everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Moving forward, you have stated, quote, "As far as I was concerned, an art school should be encouraging freedom, creativity, and originality, and not forcing you to say what you do not want to say," unquote. I can't agree with you more on this statement. Some people would go as far as to say that there is some kind of conspiracy theory behind all of this. That is why university art schools are based on the negation of Western art and its ideals. What are your thoughts on this matter?
Well, I'm convinced that this is the case.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Now, you graduated from MCAD with a Bachelor of Design in 1995. At precisely this time, you had come to the conclusion that there was no space for Christians in the Irish art establishment. Therefore, you began working for inner city projects in youth clubs for about 10 years, as you felt there was a need, especially because of the crisis of paternity. You came to understand that, quote, "toxic masculinity comes from a lack of fathers," unquote. Can you explain your roles and responsibilities during this time?
Well, when working with children from particularly difficult backgrounds, it became evident that the greatest problems the children had to deal with was poor parenting or lack of good father figure.
Mm-hmm.
To instill an appropriate level of discipline in order to function in a civilized society.
Sure.
A lot of the time I had to take up the flak by taking on this role within the youth club setting, which was appreciated by some of the single mothers and not by others, but that's the case. But I had the same experience in Belfast, in the inner city projects there, and also in the Bronx.
Yeah.
The Black Hispanic kids in Crotona, which I spent 2 years teaching in Crotona Park in the South Bronx.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a worldwide phenomenon.
Sure.
It's a real problem because you look at the figures in prison. I mean, 90% of the people in prison have they have no serious father figures. So there's nobody giving them any form of structure or discipline in their lives.
Sure. So at this point, were you was this paid work or was it voluntarily done?
This was all voluntary.
Okay, I see. Right. And how long were you doing this work for?
It must have been 10 years or so.
Wow. So that's quite a long time. Amazing.
Yeah.
Great. And was that something you done at a full-time level, or was that just when you were available?
Yeah, mostly weekends.
Okay.
Mostly weekends.
Sure. And during this time as well, Dony, I'm presuming that you would have been in the studio, trying to piece together the tradition and make progress.
Yeah, it did. It helped a lot to ground me because the art world can be so full of BS that it's very easy to find yourself just so far out there, and just taking yourself too seriously. Having to deal with issues like that does help you to kind of be much more grounded and to speak to the issues of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, after this period of working with children, you decided that you wanted to become a high school visual arts teacher, and subsequently you undertook a high diploma in art and design teaching, which you completed in 1998, also at MCAD. What led you to want to teach art in secondary schools?
Well, I'd spent many years developing inner city educational programs at this stage, and thought that it might be a good idea to make a career of it. That's really the reason.
Sure, and I'm guessing as well, Dony. I mean, please do clarify when you were teaching in the inner city project. I mean, were you at all bringing art into that, or was it more just of a an evangelical kind of apostolate that you were offering the kids?
It was it was broader because not everybody's interested in art, so I tend not to impose art on people. I tend to art really works as in a mode of attraction. Like if people are interested in it, then I'll do it with them. But if they're not interested, that's fine. So I just kind of listened to the kids and find out what exactly they needed. So it may be math, it may be English, it may be art, it could be just listening to them, finding out what's going on in their lives.
Sure.
So so it was basically more centered on the needs of the child rather than what I had to offer.
Sure. After receiving your teaching qualifications, you secured a place as a visual arts teacher at St. David's Catholic Boys' School in Artane, Dublin, where you taught from 1997 through to 1999. I understand this was a challenging school to work in. Would you care to comment on some of the experiences from your time there?
Yeah, sure. I suppose it was at that time I started doing public sculpture as well. So I got this commission to do this sculpture, and I was interviewed there by the RTE, which is the Irish National Radio and Television.
Okay.
So they interviewed me during class there once, and I got somebody to supervise the class who was a woodwork teacher, so he'd be able to deal with sharp implements because we were doing some lino cutting at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But after the interview, I realized that there were three of the kids stabbed each other during that session.
Geez. Yeah.
So it was pretty mad. And I realized that the teacher I asked to stand in for me, he was teaching in that school for 30 years, so I thought he'd be able to deal with the situation, but he couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
But so it was pretty serious difficulties. Like another kid I was looking after was the son of a crime boss. He's called a monk here. He's a mafia boss, and his son, his mum asked me during a parent-teacher meeting, could you, if you get a chance, could you just give him a few slaps for me? And I said, look, there's two reasons I can't do that. One, it's illegal. And number two, well, and she kind of laughed. So there was a lot of also drug dealing in the school, and like the first years were dealing to the sixth years. I mean, it's just mad. And of course, there was CCTV surveillance throughout the whole school, so as to kind of the reason for that was to discourage parents from going in and decking teachers in front of the class and stuff. So you really wanted to be careful in that place at times.
Wow. And as well, Dony, just with the role of faith in the school, did you feel like the students were coming to the faith, or were they reacting against it? I mean, how did that all work out?
Well, I was, I was teaching religion for a period there, and the curriculum they had was like complete disaster, and so I kind of had to make up my own curriculum really, because to give them some serious content, because there was no kind of substantial doctrinal formation at all. So the kids were coming out with just nonsense.
Yeah, sure. Were you teaching, was it high school? Was it like 7 to 12? I'm not sure in Ireland how it works.
Yeah, high school would be 12 to 18.
Oh, so from the ages of 12 to 18, yeah. So that's very similar to here in Australia. Great.
Yeah, secondary school.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So, as you mentioned, in 1998, whilst you were teaching at St. David's, you won a commission to do a 4-foot bronze sculpture of the Virgin and Child titled Our Lady of Hope for Jobstown Drug Addiction Centre in Tallaght, which was unveiled by the Archbishop of Dublin, Dr. Connell. This was your first real commission, which received lots of positive media attention. Ultimately, receiving this commission gave you a sense that you could actually make a living out of being a sculptor. Can you explain a little about the experience of receiving this commission?
Yeah, it was quite an unusual commission. It was my first commission, and it was unusual in that it was commissioned by an ex-communist politician who came to the faith, and he essentially commissioned. They asked me if I could design this sculpture. So I designed it, and it got a lot of positive publicity because I essentially put the Virgin standing on a syringe and bottle as symbols of drug and alcohol addiction, which are like the contemporary serpent, so she's crushing the head of the serpent, as it were. And there's a kind of a chain at the bottom, so it was breaking the chain of addiction, so that chain was broken. So it got a lot of really positive media attention in a very anti-Catholic Irish media, and that was quite an eye-opener for me, that there was a way in which to get the Christian message even through such a hostile medium. Also, the prelate of Opus Dei encouraged me to take this very seriously as a profession. So that's when I started taking it very seriously and decided to go to the New York Academy.
Okay, sure. Now, when you received this commission, you're still teaching in St. David's, right?
That's right, yeah. So when all this publicity came out, that's when I did the interview in the school.
Sure. And I understand the students were tuned in to the interview, is that right?
That's right, yeah. They tuned in during the interview. The whole school erupted when I mentioned the name of the school. I think they got a great kick out of it. Sure. So that was kind of fun.
Yeah, great. So at approximately this time, you also won a competition from Westmeath Country Council to create an abstract sculpture for the number 4 motorway titled The Game Piece. Interestingly, it took you an hour and a half to design. You were confident that this piece of abstraction would be chosen because, as you've stated, quote, abstract art is so empty of meaning that it would offend the least amount of people and fit perfectly at the side of a motorway, unquote. You go on to describe this piece as a, quote, meaningless blob, unquote. How did this work fit into your overall oeuvre, your body of work?
Well, I suppose it doesn't really fit in at all. It's a kind of a mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. It kind of helps in a way to illustrate the folly of modernism without being unkind to others. It's great for my humility to actually have to own up to that. But it does essentially the piece. I designed. At this stage, I must have done about 30 different designs for different motorways and public competitions. But they're all figurative and they're all quite advanced designs. But none of them got through. And it's funny that this one I put the least amount of work into got the job.
That's incredible. Did you ever drive past it and say to yourself, what was I thinking at the time?
Yeah, well, actually, at one stage, I had moved to Italy. I was living in Florence. I lived there for about 12 years. And I got an email from the Westmeath County Council saying that they're concerned about my sculpture being stolen by the traveling community because they're recycling, they're stealing sculptures and melting them down and recycling the bronze. And I was kind of secretly saying, oh, please do. But they said that they wanted to take the sculpture from the side of the road and put it outside their headquarters in Westmeath. So that's where it is now.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So that's life.
That's an interesting story. Yeah, sure. Now, at precisely this time, you heard about the New York Academy of Art and became intrigued by the idea that such an academy still existed. The prospect of undertaking your master's at the New York Academy led you to leaving your teaching position at St. David's and heading to New York in 1999. Due to the dismay you were met with at NCAD, were you at all apprehensive about your training in another art institution?
No, I had no fear of the deconstructive nonsense because at the New York Academy of Art, it was clearly a serious art academy without any of the ideology and nonsense that was prevalent in the NCAD.
Sure. How did you initially find out about the New York Academy of Art?
It was Robin Buick, who's a sculptor here in Ireland, he's a figurative sculptor, and he went there for a bit. He told me about it, and that put me on. That was the first time I realized that there was actually a school that actually taught serious art. So once I heard about it, I realized this is where I need to be.
Sure.
And it obviously was a major investment, but it had to be done.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a kind of gamble, I suppose, from going from, a full-time teaching position to leaving the country and going to another foreign country, partaking on a master's. I mean, it takes, imagine, quite a great deal of courage to do that.
Yeah, I suppose for me, I suppose it's been very clear what I wanted to do, and it was just a matter of finding the right way of doing it. And when I found a way of doing it, I just had to do it. It was like I even felt that, even if I could only afford the first semester, at least, and that's how I went. I went there just thinking that I could afford the first semester. I had to take out it must have been $15,000 loan or something to do it. So I figured that was just for the first semester. That I figured that at Christmas, if I didn't get any more money or commission or anything like that, then I'd just come home. So what I did in the first semester was basically got all the notes from all the classes, not just my class, but all the other classes that were going on, so that when I finished that first semester, if I had to come home, I could try and work through the notes from the other classes, try and make
Sure.
up.
Yeah, that's a good strategy.
Yeah, well, one of the advantages, I think, is that if you're really hungry, you'll work.
Absolutely.
I mean, I was absolutely starved for artistic formation. So I knew that once I got it, I would totally soak it up like a sponge. And that's how it worked. So I really, really worked very, very hard while I was there. I mean, it was like once the doors were open to once the doors were closed, I was in there all day.
Wow.
Sometimes all night.
Wow.
So yeah, it was a blessing in a way. Sometimes not having money can be a real blessing.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
because most of the students were, didn't have the same urgency,
Yeah, sure. I guess it can really light a fire under you, so to speak, to get you moving and to get you hungry and to have no safety net almost, just to be going, off of faith and off of hard work.
Well, even to the extent that, like, I was really fortunate because after I got back I came back here home for Christmas, and I thought I wouldn't be able to get back to the United States to finish the course. And I was just so blessed that an architect I was trying to get commissions off decided to offer me to do 2 bronzes for Washington, D.C.
Great.
2 life-size figures. So I just took the offer and went back, and that paid for I could pay back the debt of the 15 grand, and then I could pay for the rest of the semester. And then I got other commissions from Charles Scribner III. He's like from the Charles Scribner Publishing. He just bumped into me in the St. Patrick's Cathedral where I used to go to Mass in the morning. And he just asked me to do a sculpture for him, and so it kind of snowballed. So that by the time I was finished, like I went over there, 3,000 in my pocket.
Yeah, right.
And then came back with like 6,000 in my pocket after paying off. Must have been 120,000.
Wow.
Which is like a total miracle.
Yeah, sure.
So if God wants you to do it, you just take the leap, and He'll look after you.
Absolutely. So just to backtrack for a second there, Dony. So you mentioned you left Ireland with about $3,000, and subsequently you had to take out a loan for $22,000 to study in New York for 1 semester. I understand your father also loaned you $15,000 to continue your studies. However, in 2000, you went to receive a $20,000 Millennial Scholarship Trust from the Bank of Ireland, which kept you studying for some time. Now, how did you receive that scholarship initially?
Well, that was that was great. I just applied for it when I went, and it came through at the very end of my studies. So obviously, it was smart of them to make sure that I got into major debt, and then I had to use it to pay off my debt.
Sure, yeah.
Because it's very easy to drink 20,000 in New York City if you really put your mind to it.
Sure.
So that's how it worked out. It was a blessing.
Great, and it came out really good timing as well. Really good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So as you mentioned, during Christmas of that year, you went back to Ireland and you were commissioned by an architect to do several bronzes in 3 months. This ultimately gave you the financial means to pay your debts and to finalize your study at the New York Academy. Now, can you provide a detailed overview of your course of training and routine at the New York Academy, as well as some of the artists that you had contact with during your time there? As I understand, you were essentially rubbing shoulders with some of New York's art establishment elites.
Yeah, I suppose I went over for Harvey Citron. He was a sculptor I wanted to study with more than anything as I was going out, because he's the only one I really knew. But then I discovered some other great teachers like sculptors like George Nista, Sabin Howard. Sabin Howard is doing the World War One monument at the moment.
That's right.
For Washington D.C. And there's Tony Visco, who's a great sacred artist.
That's
actually right. He's now teaching in my school in Florence.
Oh, great! Yeah,
the one I founded there.
Yeah, sure.
And there was also painters like Patrick Connors, Vince Desiderio, John Jacobsmeyer, Stephen Lascelles, and so there was a good bunch of tutors.
Sure. So it turns out that Eric Fischl was your supervisor throughout your masters. Now, that's an interesting choice because Fischl himself is a contemporary artist who creates contemporary-looking art based on many ideologies which you have come to reject. Can you explain why you chose Mr. Fischl to be your supervisor?
Well, I actually didn't.
Oh, is that
choose
right?
Him.
Okay.
It was kind of interesting because in the first week we were given our tutors, and I was told that I couldn't get Harvey Citron because he was booked out. So I was given Eric Fischl. So I went down to the library where Eric was greeting his students, and he was sitting on a stool, and all the students were sitting on the ground. Oh. And so I went I just got to the door and I just overheard him saying, well, celebrity artists like me. And I said, oh God, this is not, an Irish guy cannot deal with this stuff. This is like way too much. So I listened to him, and I got, when he was finished, then he was asking me who I was. I told him who I was, and I said that, well, actually I was hoping to get Harvey Citron, but they told me that I had to have you, and I said, because I wanted Harvey because he was a sculptor and Eric is a painter. So Eric was saying, well, I do sculpture as well, and he was explaining it, and of course the other students were like totally shocked that I would question Eric Fischl. I didn't know who the hell he was, to be honest with you. So we had over the 2 years, it was quite beneficial in many ways because it gave me 2 years of weekly encounters, which would be like half-hour encounters with them discussing, he'd be critiquing my work and so on. But our discussions would end up like an hour and a half, because I would just completely confront him on every issue, and I would just pull him apart. And it was a lot of fun.
Sure.
Because it gave me an entree into his mindset and how the New York art world worked. So he was telling me, like I was asking, how can Catholic artists survive in New York City? And he would say, well, there's all these guys like Serrano and the guy who did the piss Christ, which is basically a crucifix in a vat of urine,
Yeah.
I said, well, look, you don't understand. That's not Catholic art. That's anti-Catholic art. He said, well, what about Chris Offaly? He did the Elephant Done and the pornographic images with the Madonna. I said, Eric, you don't understand it. And he said, well, what about the one who did the Last Supper with all the naked women? I said, Eric, it's like, these are not. So he said, okay, well, he went to have his lunch. And then he came back after lunch and he said, you won't believe who I met. I met the one who did the Last Supper with the naked women that's in the Brooklyn Museum of Art. And I told her about you and our conversation. And I asked her, would she be interested in meeting you and discussing it? And she said no. I said, Eric, do you not understand yet? It's like, what's wrong? So that was the kind of relationship we had.
Yeah. No, that can be frustrating when they just don't understand your language. It's like you're speaking in another language.
It's completely parallel universe.
Yeah. So moving on, in 2001, you received another scholarship valued at $8,000, also from the New York Academy, which involved using a studio for 2 months in Provence in the south of France. How did you come to acquire this scholarship, and what was your experience like in Provence?
I believe the scholarship was given to me for my ability to arrive in New York City with 3,000 and leave 2 years later with 6,000, having paid off the 120,000 in fees. And the accommodation through commissions realized on the campus. They always used to use me as an example to any students who wanted to come and study and felt that they couldn't afford it. They would always bring it to my studio and say, look, if this guy can do it, you can do it.
Oh, okay,
so
great.
I think that was really the main reason they because they got quite a few students in on the back of my experience.
Oh, great. So you were like almost the first that had done that.
Well, it looked like it. They did help me a lot because they let me use the school as a studio for producing all these works.
Sure. So with that commission that you received, or that residency rather, the scholarship to go to Provence, did you actually take that? Did you move to France and use the studio?
Yeah, so it was only like 2 months or something like that in Provence, but it was it was great. I mean, it was a bit unusual because it was Lacoste. It's a village in Provence, just in the Luberon Valley, and it was actually at the top of the village is the palace of the Marquis de Sade. So it was quite a strange place. There was quite a heavy atmosphere there. I mean, the Marquis de Sade is very infamous for his behavior.
Okay.
And I suppose sadism comes from his name, so that gives you an idea of what kind of character he was.
I see. Right.
So, being kind of a spiritually minded person and quite aware of the supernatural, I did feel that presence there. And actually, there was what's his name, Pierre Cardin, the designer.
Oh yeah.
Pierre Cardin. He bought the palace, and he's turned it into a museum.
Okay.
Of Marquis de Sade.
Right.
And he also owns half the village.
Oh wow.
So on one occasion I was working on a sculpture. I was doing a bust of somebody, and I put a poster outside the door of my studio saying, please, no entry, because tourists used to come in all the time.
Yeah.
So I had it in English, no entry of private studio.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, because I wanted to concentrate on what I was doing, I was casting. And of course, I was in the middle of casting the plaster, and the plaster is going off, so you have to really concentrate on what you're doing. And of course, this guy walks in and he starts asking me questions about what I was doing, and I was saying, look, in French. So I said, sorry, I don't speak French, and I continued working. And then he started asking me in English. I said, sorry, I'm really busy. I can't talk right now. And he just marched over to the door, and he grabbed the door handle. He said, I am Pierre Cardin.
Oh, wow.
And slammed the door. And it's the amazing feeling of, oh, no, I don't,
Yeah, sure.
But at the same time, I had this feeling of, yes. Oh, yeah, it's just that it's such an arrogant guy. But I met him once or twice during the week after that, and, he kind of cooled down a bit. But yeah, it was interesting experience.
Great. So you were there for 2 months in Provence?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a great experience.
Great.
Beautiful place.
Sure. Now, just to backtrack for a second, Dony, whilst in the New York Academy, what was your age? Around late 20s?
I arrived there when I was 28.
Okay, right.
Left when I was 30.
I see, right. Okay. Now, the same year that you were at the New York Academy in 1999 was a year that St. John Paul II wrote his letter to artists, in which he quoted philosopher and writer Fyodor Dostoevsky stating, quote, "Beauty has the power to save," unquote. I understand the letter had a tremendous impact on you, as you've stated. Quote, "When I read it, I realized these were my marching orders. I took it as a letter to me personally. I felt I was summoned to bring the church into dialogue once again with the visual arts," unquote. Now, for listeners who are not familiar with this letter, it essentially expresses St. John Paul II's hope that a new alliance with artists could emerge for the church in our time. He ends the letter with an appeal to artists, inviting them to rediscover the depth of our spiritual and religious dimension, which has been typical of art in its noblest form in every age. Now, can you tell me a little bit more about the letter and how it has inspired your life?
Well, it was kind of like a timely clarion call to arms to heal our society of the relativistic rot and cultural cancer of modernism. Modernism is like a multi-headed heresy that has not only infiltrated the West but also the church, and this is something that I'm becoming more and more aware of, and I wanted to try and heal that wound and to create an honest dialogue between the truth of the church and the beauty of art.
Sure. Now, I understand the letter also planted an idea in your mind that you have been obsessed with pretty much ever since. Your idea is to one day found the Vatican Academy of Art. You came to propose this idea to Pope Benedict XVI in 2006. Can you provide more information about this idea for the Academy?
Sure. I suppose the main idea was, I got to meet Pope Benedict. I proposed it to him. I also got an opportunity to meet Georg Weinstein, his personal secretary, and that was really an opportunity to kind of explain what the whole academy was about. So it's essentially, it would be a school that would be an art school that would be in the Vatican or in Rome, would be the idea, where you teach sculpture, painting, drawing, anatomy, all this, along with philosophy, theology, liturgy, and at the highest level possible. And so that you have this concentrated formation in Rome, where you'd have access to the Vatican museums and the St. Peter's and all that, and all of Rome. And then the idea would be to give that level of formation to artists from all over the world. So, every bishop in the world does their ad lamina visits every 5 years. They go to Rome. So within 5 years, every bishop in the world could be aware of the existence of this Vatican Academy of Art. And the idea would be to propose that maybe each bishop could give a scholarship to the most talented artists in their diocese to do a 4-year degree in Rome or a 2-year master's, where they'd study all this, get all this formation undiluted and brought directly to their diocese, and they would serve their diocese for their 2 or 4 years that they've got training. They would pay them back in 2 or 4 years of service to their diocese as a way of repaying. So, I mean, it's an absolute win-win. I mean, if you're some kid, doing graffiti under a motorway in LA, Archbishop Gomez could give you a scholarship to go to Rome and study at the highest level and come back and yeah, how could you turn that down? I mean,
Yeah.
you have 4 years in Rome, and then you have 4 years serving your own diocese.
Absolutely.
After 8 years, you're the dude.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a total win-win.
Sure. And it seems like you really given that a lot of thought.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've given it a lot of thought.
Now, you mentioned the story of how you came to propose the idea to the Pope, and I'd just like to go over that just to clarify it a little further. So the story of how you came to propose the school to Pope Benedict is quite interesting. Now, I understand you met the Holy Father on a Monday, and he gave you rosary beads. The next day, you met his personal secretary, George Ganswein, in the Vatican Gardens, where you proposed your idea for the Academy and a diocesan scholarship to train artists who want to serve the Church, as you've explained. On this day, you also gave your business card to Pope Benedict in person. Now, what an incredible privilege to be able to meet the Holy Father. Can you elaborate on this experience and explain what the Pope's response was to your proposal?
Well, I suppose it was a very unusual situation. I decided to bring a friend of mine to Rome. He's paraplegic. He's passed on now. But he really wanted to go to Rome, and nobody was going to bring him. So I thought, no, look, I gotta bring this guy to Rome.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely guy, Sean Sheridan, and so I brought him, and it was extraordinarily difficult because Rome is not a wheelchair-friendly city.
I see.
So I spent a lot of time carrying my back. My back is still out since then.
Wow.
But a lot of time carrying him, and his wheelchair and his rucksack, my rucksack. So it was pretty heavy going, but the reward was unreal. First of all, he had a great time, and I'm just so glad I could be there for him. But on top of that, of course, we went to this meeting on Monday. Any meetings with the Pope, if you're in a wheelchair, you go right at the front. So,
sure. And
I was with him, I was caring for him. So, of course, we went right at the front. So, on Monday, we had this meeting with the Holy Father. It was in Aula Paula Sisto, the big meeting hall.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave me rosary beads. And
great.
That was like a fantastic experience. And he gave Sean rosary beads. So the next day we decided to go to the Vatican Gardens to visit John Paul II's tomb. And of course he was in a wheelchair, so we had to exit through the gardens. And I saw Georg, Archbishop Georg now, and so I called him over and I explained the whole plan to him. He was totally fascinated. And asked me for my card, so I gave him my card. So I had a good 15-20 minutes chat in the Vatican Gardens on that. And then the next day, of course, my friend said, can we go to the Wednesday audience? Yeah, sure, why not? So, of course, I didn't think about it, but of course we went right up again to the front because he was in a wheelchair. And we got to meet the Holy Father again. I was just in total disbelief. Like, this is 2 times in 3 days. So we went up, and I thought, this is extraordinary. I mean, he's given me a rosary beads on Monday. I had a 20-minute discussion with his secretary, who was standing beside him at this meeting, and he probably still has my card in his pocket, knowing the whole plan of the project. And here I am, I have an opportunity to meet him again.
Wow.
So I thought, well, there was an image of St. Joseph on my card, so Joseph Ratzinger. So I just gave him the image. All my details were on the back, of course. And Georg was standing right beside him, so he knew exactly who I was and what I stood for. So I just greeted the Holy Father, and I said, un proposta Santa Padre, un'Accademia di Bell'Arte del Vaticano. And I just smiled. He smiled at me. He took the card. And Georg saw exactly what happened, so Georg could explain everything.
Wow.
So I just went on. So it was just an unbelievable experience.
Sure. So what you just stated in Italian there, that translates to Holy Father proposing a Vatican Academy of Art. Is that roughly what
exactly.
you stated? Yeah. Absolutely. There's actually a photo, Dony, of you handing your business card to the Pope. How did that photo... How did you get that photo? Did someone take it for you?
It's very cheeky.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of people are kind of scandalized by it. But I just felt that it was the right thing to do. It's not about. it's one thing I really learned from Opus Dei is divine filiation, that we're all sons of God.
Absolutely.
And that that's the central message of Opus Dei. And that's something that's really I've taken very, very seriously. So I felt that, look, if this is what God wants me to do, and this is his representative on earth, let's get some business done here. So it's like I just felt that it just had to be done.
Sure.
That we're protagonists. I mean, it was on another occasion I was drawing in the St. Peter's, and I used to go to his mass when he was Cardinal Ratzinger, and there was this lady who received Holy Communion and didn't consume it. So went back to her seat and put the Eucharist in her handbag.
Okay.
And I told the security guard, that lady has just put the Blessed Eucharist in her handbag. I think we need to get it back. And he said, non ci credo, non ci credo. I don't believe you. I said, well, you better believe me. Go over there and get it. That's your job. And so he went over, asked her for it. He took it back and he brought it back to Cardinal Ratzinger, who was still giving out communion at the time. And the look of shock was on his face. And I read in a book of interviews with him about 2 years after that, he recounted this exact occurrence.
Wow.
He was talking about the Blessed Eucharist and how we need to receive it properly on our knees and on the tongue, which he always did.
Right.
After that.
Right.
And when he was Pope. So it just hit me so strong when I read those words. I realized that, oh my God, if I didn't do that, that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he wouldn't, and the Holy Father wouldn't be recounting this. So we are actually protagonists. So we have a role to play.
Sure.
We're not just observers on the sidelines.
So that's interesting, Dony. That the lady that stole the Blessed Sacrament. Do you think she was a member of the Black Mass?
I don't know. I've seen this a lot because I've lived in Florence and Rome for many years, and I've seen a lot of this. And I think, I've seen it in Dublin, I've seen it in New York, I've seen it everywhere. But it's like the whole idea of receiving in the hand is just absolutely absurd. Unfortunately, it is just absolutely absurd because it's so disrespectful. It just destroys our understanding and our sense of the sacred.
Sure.
We're dealing with the body of Christ.
Yeah.
And it's just something that I've a very clear idea on that. And the fact that it's so commonplace, it's more commonplace than actually receiving in the mouth. So, but it is a very serious problem. But I've seen it a lot of time in tourist cities where people who are not there for mass, they're just tourists, and they just want, oh, this is interesting. I got this piece of bread from this famous priest or famous pope or whatever, and
like a souvenir.
I'm going to keep it as a moment. Yeah. It could be as innocent as that, but unfortunately, there is a lot of black masses and stuff going on, and desecration going on, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So that is another element.
Sure.
Like in Florence, it was the same thing. I had to stop tourists from walking away with the Blessed Eucharist. You find yourself going to mass regularly, and you find yourself having to police other people in the church to make sure that they receive Holy Communion. Whereas if they received it on the tongue, it wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Sure. That's interesting.
And I remember that the priests would look in shock that I'd stop the people and make sure they receive it, and then they would look at me and say, "Oh God, sorry," or sometimes they'd be embarrassed. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer.
Sure.
Anyway, sorry.
No, that's good. That was an interesting story. By the way, that photo of you with the Pope, the smile on your face, Dony, incredible. You've got a grin from here to here when you're handing the card to the Pope. That's just excellent, lovely.
So it's a very cheeky grin. Or?
Well, yeah. Just you were very happy. You were very.
Very, very happy.
Very happy. So moving back to the New York Academy of Art, your thesis piece for your master's was titled Corpus Christi, which is an academic study of the crucifix made entirely of bones and muscles to study the anatomy of Christ. You created it to contemplate the physical nature of God by applying Michelangelo's theories about composition and anatomy, as you have stated, quote, "What I wanted to do was create this crucifix which personified essentially the body of Christ. It's an academic study of the crucifixion in bones and muscles, so I'm contemplating the body of Christ. I wanted to really challenge my faith in God in my primary language, which is form. So, do I really believe that God became bones, became flesh? Also, I did it in the context of Michelangelo's design theories, the pyramid and the spiral. The pyramid for stability, the spiral for movement," unquote. Can you tell me more about this piece and your attempt to illustrate God through flesh and bone?
Well, I suppose a lot of it goes back to really the incarnation. It's all about the incarnation.
Mm.
And our faith is all about the incarnation. And that really became very clear with St. Francis, who is a saint that took the incarnation so seriously that he even received it on his own body with the wounds,
right,
the stigmata. And his teachings also brought us the Christos sufferens, the Christ suffering on the cross. Before that, it was always Christ in glory on the cross. On the cross. And then also he brought us the way of the cross, devotion. He brought us the Praesepe, which is the crib and the crib figures. So he really brought us into the mystery of Christ's humanity. That was really what Francis was about. And that created essentially the roots of the Western Christian tradition.
Sure.
Which started to break away from the Eastern tradition, which is much more about the divinity of God. The Western tradition kind of stresses more his humanity.
Right.
And this is something that Francis really brought to our culture, and especially by inspiring his contemporaries like Giotto and Dante. Giotto in visual arts, Dante in literature, who are basically the two, main proponents of Western culture, who inspired all other literature and art after that.
Sure.
With Giotto through the anatomy perspective, and Dante through his Divine Comedy and entering into the humanity of Christ and his mother.
Sure. Now, how did that translate into your thesis work?
I suppose the thesis work was more a raw contemplation of the bones and muscles, like really challenging myself to understand that God became man, and do I really believe that? So it's really it's like a theological discourse, or even a contemplative exercise, which is made form, and I think that's where sacred art needs to come from. Art is the overflow of the entire life of the artist.
Sure.
Sacred art is the overflow of the prayer of the artist.
Right, beautiful. Now, one day an Opus Dei priest named Father Bob Connors visited your studio at the New York Academy, and upon viewing your thesis work in progress, explained that the ideas you were exploring are shared in St. John Paul II's theology of the body. This work came as a revelation to you, and since then it has been the central theme of your practice. You have stated, quote, "It was a real gift, and it became the real nucleus of my apostolate with artists, helping to bring artists to the faith, because they started to have an actual, practical, real relationship that actually had something to say. It wasn't just about ideology or academic, it was something that actually had something very valuable to contribute to their work and their understanding of who they are," unquote. Furthermore, regarding the human figure, you have stated, quote, "The body is the most beautiful form in existence. the essential form of the bones, complemented by the essential form of the musculature. You start to see where the science finishes and the mystical or the spiritual starts, unquote. What is it essentially about the human body and specifically theology of the body that has touched you and your students so deeply?
I suppose the capacity to unpack the human body at multiple levels of understanding and to enter into a mystery at the great depths, to come to know who we are and how we relate with God and with each other.
Lovely.
As gifts to one another. Students' feedback with the models and critical feedback was very interesting as well.
Sure. Now, Dony, for listeners who might not be aware, theology of the body, what it is essentially, do you mind explaining it?
Well, the theology of the body essentially is a collection of 129 Wednesday addresses given by John Paul II, where he unpacks essentially Humanae Vitae, the truth and meaning of the human condition. Humanae Vitae means on human life. Sure. And it's most famous for its statement on its the continuing ban on artificial contraception.
Sure.
So, but it's essentially on the meaning of the human body, what it means to be a human body, and the body, unpacking the body as a theology.
Sure.
That we can understand who we are and how we relate to God through our body, being a gift to each other. Like the Trinity is God the Father giving himself to God the Son, and God the Son giving his God. So the Holy Spirit is the love between the Father and the Son.
Sure.
So there's it's a relationship. Obviously, it's not sexual. But in marriage is the icon of the church and its people. Like we are the spouse, we are the church, we are the spouse of Christ.
Right.
Christ gives his body up for his spouse.
Sure.
And, when you hear those words in the Eucharist, it just totally knocks you out when you understand it in the context of theology of the body. It's like when you hear the priest say, "This is my body given up for you." I mean, that's Christ making love to his people. I mean, why would you not want to be there? And that's why I go to Mass every day, because I want to witness God making love to his people.
Sure. Beautiful.
There's nothing more beautiful in the world.
Absolutely. Now, regarding your study of the human figure, you have stated, quote, "Once I learned artistic anatomy as a grammar, I could dialogue directly with Michelangelo, Bernini, all the great masters," unquote. Can you elaborate on this process of communing with the great masters through your understanding of human anatomy?
Anatomy, form, colour are visual grammars that channel understanding across time and space through great art. I try to enter into this conversation as a contemporary artist and try to facilitate an urgency needed dialogue with our culture in crisis, so as to heal its wounds with the balm of beauty based on the truth and goodness of Christ.
Beautiful. Lovely. And regarding that process of studying anatomy, Dony, how did that come about? Because I understand you had developed quite a curriculum, and I noticed you were referring to the Anatomy for Artists, the red book by Dr. Richer, I believe. That was a text that helped you understand more about the functioning, the muscles, the origin and insertion of all the muscles in the human body as well. Yeah,
I find it's the cheapest. It's only like, what, €30?
Yeah, it's relatively cheap. Yeah,
and it's got everything in it. I mean, it's fantastic. It's very easy to work with. It's very easy to teach with, because I've color coded the muscles so you can actually color them in.
Sure.
So it's a bit like a coloring book for artists, but it's a great way to teach.
Sure. Now, I understand that you started teaching theology of the body every Friday night from your studio in the New York Academy. The sessions would start at 8 p.m. and end in the early hours of the morning in bars of Soho. Culturally and spiritually malnourished artists from China, Europe, and Russia were captivated by the depth of the work, which enabled them to understand the meaning of their own figurative art. Regarding these artists, you've stated, quote, they've learned everything about the body except what it means, unquote. Can you recall these nights and paraphrase some of the conversations and questions that students asked you? What is it essentially that they were missing in their training?
They were deprived by the culture of repudiation, of spiritual and cultural formation, that severed their connection with the past and with the divine, their rightful inheritance. I sought to reconnect them to this inheritance via our shared vocabulary of human body to an extraordinary effect, from moral rehabilitation to eventual conversion and baptism.
Lovely. Was that just going about how that actually played out in the New York Academy? So you would all meet at 8 o'clock in your studio, and was it just was it based on text? I mean, did everybody get a photocopy, and were you going through the theology of the body together, or was it just based on informal discussions? I mean, how did that come about?
Well, the way I did it was I kind of broke it down as simple as possible. So I used Christopher West's material. He kind of really breaks it down in a very simple way, and that was very useful. So he had an 8 CD series, and he had notes for those 8 CD series. So over 8 weeks, I would go through the notes with the other students, and we would unpack the theology of the body each week, and it was fantastic. It was really, really great. I mean, guys who are and girls who are from all sorts of different issues, you know, people who are same-sex attracted and all sorts of issues would come back to the faith and heal their wounds. It was very, very special.
Lovely. And this kept going until 3 a.m. in bars in Soho, is that right?
Yeah, because, well, I suppose these guys are completely starved of formation, artistic formation, and of the meaning. Well, they learned everything about the body in the New York Academy of Art, except what it meant, and
Sure.
That's what the theology of the body brought them was this deep meaning.
Sure. Now, I understand the theology of the body. It helped, in particular, one of the models at New York Academy, who I believe was homosexual, and he was kind of struggling with his identity at the time. And I know he came to you and he stated, well, you know, Dony, I'm a homosexual, and you're Catholic. I mean, you know, would you have any advice for me? Do you recall that experience, Dony?
Yeah, he's unfortunately, I won't mention his name, but he's unfortunately passed on. He died of AIDS.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, we were very good friends, and he used to record a lot of classical music for me and stuff. And so he just came into my studio one day, and he just decided to confront me in this way, just say, look, I'm homosexual. You're Catholic. How do you feel about me being homosexual? And I said to him basically, look, you know, we all have our struggles.
Mm-hmm.
Yours is same-sex attraction. You know, other people may struggle with masturbation, may struggle with, you know, pornography or any other sexual disorder. So, you know, we all have our struggles, and some are more difficult than others. But for me to deny your responsibility for your sexuality would be to deny your dignity as a human being, and I love you too much to do that.
Beautiful.
And he just broke down crying because he realized that was the first time he heard the truth with charity, and he just basically he needed to hear that, and it was an opportunity for him to pick up his cross and carry it, just like everybody else. But this is something that I have had same-sex attracted friends who, you know, some of them have been gay militants, you know, activists, you know, gay pride activists. Others have been more, you know, quiet, and they've come back to the faith, and they've picked up their cross, and they've struggled with it, and they're practicing again, and they're happy. But I think this is becoming a really big issue in contemporary culture because of the contraceptive situation. Essentially, contraception is the greatest deconstruction in Western culture.
Mm-hmm.
And it is basically because it's destroyed the truth and meaning of human sexuality. And the human sexuality is the icon of love. It's the icon of the mission of the human person.
Yeah.
So if you deconstruct the icon of the mission of the human person, you're just going to completely destroy society, because you destroy human sexuality, you destroy marriage, destroy the family, you destroy the nucleus of society.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's what we're looking at. So we will not be able to redeem our society without redeeming human sexuality. And the theology of the body is John Paul II's gift to the world.
Mm.
And I don't see a new evangelization. I don't see the world being straightened up until it embraces the truth and meaning of human sexuality, which is clearly communicated with beautiful charity in the theology of the body. So I think it's the foundation of the new evangelization. It's the way forward for the church and the world.
Sure. And I completely agree with you on that, Dony. I think you've done a great job of articulating your thoughts around that as well. Now, whilst reading Pope Paul VI's Gaudium et Spes from the Second Vatican Council, you came across a passage that states, quote, "God reveals man to man," unquote. After contemplating its meaning, you came to see your vocation as an artist quite clearly. Can you explain what exactly this passage means and how it's helped you?
Well, it means God reveals man to man. I mean, it's like such a beautiful phrase that God, Christ, through his gift of himself to us, he reveals how we are to live. We're to live as a gift to others, completely giving ourselves to others. And this is no clearer than in the crucifixion, where he opens his arms, he completely gives himself to us, dies on the cross, gives everything, his whole life, to redeem us.
Mm-hmm.
There's no greater image of love and sacrifice than Christ on the cross. So for me, that image tells me who I am and what I should be doing with my life. Basically, offering myself to others.
Sure. And I guess that speaks to the idea that we are created in the image and likeness of God as well.
Oh, absolutely. And Christ is the perfect image, the highest perfection we can actually aspire to.
Yeah.
I mean, not only did he give us his word, but he also gave us his life, his body.
Sure.
And we can receive that every day in the Eucharist. I mean, it's just, if we really think about the gift we have in the Eucharist and in our faith, it's just extraordinary. It just blows your mind.
It does. Yeah, it's a beautiful sacrifice that has been given to us, and it's really up to us to decide whether we are, we follow Christ or whether we go another route.
Yeah, it's really, are you with me or against me?
Mm-hmm.
Christ is very clear about that.
Sure.
And the only way of being happy is to give yourself.
Sure.
As Christ did.
Sure. Yes. Now, I understand you used to attend Mass every day at St. Patrick's Cathedral while you were in New York. In fact, it was there that you met writer and publisher Charles Scribner III, a former Presbyterian who converted to the Catholic faith after writing books on Bernini and Rubens. In 2001, he commissioned you to create a bust of the World War I hero and famous hockey player Hobie Baker. This was followed by another commission in 2009, this time a bust of then Pope Benedict XVI for St. Patrick's Cathedral. Making the commitment to attend Mass every day is commendable. Are you able to recall more about this period of your life and the process of working on these particular commissions?
So I met Charles Scribner through going to Mass every day, and he was just sitting in front of me for like 4 months, and so I decided to introduce myself to him at the end of Mass, and I said, "Hi, my name is Dony MacManus. I've been shaking your hand every day. I suppose I should know each other." And he said, "Oh, I'm Charles Scribner." So I said, "What you do?" And he said, "Oh, I'm a publisher." I said, "Oh, very good." He was kind of surprised because he's a famous publisher. And I said, he asked me what I did, and I told him I was a sculptor. And he said, "Oh, I wrote a book on a sculptor." And I asked him who, and he said Bernini. He said, "Oh, he's one of my favorites." So we got chatting, and then we had breakfast afterwards, and then we had breakfast after Mass for about 2 weeks every day, chatting about art and faith. And that's when he commissioned me to do the sculpture of Hobie Baker, which was great sculpture, because that was one of the best commission deals I've ever done, because it was kind of like a backwards haggling. He asked me how much would it cost, and I was thinking, "Oh, jeepers, I'm going to need a bit of money to pay off my student bill." So I said 5,000, and he said, "Oh, come on, it must be more than that." And I said 6, and he said, "Come on, you can do better than that." I said 7. He said, "Come on, you do better." And I said 8. I said, "Okay, 8, right, yeah." So I got 8 grand for it, which was great. So that really got me started.
Fantastic.
Then he later asked me to do the Pope Benedict after Pope Benedict's visit.
That's right. Yeah, sure. So his story is quite interesting, because he was a Presbyterian, but he converted to the faith after writing his books on Bernini and Rubens. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah. It's fascinating.
Yeah, that's quite something. Now, moving forward, you came to graduate from the New York Academy of Art with your master's in 2001. However, in the same year, whilst living in New York, you had experienced a string of tragic events, from being affected by several suicides and having your apartment burned down, to your graduate work being damaged in a studio fire. Shortly after occurred September 11, where the 2 firemen that rescued your work from the fire were killed. At this point, you knew it was time to leave New York. Upon arrival to Dublin Airport, you were picked up by your brother, who broke more bad news to you when he explained that a family friend had murdered his own family. The toll of these tragic events came to weigh on you. During this time in your life, did you question your faith at all? That is to say, why does God let these bad things happen?
Yes, I did. It was quite a difficult time. I suppose it was at that stage that I needed to kind of grapple with those things through art, and that's when I started drawing I went to Rome after that to compete for a competition to do a sculpture of Saint Escriva, the founder of Opus Dei, and while there I drew the Pietà, and that experience was quite powerful, because actually that was the same time as I went to Ratzinger's masses between drawing the Pietà and in St. Peter's. So it was really drawing the Pietà really healed me in an extraordinary way, because of, after drawing it from 3 weeks, 1 week per drawing, really deeply contemplating that sculpture of essentially deicide, the death of God, and in the arms of his mother. It's just such a powerfully beautiful sculpture. I realized that those 3 drawings, through that 3 weeks of contemplation, it's almost like a spiritual artistic retreat. I managed to the Holy Spirit, through Michelangelo, redeemed my faith in God, my faith in the church, my faith in humanity, and also it gave me an understanding of what my vocation really was deep down.
Sure.
Was to heal the world through beauty. If I can just give a tiny bit of what Michelangelo achieved in that sculpture, and I could put that into my own work and pass that on to the next generation, well, then my life would be worthwhile.
Sure. Beautiful. So just to go over that period a little further, Dony. So after that adversities that you had experienced back in New York, you decided that you were wanted to leave, and you headed to Rome in late 2001 to enter a sculptural competition at the Vatican, which you didn't receive. However, you felt compelled to complete a series of drawings of Michelangelo's Pietà from 3 different angles. Copying the Pietà forced you to contemplate the sculpture, which depicts somewhat of a paradox. On one hand, it's one of the most beautiful images in history. However, on the other hand, it represents the most horrific event in history. The experience of drawing the Pietà allowed you to feed off the inner life of Michelangelo and the divine nature of his effigy, which in turn provided counsel and healing after witnessing so many horrific events. What moved you was a combination of Michelangelo's skill and spirituality, as you've stated. Quote, I was being nourished by the overflow of the interior life of the great master. That gave me a tremendous appreciation of the profundity of his inheritance, and that this is something that is of extraordinary value, unquote. Drawing the Pietà helped you realize that, quote, if this work of art could heal everything, all the wounds I've just received, if I can just get a tiny piece of this magic from Michelangelo, I might be able to contribute something to the world, or at least be able to teach a new generation to do it much better than me. I felt this urgency to be a protagonist, not just a consumer of culture, and get out there and make my contribution to the history of art as best I can. And it was very liberating to realize that you don't have to be a Michelangelo or any of these great artists, but you can be like somebody who was in the background of their career, who created a space in which Michelangelo could exist, unquote. It sounds like you were nourished and healed by the Holy Spirit during this period of quiet observation in communion with the Pietà, as you have already explained on somewhat. Can you explain more about perhaps this experience and perhaps elaborating on the overview? So you spent a week drawing the Pietà from 3 different angles. And what those drawings were they? I mean, were they large drawings? What did they come? What did they look like?
Well, they were, I suppose, they were medium-sized drawings, and they were just charcoal on paper.
I see.
So yeah, drawing the Pietà was an extraordinary experience in that I was just entering into a dialogue with our Lord through this piece of marble, essentially, and to think that an artwork can facilitate a conversation between God and a person here on earth is really something. It's an extraordinary privilege to actually participate in that, to be able to facilitate that conversation, and that's really why I love to make sacred art and liturgical art, because it gives me an opportunity to create art at a level that has such a high calling.
Sure.
That it's just a profound privilege. It was a bit like doing the tabernacle and the altarpiece for Rome.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like to create a house for God.
Yeah.
It's like, what a privilege to be able to create a space in which God resides.
Sure.
It just, I can't think of anything more beautiful than that.
Right. So the whole experience, Dony, of drawing the Pietà for 3 weeks, it really helped you, right? You were able to sort of get over a lot of these wounds you had experienced from those tragedies you experienced back in New York.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, all that happened in New York and in Dublin, they just kind of melted away. They just no longer had a hold on me.
Sure.
The beauty of, well, the truth, goodness, and beauty of the Pietà was what healed me, because it's not just an empty kind of beauty, but it's a true beauty, which is always connected with the other two transcendentals.
Sure.
True beauty comes from truth and goodness.
Right. So soon after this revelation, you wasted no time in establishing a studio while in Rome, in the periphery of the city, among the gypsies and sex workers, in a manner reminiscent of Caravaggio. I understand you maintained this studio within a factory on an industrial estate for a year and a half, where you worked on large bronze figurative works that you had received as commissions from New York and Washington, D.C., one in which included a bronze of Saint Jose Maria Escrivá for the headquarters of Opus Dei in Manhattan. I understand this piece was particularly inspired by Gian Lorenzo Bernini. Can you tell me more about your routine over this year and a half and how you approach these commissions?
Well, for the first 6 months, they were spent in Centro Ellis, which is an Opus Dei residence in a kind of a working class district. Their generosity and patience with my lack of Italian and artistic lifestyle was very impressive. I needed more space in every sense of the word, so I moved to a kind of cheap studio on the outskirts of Rome, where I could realize kind of large bronze works for New York. So I needed great discipline and to do this, and so that's what I started to do while I was in Rome.
Sure. And these commissions you received, how did the patrons actually get in touch with you if you were in Rome and they were in America? Did they communicate via email, was it?
Yeah, it was mostly through email. And I would just send over photographs of its progress.
Sure, yeah.
And so that's how it worked.
Sure. Shortly after this period, you relocated to Florence and took up another studio in 2003. Can you provide information as to your first visit to Florence? As I understand, you share a love affair with the city.
Yeah, well, the transition from Rome to Florence was a great liberation, really, because I got quite tired of Rome. Rome's a very intense city, especially living a year and a half in the periphery in a warehouse. That was pretty bleak. So it was great to get out of Rome and to arrive in Florence, where I found a really interesting community of artists, a lot of traditional artists, artists with good technique, and who are interested in the great masters. So there's a lot of really interesting conversations there. And I managed to get a studio in Via Guelfa 65.
Sure. So moving forward, in 2008, after moving back to Dublin for 3.5 years, you returned to Florence, and this very studio ultimately became the beginnings of the Sacred Art School. It so happened that the Dominican friars allowed you to use the former studio of Fra Angelico. Now, for listeners who aren't aware, Fra Angelico was beatified by St. John Paul II in 1982, thus giving him the title Beato Angelico in Italian, or Blessed Angelic One. I understand this studio was located in between an adult store and a sauna. Quite an interesting place to be teaching theology of the body. At this point, I imagine you would have had more of a sense for the curriculum and what you wanted to teach. How was it different from the first teaching studio you had in Florence in that regard?
Well, the first teaching studio I had was Via Guelfa 65. And that was the studio which was between the sex shop and the gay sauna. So that was for the first year and a half I had that studio.
Okay.
But when I came back in 2008, I was given another studio by the Dominicans, which was a completely different setup.
I see, sure. How did you go about establishing the Sacred Art School in your studio, as I imagine you must have had limited space?
Again, just like the school I set up in Dublin, all the schools that I've managed to develop have come from really the needs of students. So it was really the demands of the students that made the school come into existence. So, for instance, the school in Florence really came from students mainly from the Angel Academy, who didn't get enough anatomy instruction. They asked me to teach them anatomy through écorché, which is three-dimensional anatomy, building the skeleton and then building each muscle from origin to insertion. So that was a quite intense anatomical formation. So they really pushed me to teach them. And I said that if they really wanted me to teach them, then I put it up to them to get 10 students. And if they got 10 students, then I would teach them. So I really put it up to them. And that meant I knew that if they managed to do that, they were very hungry to learn, and it would be a very good and dynamic class. So that's how it came into existence. That was the start of the school idea.
Sure. So that's interesting. So you had almost like an agreement between the Angel Academy of Art and your Sacred Art Studio.
Well, actually, it wasn't an agreement with the Angel Academy at all. It was actually the students came to me independent, so it had nothing to do with the Angel Academy whatsoever.
Sure.
Even though actually one of their faculty did join the class, so I had one Angel faculty, and most of the students were Angel students, and then there was, of course, Osamu, who from Japan, who came independent and ended up getting baptized.
Sure. I understand, was it Teresa Osaha that was in that initial group of students?
That's right. How did you know?
I had seen some photos from your studio back then. I noticed I saw her in the periphery there working on a écorché. That's great.
That's right. Yeah, of course.
Was there anybody else that's gone on to become quite known in the realist tradition that you were training at the time?
Oh yeah, Francis O'Toole was in that class as well.
Lovely.
He was in that photograph. Actually, they were going out with each other at the time.
Oh, I see. Right, great.
And Francis is now a big-time artist here in Ireland. He's very talented.
Yeah, sure. Now, what an incredible privilege it would have been to have been able to take up Fra Angelico's studio and work in such a space of a devout artist of God. Whilst working there, did you feel a greater presence at all?
Yes, I did. I found it a fascinating place. The first thing I was inspired to do really was to develop this drawing. I did this enlargement of a drawing by Pontormo, and it was really is Saint Gabriel figure from his Annunciation in Santa Felicita, a church just beside the Ponte Vecchio on the Alto Arno. And I just felt I had this space. It was just a fantastic opportunity to do something big. And looking back on it, I believe it was completely inspired by God to do this, because what I started doing was enlarging the drawing to 2 meters, and then unpacking the drawing through transparencies. And this can be seen on my website. You can see a photograph of me working on this in the studio. So the image would help a lot, anybody who's looking at it, or you can follow this much easier. But basically, I put a transparency on top of the drawing by Pontormo, and I pulled out the skeleton using a skeleton I had in my studio.
Gerald?
And then Gerald, yes, you recognize him. And then I did the same with another transparency I put on top of that, and I pulled out the muscle structure using Roderick, the other guy, the little guy, who was an anatomical model I had in my studio. And then I put another transparency on top of that to pull out the drapery. And then I separated all these drawings and put them all beside each other. And when you look at these 4 drawings, the original drawing, then the skeletal drawing, the muscular drawing, and then the drapery drawing, you can see in one glance the layers of understanding that Pontormo had to create the drawing that he made, not just anatomically through bone structure, muscle structure, and drapery, but also how he abstracted the bone structure, how he abstracted the muscular structure, and how he abstracted the drapery in order to communicate the supernatural reality that was there. So in this way, what I was doing essentially was using my training in anatomy in the New York Academy, which is very scientific reductionist. I was taking this understanding, the scientific reductionist understanding of anatomy, and applying it to a mystical image. And by doing that, separating the, I suppose, sacred, the mysterious from the carnal and scientific. And in this way, it's kind of like separating the oil from the water, so that you can see very clearly where the science finishes and the mystical starts.
Lovely.
And it was in that demonstration, that 5-minute demonstration, that Osamu converted. He realized that if he was to produce work of that beauty, he would have to embrace this understanding, this Christian mystical understanding of the human condition. So I only realized that when we were walking out of the cathedral after his baptism. I asked him what was it that made him want to do it, and he told me it was that 5-minute demonstration that really that made him realize that there was no argument. It was so clear what he had to do in order to produce the beautiful art that he wanted to produce. So I found that fascinating.
What an incredible
and that
revelation!
Was the first thing I did. Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of, when you think about it, that was the first thing I did when I got into the studio. I had no plans to do it. It was just an impulse of that moment, and that was the iconic demonstration which converted Osamu and has the potential to bring so many more to God, because it's so objectively evident in the exercise.
Absolutely. And I have seen those drawings, and it is incredible. I mean, the scale of them, they're quite large, as you mentioned, about 2 meters high, but just the way you've dissected the layers, the anatomy, the drapery, and the musculature is fantastic. And I really like the way that you color-coded the muscles as well, the exterior and the posterior muscles, so the student can really get a sense of color coordinating the different structures of the body, which is great. Now, Dony, can I ask, once you had established your studio and you had those initial 10 students, did you put out any advertising for your teaching for more students to find you?
No. I didn't advertise at all. Actually, I was just minding my own business, basically doing my thing. And all this came because I was busy enough doing commissions. I was in the middle of an altarpiece for Rome at that time.
Great. So once you had established your studio and you were teaching your curriculum and you had established those initial first 10 students, did you go on and put any more advertisements out, or did your students just find you through word of mouth?
It's pretty much through word of mouth. I started a Civilization series. I don't know if you're familiar with the documentary series Civilization by Kenneth Clark.
Okay.
I showed that in the Anagoni room in the San Marco. They gave me the Anagoni room to do these basically explorations of Christian civilization. And so I showed the video, and then we would discuss the video after. And then we had a series on theology of the body, which was very interesting as well, using Christopher West's notes.
Mm-hmm.
And it was through doing that the Dominicans invited me to lunch, and then that's when they offered some space for me to work, so that I could get this altarpiece done for Rome.
Sure. Now, Dony, can you explain just exactly what the Anagoni room is?
But there's the Anagoni room in San Marco is it's a room which was decorated by Anagoni. It's a fascinating room in that we have some of Anagoni's earliest and latest frescoes. So you can see the start of his career and you can see the end of his career. But you can not only see these finished frescoes, but you can see the modellos, the small drawings, which are squared up, and then you can see the enlarged cartoons, and then you can see the finished pieces. So it's quite a spectacular space because you can see the full working process of a master, probably the last great Italian master.
Absolutely. Fantastic. I understand that many students felt deeply connected to the faith through the course of study they undertook with you, and this ultimately led to 9 of them converting to Catholicism, with you being a godfather to many. One of your most loyal students, as you have already mentioned him, Osama Tanimoto, and your friend and fellow sculptor Cody Swanson were baptized by the Archbishop of Florence in the Duomo. It must have been an incredible experience witnessing them coming to the faith. What do you think it was essentially that made them convert? And I know you've already explained Osama's story, but perhaps was there anybody else that you would like to explain how they, unraveled and perhaps came to the understanding that the fullness of sacred beauty could be found in the Catholic faith?
Well, I suppose essentially it was Christ who converted them. Our friendship, the Catechism of the Catholic Church, frequenting the sacraments together, and having a great time.
Lovely. Now, did you engage with catechesis with these initial students?
Yes, those who wanted to convert, like for instance, the first year was Cody and Alina, his wife. So basically, we went from cover to cover at the full catechism, not the condensed version, but the actual full catechism. We went from page 1 right to the end, so cover to cover, and that took about a year to do.
Yeah, I imagine.
So we met every Wednesday evening.
Great.
We had dinner in my place, and we basically spent the evening going through the catechism. So it was pretty thorough.
Sure.
And we did the same thing the next year with Cody's father and Osama.
Great. Now, so when you were going through catechism, were you reading and then perhaps stopping in and just talking a little bit about what that means? Is that the way you're going about the teaching?
Yeah, basically I would get them to study certain chapters over the week, and then we would unpack it the next week and go through any questions they had. So it's just to make sure that they knew exactly what they're getting involved in.
Sure. Now,
because a lot of people who convert kind of lose the plot after because they don't really know what they're converting to. But I just want to make sure that they know exactly what they're doing so that they get the most out of their faith.
Sure. And it is quite a process to be baptized as an adult to become Catholic, I understand. It's about a 2-year process, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it depends on how you approach it. I mean, we did it pretty intensely over a year each time. So, yeah, it depends on how it's done.
Sure. So just to clarify, Dony, a lot of listeners might not be aware who Cody is. So we're talking about Cody Swanson, who's a young sacred figurative sculptor who you came to find you when you were in Florence. You were studying at the Florence Academy of Art. Was that right?
He was studying in the Florence Academy of Art, and then he started teaching there when he graduated.
Okay.
Because he's a very, very talented sculptor, and we came in contact through, I don't know, I think he knew that I was Catholic from my work, and then he inquired about that and inquired about converting. through having conversations about faith and art. The idea of converting came up, so I got him in contact with a priest friend of mine, Father Robin Witherhill, and he helped himself and Alina come into the church, and I was supporting by doing the catechesis and being friends basically, and helping them along.
Sure. And that's really interesting, how Cody came to find you as well. And just going over that as well, Dony. So Cody was initially from Hawaii, is that right? And he came from a secular background.
He was born in Hawaii.
He was born in Hawaii, yeah, that's right.
And grew up there as a kid. And then when he was 18, I think he moved to Florence.
I see, sure. And you mentioned that Osamu had come from Japan from a secular background, is that right?
Yes, very secular background. So both of them came from very secular backgrounds. So it was quite phenomenal that they embraced the faith in such a dramatic way through the beauty of art.
Sure, absolutely. And as you mentioned, Cody's gone on to become an amazingly successful figurative artist. I believe he's known as the young Bernini, is that right?
Oh yeah, well he's certainly taking after Bernini. He's very much a neo-Baroque artist.
Yes, sure. Between 2003 and 2004, you studied marble carving at Accademia di Belle Arti di Firenze. Can you provide a brief overview of this school and whether its curriculum and philosophy is progressive or traditional?
Well, it's profoundly regressive as an institution. And I basically used it for access for their marble carving facilities, essentially.
Sure. So the school itself, it teaches sculpture, painting, drawing, just like a sort of a normal traditional academy?
No, not really. It's kind of like it's taken on the modern art school thing of not teaching you anything, basically.
Okay.
The odd teacher might teach you something, but it's very, very hands off. I found it very disappointing because it was closed for most of the year, essentially, which was really pathetic because basically the faculty couldn't be arsed going.
Is that right?
Yeah, they wouldn't bother coming. Like half the year the place would be closed because the curriculum was that way designed. So you had this magnificent building with all these facilities, and they were closed for half the year.
Yeah,
and
sure.
Then the half the year that they're meant to be teaching, a lot of the faculty wouldn't turn up, and they'd be late, or so it was quite a frustrating place to be honest. The main reason I was there was for the marble carving facilities, and any way I could help the students there to kind of navigate their way through the bullshit of the school,
Sure.
so that they could learn some real art by working together.
Sure. Now that's interesting because I understand that Antigone, you've mentioned him in the interview so far. He studied sculpture at the Accademia di Belle Arti in Firenze when he was around there during the 70s, I believe. It's interesting, Dony, though. Did you ever come across or think about the idea of going to Pietrasanta? Because I know that's where the original stone carvers are down there. Did that cross your mind at any point?
It did, but I'm not so interested in stone carving as to go to Pietrasanta, because I've spent a lot of time in Pietrasanta. I've spent 3 months in Pietrasanta working on that altarpiece.
Sure.
Actually, longer than that. But it's not a place I'm particularly interested in being in because it's so far away, and it's purely a kind of a technical place.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm not interested in technique for technique's sake. I'm more interested in the artistic end rather than just the technical end. So Florence was more interesting for me in that way.
Sure. Yeah, and it's so true what you're saying. the stone carvers in Pietrasanta, they're almost like a little community that haven't advanced in time. They're kind of stuck in, a pre-20th century kind of way of living. I mean, they're quarrying the marble from the mountain, and it's quite incredible. Did you ever visit the quarry there and see the marble and how it's actually quarried? I believe that's how Michelangelo got his marble for the David.
Yeah, it's still pretty much the same techniques. So it's, but it's interesting to see. But you can only get so much from being in a quarry and working in foundries and stuff like that. What happens in Pietrasanta and Carrara is very much technical translation of artworks. The artwork is brought there already made, and then they're transferred technically into bronze or technically into marble, and sometimes it's completely mechanical, like digital transformations. So they would take a sculpture that you basically design a sculpture in your studio in clay, and then it's scanned, and then it's carved in marble.
Oh, I see. Right.
So with the machine.
With the machine.
So that's how a lot of it's done now. So and that's how you get, if you had a lot of work to do and you didn't have time to carve it all yourself, or because it had to be done for next year or whatever it was, then they have to use these techniques. So to me, Carrara and Pietrasanta are very much places where my work could be translated into whatever medium is necessary. But the real artistic creativity happens in your studio, and wherever that is, whether it's Dublin or Florence or New York or wherever.
Sure. So I wasn't aware that they actually scanned the sculptures. I actually thought they were using the macchetta di punto to take the measurements and translate that to the marble block, and start carving by hand. I mean, I've seen them using the air chisels and such, but yeah, I wasn't aware that the actual computer was carving out the sculpture essentially.
Some of them do that. The more high tech studios have this computerized thing.
Sure.
But a lot of the other studios do use macchetta di punti, and they work it that way.
Sure, yeah. It's incredible as well, Dony, just to take a minute there to think about nowadays and age. We've got modern technology, we've got the air chisels and such, but to think back in the 15th century, the amount of work that must have been put into carving a figure out of sculpture, the amount of physical strain on the hands and wrists of just taking the hammer and bashing it into the marble essentially would have been just rigorous work. I mean, we don't really take time to appreciate that. It's almost unfathomable just to think about. I mean, how is that possible for someone to take a chisel and a stone and be able to carve a figure out of a block? It's fascinating.
Well, in a way, I understand it, because I have carved figure. I've carved a bust in marble, so I know what it's like, and it demands a whole different way of thinking, because it's purely subtractive.
Mm-hmm.
You can only go one direction, and that's forward. There's no reverse. So if you take a nose off, you take an ear off, or whatever, once it's done, it's done.
Yeah.
You can stick it back on, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
So it's so you have to develop a real respect for the marble, and so as to understand how far you can go. So that real respect for the form, because it takes so long to get to the surface, and when you get to the surface, you have to be really careful not to over carve. That demands a tremendous respect for form, so that your concentration on the form becomes very acute, and that really influences the way you think, which obviously for an artist it affects you the way you draw, because drawing is thinking for an artist. So if you sculpt in marble, that demands a tremendous amount of attention to the detail of the form, and that affects profoundly how you draw. And that's how you can see, like, for instance, Michelangelo's drawings are so pure and perfect in their form. And even the way he draws with the cross hatching, which is very particular to him, that is inspired by the chisels on the flesh of the marble. You can see the gradina, and they're like the toothed chisels. They create these cross hatching across the form, and that cross hatching across the form pops the form and gives it more rotundity and vibrancy. So you have this very concave surface which bursts with life, because concave forms are live forms. Convex forms are dead forms. So if you ever look at a corpse, there's so many concavities in a corpse, but in a real living body, it's all convex because the life is bursting out from within. So these are things you start to pick up when you carve marble.
That's fascinating. And as you mentioned, an unforgivable medium. If you were to go too far, you can glue it on, but essentially it's all or nothing in that regard when it comes to marble sculpture, from what I understand.
Yeah, the nearest people could really come to understand carving marble. It's a bit like watercolor. Once you put it down, you can't pull it up.
Sure.
Whereas modeling in clay is more like oil painting. You can put it down, you can pull it off, you can put it, so you have much more flexibility.
Great, that's a good analogy, a good way of thinking about it. Now, Dony, can I ask, now you're in Dublin and Ireland, and if you wanted to go ahead and create a marble sculpture and you wanted to purchase marble in bulk, how would you go about doing that?
I would imagine you would have to contact people in Carrara and get them to ship a block over to you. But I don't do that.
Yeah, sure.
If I was to do something, if I was to do a marble piece, I would design it here in clay and then ship it over and then translate it over there, or scan it and bring it over, and then then it could be carved roughly by a scanner, and then you'd finish it. So that's something you could do in marble.
Sure.
That's how a lot of marbles are done now.
Sure, yeah, because I have looked into suppliers of marble, and they are quite hard to find. So I think, as you mentioned, the wisest way to go about it would be to create the modello in your home, and then to transport that to Carrara or Pietrasanta, and then go through the process like you've explained.
Yeah, ideally that would be best to do your modello so that it's not too big, and then you can bring it with you, and then enlarge it there into full scale in clay, and then translate it through macchinetti di punti, or have it scanned and carved.
Sure. Now, some listeners might not be aware just exactly what the macchinetti di punti is. Dony, do you mind just explaining what it is?
Macchinetti di punti is basically it's difficult to explain without illustration, but it's like a metal framework which is placed on the original plaster or clay, and then lifted up and placed on the marble with the same 3 registration points to set it in, and then you take your measurements from one and you translate it to the other. And this is it's almost like join the dots in 3 dimensions.
Absolutely, sure, yeah. Now, in regards to the macchinetti di punti, a lot of people make them themselves, because I understand they're not really readily available to just purchase by some manufacturer. Is that right?
The actual device itself,
yeah,
I managed to buy one I bought it in Florence. I think I got it in Regacci.
Oh, okay.
On Via dei Servi. So it's just a block, a vice, and a point that moves in and out with the registration on it. And then you just attach that to whatever frame you have to build a frame for each piece that you're working on.
Sure.
So it's kind of complex to explain without illustration.
Interesting. Dony, can I ask as well, in regards to your materials as a sculptor, your chisels and such, are you using mainly just the same hardware that a builder or stone carver may work with, or is there specific sculptural tools available that you work with?
Yeah, the marble tools that I work with are pretty standard. Like you have the 1 point ungettos, which is basically for blasting off large lumps. And then you have different levels of grading. You have the three tooted chisel for the next level of carving, so you can start to create the turns and the forms with that. And then with the 5-toothed tool, you get to a much finer form carving, so you get much more detailed carving. And then you can work your way down to a kind of a blade of a tool, carving tool, so you get a total smooth surface. And then you can use rasps to carve into areas and different size rasps, and then right down to emery paper, like wet, the wet and dry
sandpaper.
Yeah.
Great. Now, do you enjoy the process yourself of marble carving, or do you find it too laborious?
No, I enjoy it, but I don't do a hell of a lot of it because there isn't a demand for it really. And I enjoy more than anything clay. My two favorite materials are the simplest materials on the planet, which is basically mud and burnt sticks.
Sure.
So for me, clay is my preferred medium for sculpture, because you need to find a medium that works at the pace at which you work, the pace of your mind.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
My ideas and the way I work is very fast, so I like to use a material that works at the speed I think. So clay, I find, moves at the pace of my thought. So I love to use just the cheap buff clay, grey buff. I find just perfect for me, and that's like I'm working on a 7-foot piece out the back, a 2-figure 7-foot composition for the Midlands in Ireland at the moment.
Wow.
And it's just grey buff, and it's cheap. I mean, it's under €10 a bag.
Okay.
So it's pretty good value. I mean, it's the cheapest clay you can get your hands on.
Sure.
And it does the job. And I just recycle every time. So I have buckets out the back, which are just like the clay I'm using at the moment. Is basically a sculpture I just finished 3 months ago, and I'm just recycling it.
Oh wow!
So it's great. It's very economical.
Sure.
I mean, you can recycle these sculptures for the rest of your life, essentially.
I've heard you mention that you love the humility of clay.
Yes, and charcoal. There's something really. It's like an alchemy. The whole challenge of turning something so base into something so mystical, to me is just a very special experience.
Sure.
And I was inspired to do that when I saw Bernini's sketches in Rome and in the Fog Museum in Harvard, which is the best collection of Bernini sketches in the world. In the Fog Museum, it was absolutely brilliant, outside of the Vatican. And just to see what he does with those little sketches, like some of the ones in the Fog Museum are is clay sketches for the angels on the Ponte San Angelo in Rome.
Okay.
And you just like the quickness of the twist of his thumb. And you can see his thumb print in the clay.
Oh wow!
And just the movement and the gesture of each finger across the slippery clay, and how he moves the forms so majestically. It's just magnificent to see. So they inspired me to work in that way. So Bernini sketches are probably the most pivotal thing. I'd say Pontormo's drawing of in Santa Felicita of the Angel Gabriel and Bernini sketches are probably the two most pivotal works that inspired my career.
Beautiful. Moving on. Digressing back to the Accademia di Belle Arti di Firenze, you must have really enjoyed your time there as you came back to continue studying marble carving between 2007 and 2008. Can you explain why you returned?
Well, essentially, I returned for the marble carving and to help the local artists, the Florentine artists, to kind of navigate the BS of that school, and to try and appreciate the great masters that were there. Because there were Florentine students there that they thought I was crazy coming back from Dublin and New York to Florence. They thought I was totally mad, and I was trying to help them understand that Florence is a very beautiful place and the art there is fantastic. And they just were kind of worn out. They're tired of the beauty of the great masters. And what didn't help was, they had David Hockney coming to the Accademia delle Arti di Firenze to give lectures on his idea of this camera obscura idea that he had. And he's saying that, the great masters really didn't draw, they just used the camera obscura. I mean, the camera obscura is used by some artists, but the ability to draw was the most important thing. And drawing as a means of contemplation, a means of penetration of life and reflecting, drawing as a way of thinking and deeply thinking in a deeply philosophical and theological way through the means of drawing is a concept so outside of David Hockney's understanding that he had no capacity to understand the great masters of Michelangelo and Leonardo. And to hear him give a lecture to these students, and then those students idolizing this pop artist and taking in this poisonous understanding or lack of understanding of the great masters was just so much. I just couldn't take it. It was just so pathetic to see. And you can see how these young artists are poisoned by this relativistic, complete ignorance of the masters.
Sure.
And that's something I wanted to address by helping these students and developing the Sacred Art School of Firenze.
And that's incredible to think that, David Hockney was in the birthplace of the Renaissance, actually advocating that, in fact, the masters didn't go ahead and draw, from freehand observation. They were using the camera obscura to trace. Did you actually meet him? Did you have a chat with him?
No. It was a good job I didn't, because I would have probably strangled him on the spot. Really, there's nothing. Well, actually, there is one thing that was worse than that, and that was the Accademia, the Galleria Accademia, which is next door to the Accademia delle Arti di Firenze. And that is the home of the greatest number of Michelangelo sculptures in the world, including David and the prigionieri, the prisoners. Now, there was an exhibition mounted there. The director of that gallery was a tutor of mine in the Accademia delle Arti di Firenze, and he was a modernist.
Okay.
Who was flirting with the galleries in New York, trying to be relevant and trying to get in with the art world in New York. And in doing that, he decided to have an exhibition of Mapplethorpe and Michelangelo together. By putting Mapplethorpe's homoerotic pornography beside Michelangelo's sculptures, so as to reduce Michelangelo to basically a pornographer, and elevating Mapplethorpe, who was a talented photographer, but the subject matter of his work was like, just unbelievably sick. Hardcore pornography. And to put this beside Michelangelo's work was the greatest insult you could possibly give to Michelangelo.
Absolutely.
Because Michelangelo was an extraordinarily talented artist, deeply spiritual artist, deeply devout.
Absolutely.
And to reduce him to a homoerotic pornographer is totally inexcusable. And for the director of that gallery to do that, to better his chances of navigating the art world in New York is absolutely sick.
Yeah,
it's complete prostitution of the greatest master of all time.
Did you
things like that really get my goat?
Sure. Did you manage to speak with him?
No, I didn't.
Sure. Now, whilst in Florence, you befriended the directors of the three main art academies there, Daniel Graves, Michael John Angel, and Charles Cecil. For listeners who aren't aware, these gentlemen are household names in the revival of academic art training. They once all worked together as one school, however they eventually parted ways and founded their own schools, which vary slightly in their approach to teaching. I understand you interviewed each of them separately. It was your ultimate hope to get them to come together so you could record a group interview whereby they discussed the similarities and differences of their schools. However, they refused. Can you paraphrase some of the discussions you had and your intentions in producing the interviews with the gentlemen?
Well, essentially it all came about after getting to know these guys bit by bit. I was talking to a friend of mine who's an Italian journalist, and he thought it would be an interesting thing to do this documentary. So we got this cameraman from Rai TV, the Italian Rai TV television, national television, and we shot this documentary. So we went around to each of the studios, interviewing each of the directors and students and trying to capture the techniques and the differences between the different schools and so on. And part of the plan I had was that after going through the different schools, that we get the three faculty to come together, the three founders to come together and discuss their techniques in an open forum with an audience of all their students from the different schools. I thought it'd be a very interesting piece of art historical of interest art historically, and how the figurative tradition can move forward.
Sure.
In a contemporary setting. But unfortunately, they all declined the offer to have this discussion, which was a real shame because it would have been a beautiful culmination to the documentary. And because they refused to do that and refused to help fund the video, the whole project never came to fruition. It's a shame.
So did you actually end up going around and doing the separate interviews?
Yes, we covered so it's all in the can essentially. But unfortunately, the schools, they used bits of footage for their own web pages and stuff like that, but no finished documentary came to fruition because we just didn't have the funds to do it.
So there's no way of actually watching that footage at all?
No, unless somebody commissions it.
Sure, yeah. Now, it's interesting thinking about the three schools in Florence, and some people say that there is some rivalry that goes on between them. Now, and there is speculation as to why initially the gentlemen split from all being in that initial one school. into three separate schools. Now, do you believe the reason that they initially separated was due to the ideological differences they had for their schools?
I think it might be that and a combination of personal issues. So I wouldn't venture to say what because you hear different stories, and I think it's better that they speak for themselves.
Sure.
But essentially what it ended up is they have these differing techniques. So, for instance, Charles would emphasize sight size, Charles Cecil. John Angel would be mainly kind of comparative measurement, from what I understand, and bar drawings and stuff like that. And Daniel Graves would bring in more anatomy. He'd have a sculpture department, which would do anatomy as well. So they all have different strengths. But essentially, yeah, they would specialize in different tools, as it were. And for instance, that's one of the reasons I founded the school, the Sacred Art School Firenze, because I wanted to create a school which went a lot further into Florence, for instance, because these schools that they set up are pretty much French academic ateliers. They're born from the French academic structure,
sure.
Which is kind of a 19th century calcification of artistic technique. So it's where artistic techniques of the great masters over the years were calcified into this almost scientific reductionist approach to art. And what I see in the French academic is this kind of it's this reduction of art to technique. For instance, there was a great exhibition in Manhattan when I was a student there. I think it was 2000. It was an exhibition called From Velázquez to Manet. What the French learned from the Spanish. Okay. I thought it was a fascinating exhibition because the one salon was all French or all Spanish masters, and then the next salon was all French masters.
Oh, that would have been great to see, yeah.
Oh, it was a great show. And the thesis of the show was that it was all about what the French learned from the Spanish. Now, if you go there with a Catholic mindset and an understanding of where this culture comes from, what I saw was the complete opposite to what the curator was trying to prove. Because what I saw was not what the French learned from the Spanish, it was what the French didn't learn from the Spanish. And that was that what they took from the Spanish masters was a veneer of technique.
Right.
But they completely dropped the ball with regard to the spirit of the work.
Yes, yeah.
So what they did was they took the technique, but they ripped the soul out of it. And that's a direct result of the French Revolution and the whole Enlightenment, inverted commas, movement, where art was reduced. The scientific reductionist approach reduced art to a science. To a technique, so that are a series of techniques. Now, mind you, there were great advances in techniques. For instance, Bouguereau is a perfect example of a master painter who had extraordinary technique, but there's a soullessness to a lot of French academic work. It's very cold. It leaves you cold because it doesn't have that the continuity, as Italians call it, is kind of like a deep spiritual sense. So this is what I wanted to create in the Accademia di Belle Arti, in the Sacred Art School Firenze, was to create not just a school of art which penetrated the beautiful Christian humanism of the Florentine masters, but on top of that, create an interpretive center in which people could come and understand the great masters
Sure.
In their full Christian humanistic sense, whereas these schools weren't even entering into the Florentine school. They were like stuck in the 19th century with the French academics.
Sure, yeah.
The irony is also that they would slag me, and their students would say, "Oh, what are you doing with the Sacred Art School? That's very small-minded. That's very." And I said, "No, you don't understand. It's much more ample, because through having a Sacred Art School, what you're giving it is an opportunity to look to Christ, who reveals man to man. It's the fullness of humanity is revealed by Christ, and by having him as the fulcrum, and to see man from that perspective, when you have Christ as the fulcrum, you can come to him and to understand humanity from every angle, with every technique and every style, and from every period of art history, and you're coming to the same truths. So it's much more freeing,
sure,
to engage in the truth on that level.
Absolutely. That's fascinating hearing you speak of that, Dony. And you mentioned that your school wasn't received well, perhaps by the big three schools in Italy?
Charles came to the opening, which is nice, but and the others were invited. But it's no big deal. I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't take any of these things personally. As far as I'm concerned, the most important thing is that people have the opportunity to understand these great artists in their context.
Sure.
And that Christ has to be brought into any understanding of art history, in particularly the history of Florence.
Sure.
I mean, all you have to do is look at the city to realize that Christ is the center of the city. The Duomo is the center of the city. Everything culminates in the Duomo. And to miss that point is like to go to let's say the Angel Academy, and to spend 2 or 3 years in the basement of a building, drawing bark drawings or copying still lifes in a basement of a building in Florence, and doing this from 9 to 5 every day, is absolutely absurd. I mean, why go to Florence to draw in a basement? You could do that in Calgary, or you could do that in Kathmandu. You don't have to go to Florence to draw in a basement.
Sure.
So if you go to Florence, you see the great masters. You engage in the great works that are there.
Absolutely.
And you draw directly from them.
Yeah, right.
And you try and study and participate in the liturgy that gave birth to this work.
Absolutely.
It's absurd.
Yeah. No, that's interesting hearing you say that. It is such a sort of underground thing, almost going into your little bubble, your little cave, and working on bark drawings or cast drawings for 4 years, and then missing really the great art that's available to you outside your doorstep, essentially.
It doesn't make any sense. It's basically using the name of Florence to sell your school, whereas the school could be anywhere. These schools could be anywhere. Sure.
That's interesting. And Dony, it was really fascinating hearing you talk about the kind of coldness of the French academic tradition, and it's true when you look at the bark drawings and the actual academic curriculum, the way that it's laid out, it is very clinical, very scientific, and you've spent a considerable amount of time in Florence, and I believe you would become more familiar with the idea of disegno. Now, how would you go about explaining what essentially disegno is?
Well, disegno is Italian for design, and it's kind of, you could play around with it. I mean, Dio Zegno is like the sign of God. Dio Zegno. But disegno is basically a means of understanding the world. It's to draw from the world. It's an act of observation, contemplation, but it's also an act of projection and abstraction. Sure. So it has a lot of meaning, but disegno is like the essence. Like 90% of any artwork is drawing.
Mm-hmm.
So drawing is the most fundamental thing for an artist to do.
Absolutely.
Like for instance, I designed an altarpiece there recently for the headquarters of the Knights of Malta here in Dublin, and it was a triptych altarpiece, and essentially, 90% of it was composed through the drawing. So the drawing in the three compositions that were circling the altar, all the perspective in each of these compositions drew you into the central tabernacle, which was on the altar. And then all the light source of each of the compositions came from the Holy Spirit in the center of the main panel, and that shone on both the adjacent panels. So that subconsciously, when you look at these three images, you don't even realize while you're looking at them, but all the perspectives bring you into the real presence of Christ in the Blessed Sacrament. And all the light sourcing in each of the paintings brings you to the Holy Spirit as the protagonist of light in each of the compositions. So it's this level of composition that you can communicate, and it's only possible to compose works like that if you think liturgically, if you think with a sacred understanding, that you can compose works like this. And then all that really had to be done after that was to paint it. And I went to New York and I worked with two very talented painters, Adam Miller and Rob Zeller.
Yeah.
And we composed that piece together, or we finished the piece together. And that's on my webpage as well.
Sure.
So it's just to understand that drawing is so crucial.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And that sounds so theatrical, the kind of basis of that work, kind of Bernini-esque.
Yes, yeah. I suppose there was the main inspirations for that piece were actually a competitor of Bernini. Algardi was the inspiration for the middle panel.
Okay.
And the one on the left was inspired by Visitations by I think it's Carracci, and the other the Decapitation was inspired by Preti and Caravaggio.
Okay, lovely. Moving forward, you travelled back to Dublin in 2004 to establish the Irish Academy of Figurative Art, which you maintained for over 3.5 years. What compelled you to want to establish an academy in your hometown?
Well, there are two main reasons. One, out of a desperate need for like-minded community of artists, which I missed profoundly from Florence because I had to leave Florence. The second reason was, to give Ireland an opportunity to catch up with the figurative revival that was happening all over the rest of the Western world. Hopefully to help bring people closer to the truth and goodness through a common passion for beauty. Now, I had difficulties, as you know, in NCAD, which is the main art school. But the two other art institutions, the RHA, the Royal Hibernian Academy, they didn't want to, they just started an art school at that stage, an art academy. And they were very excited. One of their faculty asked me to come and have lunch with him and showed him my work, what I was doing. He was really excited about all the things I learned in New York over the 2 years and over the 3 years in Italy. And he said that I'd be perfect for the faculty to teach in this new academy in Dublin. So I went to the RHA to offer my services, and the guy just blacklisted me because he just didn't like my religious work, in particular image of Saint Escriva, because he was an Opus Dei and I was an Opus Dei at the time. So they just had no time for anybody who was serious about their Catholic faith, essentially. I would probably contaminate their organization. So, and I've been warned by people in there that they have the knives out for me because I'm an Opus Dei, or was an Opus Dei. So these are things that make it very difficult to to be in Ireland as an artist with the direction of my life. And the other thing was the Arts Council. They denied me funding for any development of my own work or for setting up a school. They didn't, because of the religious content of my work. So, and on top of that, actually, I did manage to find a studio, and that studio applied for funding because it needed extra funding because it was in difficulty. So the director of that studio asked me to hand in my portfolio so that he could prove the quality of artists that were in the studio. And I told him, look, the Arts Council have it out for me. And he said, no, I like your work. I think they would support us if you were in my studio. I said, they don't like me at all, but he decided to use my portfolio. And of course, not only did they not get an increase in grant, but they were actually denied any grant that year, which meant that the studio had to close down. So this guy, the director, went in to find out why they denied him the funding, and the guy pulled out my portfolio and said, you have Dony MacManus in the studio.
Right.
And that was the reason he gave. It's unbelievable prejudice. Not only against me, but anybody who helped me.
Yeah.
That's how nasty it is. And that's what you have to put up with sometimes, you know?
Yeah, sure. And that's fascinating, Dony, as well, because to my understanding, Ireland is a Catholic, mainly the faith in Ireland is Catholic, right? Irish Catholic. Is that right?
Yeah, well, there's nothing more anti-Catholic than a lapsed Catholic, full of lapsed Catholics right now.
Is that right? So this...
Yeah. So, but there's nothing, they're like, you can't find more, like, other people be indifferent. Like, New York was fantastic. People were so open to my understanding of things. But in Dublin, God, you'd be ripped apart. So that gives you an idea. There's nothing more anti-Catholic than a lapsed Catholic.
Sure. And what was the particular resentment, or perhaps, or hatred against Opus Dei when they found out that you were an Opus Dei member? What's that about?
It's the same thing. Opus Dei is it's a very loyal, very conservative part of the Catholic Church. So obviously anybody who's a lapsed Catholic would have a lot of issues with Opus Dei because it's kind of like, I suppose it's a strong element. It's a strong manifestation of Catholicism.
Absolutely, sure. Now, I understand the school, that is the Academy of Figurative Art, the Irish Academy of Figurative Art, was very much academically based and therefore didn't really touch upon sacred art. Can you explain the curriculum you propagated and whether or not you had additional staff helping you teach?
Yeah, the faculty were basically, they were the only Irish graduates from the New York Academy of Art at that time. So there was Donald Murray and Conan McCabe and myself. And then I had a few classes from different people. Thomas Ryan, he was actually the president of the RHA for 11 years.
Oh, okay.
He was teaching in the school, which is great, but unfortunately, actually I did a bust of him once and entered it into an exhibition in the RHA, and I was refused. It was kind of ironic that they actually refused a bust of the person who actually built the building that we were in.
Again, do you think that was because it was coming from you?
Absolutely, because would you risk refusing a bust of the past president of your organization?
Yeah, that's strange, isn't it?
And you're risking insulting him just for the sake of insulting me.
Right.
It's just like it's beyond belief how aggressive some of these people are.
Now, eventually, you decided to leave the academy to the remaining faculty and the students, who totaled over 100. Why did you feel a need to part ways with the academy?
Well, essentially, I was going mad. Physically, mentally, spiritually, needed to return to Florence. It was something that I just had to do. I mean, I really needed to be in Florence, and I did not want to be here. But I was kept here by my superiors in Opus Dei, unfortunately, for 3.5 years, which was dangerous, basically, to me mentally. So eventually, people started to realize what was going on, and I was told to go back, so I went back. And that's, I suppose, all those conversions and baptisms in Florence were really the fruit of that sacrifice, I suppose.
Sure. Now, do you maintain ties with the Academy today?
Which academy is that?
That's the Irish Academy of Figurative Art.
Oh, the Irish Academy of Figurative Art, that died of death when I left Dublin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's no longer around.
No.
Oh, wow.
No. Yeah, it's basically, you can't expect others to see, feel, or do what you because like it was my vision, I suppose. It's a profoundly personal thing, and I can't expect others to continue something without me being there. So that's the way these things happen.
Yeah. It's interesting to note that the Irish Academy of Figurative Art was launched at the same time you won the Game Piece commission for the N4 motorway. I understand you put up 3 posters in 3 different art stores in Dublin, and within 2 weeks you had 50 students sign up who were yearning for technical training. This put tremendous pressure on you, and consequently you designed the game piece in 1.5 hours due to time restraints. It sounded like this was an extremely busy period for you. Can you reminisce this time?
Well, I suppose it was essentially, at that time I was doing a lot of designs of compositions for different competitions, and I would put a lot of time into them. But for this one, I had very little time because I found it under my bed, last minute design. So I just banged out this very simple, meaning-less composition. Of course, it won because it was meaningless.
Yeah, sure.
So I had to realize it. So the school came in at the same time. It started developing at the same time as I won this commission. So I decided to get a foundry to enlarge it for me. And they said they had no problem enlarging it. So they did enlarge it, but they totally screwed up the enlargement. And that was very disappointing because the design I had was quite nice, even though it was a simple, abstract piece. But the enlargement was so poor that I was just really, really disappointed with the piece. But I had to work with what I had, and then it was put up on the motorway, and it's now outside the headquarters of the Westmeath County Council.
That's right. Yeah. So while all this is going on, you've got 50 students coming in that basically you need to start teaching. So did you have the curriculum ready, or did you have to design it as you were going?
I had a fair idea what the curriculum was. So I just basically it was drawing, painting, artistic anatomy, crochet. So it's pretty straightforward, and sculpture.
Sure. As mentioned previously, St. John Paul's letter to artists had a tremendous impact on you. In fact, in 2009, while still living in Florence, you called together a number of Catholic artists for a discussion on the renewal of artistic culture. As you've stated, quote, "We went through the Pope's letter together. We unpacked the whole thing, and just as I was finishing the last page, I saw the date and said to myself, my God, it's exactly 10 years ago today that this was written," unquote. What an exciting experience that discussion would have been. Can you explain who the artists were that attended the discussion and what the overall outcome was?
Well, it's hard to, recall exactly who was there, but I think 2 of my godsons, Osamu and Cody, might have been there, and an Australian painter called Clemens Fuchs
Okay.
and maybe Canadian painter Martino Correra.
Yep.
And the outcome of the whole thing really was the Sacred Art School Firenze.
So basically, what you'd done is you got together, you read through the letter, and you had a discussion as to what could we do about that. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. That was the plan. It was a real shock to see that the date was exactly to the day that it was written. Very, very strange experience.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
But it's experiences like that help you realize that God's in control.
Sure,
this is his
absolutely,
plan,
absolutely. Yeah. Also, whilst in Florence, you ran the Florence Friday Forum for 4 years, whereby you called artists to come to your studio and discuss issues related to being a traditional artist in an art world which rejects such ideals. As well as this, the artists would sometimes critique each other's work. The main ideas you discussed during these forums revolved around 2 points: the art schools and the secular art academies, which didn't advance culture as the former advances without tradition, and the latter is ultimately trying to go back in time. Can you recall these forums and provide further information as to the nature of the discussions?
Well, they were very interesting forums in which we had all these different artists from all over the world coming to discuss their work. And they have many different backgrounds, different modernists and traditionalists. And it was just a great opportunity to dialogue with each of these people and to find out what their ideas were and to critique each other in a very open and generous way.
Right.
Over wine and food. And it was just a great way to understand. It was a great way to listen to contemporary artists and see where we could come to understand things deeper together and introduce a Christian context. Try and bring contemporary artists in dialogue with the faith. Just as John Paul asked in the letter.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's great that you were able to actually initiate that, Dony, as well. So you're not just saying that, we're traditionalists, we don't want anything to do with the avant-garde. You're saying, hey, avant-garde, why don't you have a look at the secular art and kind of use your vision, to serve Christ, essentially.
Well, the main idea is forward in tradition. That's really the motto of the school. And I suppose what I wanted to do is to communicate to this audience that, look, modern art schools like to go forward without tradition, and then these traditional art academies want to go backwards in tradition. But neither of these transform culture. The only way to transform culture is to go forward in tradition. It's in the tension of forward in tradition.
Sure.
It's the tension of that contradiction that creates great art, because you're steeping yourself, you're having the courage to steep yourself, or the humility to steep yourself in the tradition.
Absolutely.
And understand all the great masses as best you can, and then have the courage to move forward with that knowledge. That is transformational. That's where you become an artist of substance. And we can see that throughout history, that the greatest art is produced in that way. And as long as we retreat into our little caves of regression or progression, there's no real advance.
That's great advice, Dony. During your time in Florence, you decided to embark on another master's which concerned architecture, art and liturgy at l'Università degli Studi Europei di Roma at the Pontifical Athenaeum Regia Apostolorum. I understand that artists Jason Arkles, Martino Correa and Cody Swanson also undertook the master's with you, which you came to complete in 2010. Can you provide a summary of your training and the benefits you received from completing the program?
Well, it was an intense master's taught in Italian, which I convinced a good number of artists in Florence to join me in. My objective was to put on paper and witness to a wider academic audience my thesis, which was the necessity of a sacred arts school today, which won me the highest grade, thank God. We covered the history and significance of the Judeo-Christian liturgical ideas through art and architecture in class and on site visits all over Italy and France. Having Michael Lang, who was the personal advisor to Pope Benedict XVI in liturgy at the time, as my personal tutor was an extraordinary privilege, which I took great advantage of in developing my vision for the service of the liturgy in continuity, not rupture, as emphasized in the Spirit of the Liturgy by Cardinal Ratzinger in 2000.
Sure. So that's interesting. So you actually learnt of the masters, and then you called up a number of artists that you were asking, would you like to do this with me? Is that how you went about it?
Yes, I found out about it at the masters, and then I said I said to the people who were organizing it that I could get a bunch of artists maybe from Florence to join me. So I said, so they sent up one of their faculty to meet in my studio in San Marco. And I had about, I think it was 15 different artists from all over Florence who were interested in seeing what this was about. And 7 of them signed up.
Wow.
And they joined me for the Masters, going up to Rome every 2 weeks, for 2 days every 2 weeks for a year, which is pretty impressive. So we were the biggest body of artists. I think there was about 54 people in the class, but 7 coming from Florence was a substantial. And these are very talented artists as well. I mean, top of their game.
Absolutely, that's fascinating. And I understand it was a bit of a journey every couple of weeks. You have to catch the train really early in the morning into Rome. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. Fantastic. You're very well informed.
So just in regards to your thesis there, the necessity of a sacred art school, what were some of the ideas that you discussed in your thesis?
Well, what I wanted to cover mainly was the lack of understanding within contemporary artistic practice of, first of all, the techniques, which are covered by some of these ateliers, but those techniques in the context of where these techniques came from. So, I mean, drawing the human body for its own sake is one thing, but to understand why the body became such an important aspect in Western art, for instance, through the influence of St. Francis and the stress of the humanity of Christ, which gave us Giotto, who emphasized the anatomy and perspectival space so as to help us to engage in the humanity of Christ as a anatomical figure within perspectival space. So we can almost touch him and that he becomes real and within our space. So it's to have the philosophical and theological content, the thought from which the drawing came from.
Sure.
Drawing is thought. And so I wanted to re-engage in art as thinking, and then use the capacity to think as an artist to enter into the history of art and to bring forward what's relevant today. Now, because there's such a fracture in our understanding of art history, people don't understand where drawing and painting and sculpture comes from, essentially.
Sure.
And how it developed. And if we understand how it developed and why it developed, then we will have access to the ideas from which it came from.
Right. Fantastic.
Otherwise, we're just taking this superficial cut and paste, and no culture can be produced by cut and paste. You can't say you understand Shakespeare by cutting and pasting it into your own laptop. No, you have to read it and enter into it at the deepest level, have it transform your person. And then you will start to scrape the surface of what it means. But to copy and paste, you're just wasting your time.
Yeah, sure.
And that's what's happening in contemporary art education.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. That's fascinating. And yeah, and you've done really well for your final mark based on that paper.
Thank God. Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Digressing back to the Sacred Art Studio, I understand it was quite successful. So much so that the Archbishop of Florence, Giuseppe Cardinal Bottori, visited and asked you to personally found a diocesan sacred art school in Florence based on your studio practice. You took Cardinal Bottori up on the offer, and with the help of funds from donors including the Chamber of Commerce and the Bank of Florence, you co-founded a school in 2011. The school's mission is inspired by the teaching of St. John Paul II's theology of the body, and in response to Pope Benedict XVI's call for a renewal in a liturgy. The slogan for the school, as you have mentioned, is Forward in Tradition, which was inspired by Cardinal Ratzinger's Spirit of the Liturgy, whereby he speaks of the notion of continuity, not rupture. The slogan ultimately means steep yourself in tradition and have the courage to bring that forward. Can you explain more about how this slogan plays out in a sacred art school? For instance, art progressing forward without tradition, is fairly easily achieved. All one needs to do is subscribe to the contemporary art world's pressures of being original. However, progressing forward in tradition is challenging, as essentially an artist must die to his or herself by sacrificing their vocation for the glory of God. Essentially, the artist then becomes the medium, and God is the artist who communicates through them. In other words, God is the artist and you become his paintbrush. The world can be considered the canvas. Making such a sacrifice requires maturity and discipline. Do you care to comment on this idea of moving forward in tradition? Now, you have done this somewhat. Perhaps would you like to expand more on the idea of how being a sacred artist can initiate this process?
Well, I suppose the most important thing for an artist, from my understanding and experience, is that you have to listen deeply with your eyes. Really, really listen deeply and enter into the mystery of being. And by doing that, you start to grasp the essence of being. And then have the courage to dialogue with that in an open and generous way, not in a formulaic way, just projecting your ideology or whatever. No, use your eyes to enter into the tradition, into the contemporary world, and to try and understand who you are in the world and in the context of history and time. So it's time and space, entering into time and space through drawing. And then through that gradually emerges your own understanding bit by bit. So essentially it takes a certain amount of humility just to let yourself go into the hands of the Holy Spirit and let him guide you along the way.
That's a beautiful idea, Dony. The Sacred Art School's mission is essentially to teach and produce artists who will create both devotional and liturgical work in service of the Church. Can you explain the process of beginning the school and what it took to make it realized? Now, I understand essentially the Sacred Art School, what it is, and do correct me if I'm wrong, Dony, it's an expansion of the Sacred Art Studio. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So how did anything change perhaps in the process of going from studio into school?
It was quite a rocky start, as it was taken from my control 3 times in 3 months. The last time was permanent, as the treasurer of the school managed to arrest all control of the school through his legal friends, leaving me completely at his mercy. I struggled to retain as much control of the vision as I could over 2 years, up to the death of my father back in Dublin, forced me to leave the school and to look after my mum at home alone. where I've been ever since.
So it's interesting to think as well that the school itself puts an emphasis on depiction of the human figure, with students learning the anatomy of bones and muscles, just as Leonardo da Vinci did 5 centuries ago. Also, sculpture, woodwork, and goldsmithing, as well as art history and liturgy, are offered to students. In the beginning, did you change the curriculum from that which was offered in your studio, or was it pretty much a direct replica?
My concentration was always being on drawing of the human body as the subject. 90% of all art, visual art, is drawing. So to draw is to think visually. The human body is the grammar of the incarnation. All that matters most in life and death. Upon these 2 fundamental pillars depends all visual art of consequence. I set my godsons Cody Swanson as head of sculpture and Osamu in painting, so as to celebrate the young talented artists of faith in those more prestigious positions, while I steered the boat really from in the background through the foundational formation in drawing, from the nude reinforced by anatomy studies and conceptually founded on the theology of the body of John Paul II. The fountain of the formation I set was set out above.
Interesting. So you actually had Cody come in as head of sculpture and Osamu as head of painting.
Yes, so the whole idea was to celebrate these younger artists, so that the school was not like the other schools, because I didn't want the school to be named after myself. I didn't want it to be celebrating myself. I wanted to celebrate the future generation of artists. Essentially, I wanted to create a school where great artists could be celebrated and move forward. And I thought that this would be a great witness to young artists coming up to see a school founded by an artist to celebrate artists of the future, younger artists. And it would be a witness to how artists need to be humble to push forward the next generation and not to be all about themselves. Now, I was a bit naive, I suppose, because I might have been too humble, because by making the school so little about myself and so much about the next generation, it made it extremely easy to hijack. And that's exactly what happened.
Sure.
So I did this because I thought I could trust certain individuals. But the betrayal was royal in this case, because I made myself super vulnerable in order to make this really a sacred art school, not about me, but about the next generation. And by making myself super vulnerable, it became too much of a temptation for this person to hijack the school. And it's a real tragedy.
Yeah, and it's such a selfless idea as well, Dony. A lot of art schools, as you mentioned, take the or ateliers, academies, they take the name of the founder or the director of the school, but to hand it over and ultimately to say to yourself, well, it's not about me. This is really a Christ-centered school, if you will. That's just lovely, such a selfless thing to do. But as you've mentioned as well, it puts you more in a vulnerable state. And also, I was quite interested in the idea of how liturgy ties in with the practical nature of the training.
Yes, I think it's really, really important. Liturgy is like not so much studied, but lived. You have to really live the liturgy in order for it to come out in your work. In order to create liturgical art, you have to think liturgically. Right.
Yeah, absolutely. So did you used to get involved in catechesis in the actual school, or how was the spiritual formation of students developed?
Well, we had a priest who was teaching, Don Bernardo. He was teaching liturgy, which was great, and scripture. And I was teaching was really in that area was really the theology of the body in my life drawing classes.
Sure. How would you say the Sacred Art School differs from other popular art academies in Florence?
It differs profoundly. The most common attack that other art schools in Florence is that our focus was very narrow, sacred art. The exact opposite was the case. Having Christ as the fulcrum of our understanding liberates us from petty styles and techniques on which our identity would otherwise depend, as can be seen in other schools. One specializes in sight size, another in comparative measurement, etc. But we have Christ as the fulcrum, the fullness of revelation. God reveals man to man, Gaudium et Spes 22. Then we can approach this from the central truths of the incarnation from every conceivable angle. Visual language, cultural background, technique or style, and be personally magnified in our understanding of ourselves, others, and God himself through our drawing of the human body.
It's a beautiful notion, Dony, and it's strange because majority of the schools that are resurrecting this kind of academic training, are secular. There aren't a lot of sacred art schools out there. Have you come across many in your time?
I haven't encountered very many sacred art schools. There's Tony Visco has a sacred art atelier in Philadelphia, but I haven't seen that many others. That was the reason I started it, because it was the only one I knew at the time, was the one I was starting. So that's why I founded it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have founded it.
Sure. Now, I understand you are no longer affiliated with the Sacred Art School today. Would you like to explain your resignation from the art school?
Unfortunately, the school in Florence has been appropriated by an Italian lawyer. It still functions as a sacred art school, but I no longer can say that I have any influence on the institution. As long as that lawyer is in charge of the school, I will not be able to return. Betrayal on this level is very destructive, and it has cost me greatly, both financially and humanly, to separate myself from the school so as to protect my good name.
That's quite a loss on your behalf, Dony. To have the school completely taken out of your control. How did you go about, I suppose, functioning during that period of your life?
Well, a betrayal on that level is quite astonishing. I've recounted the vulnerability that I created, that I put myself in by putting everybody in more powerful positions than myself, and then to have all that swept from under my feet by the person who was there to help me set up the school really was so traumatic that I'm still reading from it today. It's a very difficult thing to understand, how somebody could take advantage of somebody in such a vulnerable position, and a person who puts themselves in that position, risking your whole career, the 40 years of your life that you invested in this vision, has been put on the table and has been completely stolen from you. So it's a very difficult thing to understand, and I still don't understand it. I forgive everybody involved, but I haven't been asked for forgiveness, which is the sad thing. And I suppose the only way of really sorting it out is that I'd be given back my school.
So are you allowed to teach in a school, Dony?
Yes, they want me to teach. They want me to do this, that, and the other. But you have to be very careful with people like this. Somebody who has the capacity to do that to you can do anything to you. And if you don't have trust, you really have nothing to work with. So I'm very suspect of them wanting me to be involved in the school, because I've had parents contacting me shortly after I left the school in great concern, asking me, why am I not in the school? And I explained to them the situation. And they say that, well, the school says that you're teaching, and the fact is I'm not teaching. So I tell them. So the school was using me to get students, even though I wasn't in the school. So I had to detach myself completely from the school, which is a very difficult thing. It's almost like a divorce. It's like moving away from your house and your family and your kids.
Sure.
And it's a very traumatic thing to go through. And having to remove all my work from the school, all those drawings, the large drawings of the Pontormo, they're all in storage in my studio here. It cost me $7,000 to ship everything out of the country. And that was, I had to pay for that. And that was to protect my name from being used. So I've gone through a tremendous expense as well as trauma to deal with this issue. So yeah, it's an extremely difficult thing to deal with, because it propelled me out of school, out of Florence, out of Opus Dei, because the guy who betrayed me, who took over the school, was my superior in Opus Dei as well. So there was a betrayal by my brother, my spiritual brother and superior. So that was a major trauma. And so my father died at the same time, and Pope Benedict resigned. So there was a lot of major difficulties that year.
Sure. Do you consider yourself affiliated with the school at all today? I mean, when people mention the Sacred Art School, do you consider yourself as still one of the co-founders?
I don't know how to see myself with regard to the school. I mean, it was born in my studio. It was born from my practice. It came essentially from who I am and what I do. But it's hard to identify with it today because of this guy taking it from me. It's very, very difficult to, because I can't trust the school as long as that person is in charge. It's just basic. It's basic humanity. I mean, it's just the way things are.
Sure. Now, if there was a offer made to you to return back to the school as a teaching position, do you think today that you would consider it?
No, as long as that person's in charge. No, I couldn't.
Okay.
Because I know how dangerous it is. I mean, when you're dealing with somebody like that, you're putting at risk your own mental well-being.
Sure.
It's easy just to be in the presence of somebody like that is very destructive.
Sure.
Because you know what they've done, and you know they're not repentant. It's just extremely dangerous. It's very difficult to understand betrayal on that level if you haven't experienced it.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still in disbelief that it's happened.
Sure.
It's that traumatic. I still find it hard to believe that it happened.
Yeah, that's quite a loss there, Dony, and I'm sorry that you had to experience that.
Most people are. I think everybody is, except very few.
Moving on. One day, whilst you were walking down the town square in Florence, you notice a crowd of youth who had a spray can in hand and were vandalizing a historical sculpture. This makes for quite an interesting story. Would you care to explain it?
Well, that was that was kind of strange. That was in my first period in Florence. I was just walking down the road and I saw these kids spraying this sculpture with red spray paint, and I just literally saw red. I was just so annoyed. I just marched up to them, grabbed the can out of the kid's hand. They're teenagers. There's about 40 of them, and I just grabbed the can out of his hand and I launched into him with a lecture on the beauty of this art and their complete ignorance in trying to destroy it, and that they should be ashamed of themselves. And I just marched off with the can in my hand. And I just realized as I was walking away, I said, oh my God, it just started kicking because adrenaline just totally took over me. And I just realized, oh my God, there's like 40 teenagers there. They could tear me apart if they put their mind to it. But they just stood there in shock. They just wondering, who the hell is this foreign guy, coming over here and taking the can? They just couldn't believe it. So I still have that can in my studio on my shelf just to remind me of the mission, because that inspired me to start an art group.
Absolutely. And that's incredible to think that you've got, yourself, an Irishman in a foreign city telling residents of the city of their own cultural heritage.
I know it's quite absurd, but it kind of makes sense in a way, because sometimes we don't realize the culture we have.
Sure.
It takes somebody from the outside to recognize it.
Do you think the students understood what you were communicating?
I think it was pretty clear.
Yeah, sure.
I used some pretty choice Italian as well.
I wonder today if they now that they're perhaps grown up a bit more mature, that they appreciate what, that act of what you had done.
Well, if they don't appreciate, they've got a problem.
Yeah, sure. After this experience, you became aware that the youth in Florence were living in a cultural vacuum and were unfamiliar with the history of their own culture. This led you to develop an outreach program which was titled Piccolo Michelangelo. I understand you ran the program from a center of Opus Dei in Florence. Can you explain more about this program and your inspiration to start it, as well as elaborating somewhat on the course of training you developed for the young students?
Well, I decided to introduce these kids. There's about 12 of them. They're all about 12 years old. And that's when the same age as Michelangelo started working,
Were these kids in the group that were vandalizing the sculpture?
No, they weren't exactly the same kids.
Okay, right.
But I just wanted to provide this opportunity so that those kids could participate.
Sure.
But whether they were the same kids or not, I can't really remember, because all I could see was red. But these kids, I basically got Cody and Osamu to give me a hand to teach. So it's kind of interesting to have, this self-confessed punk kid from Hawaii and this other guy from Tokyo teaching these Florentine kids Florentine tradition and art, and in the context of Roman Catholicism. So that was really interesting, and I suppose that's what's kind of helped them also to develop a curriculum for the school in which it became the Sacred Art School. So Piccolo Michelangelo is kind of like a proof run for the school in Florence.
Sure, and that's it's fascinating, Dony, as well. I mean, how considering that the students were about 12 years old, and considering the kind of nature of the content that you're teaching them, it's kind of sometimes out of their grasp. How did you kind of taper it down, I suppose, to meet their level of understanding?
Well, we didn't do very advanced stuff. It was pretty advanced. I mean, we got them to copy the skull and sculpt a skull from using the measuring points. We did copied paintings like Rubens paintings and stuff like that. So we were working from the great masters, which is pretty advanced stuff. But they really enjoyed it. I mean, we have a tendency to dumb things down too much today. And we don't realize that kids can deal with quite a lot. And if we look back 100 years, I mean, what kids were studying when they were 12 was much more advanced than people who are leaving university today.
Yeah, sure. So Piccolo Michelangelo is a great name for an art school for kids. I mean, is that title now, is it yours? Has somebody else taken it? Or do you still claim ownership over that title?
Oh no, that's the name of the club in school in Florence now.
Oh, so it's still going.
Still going, yeah, as far as I know.
Great. Moving forward, you left Florence in 2013 to develop the Sacred Art Studios in Dublin and to work on large liturgical art commissions. Since then, you have been working from your mother's backyard whenever you have spare time away from caring for her. Was Sacred Art Studio in Dublin operating out of your personal studio, or did you have an alternative space?
Well, it's essentially it's just my studio. It's not a teaching school at the moment.
Oh,
I have occasional students every now and again, but I'm not really pushing that kind of activity. I've enough work to do on my own commissions without teaching at the moment.
I see. Sure. So is your studio now located in your home, or is it outside of your home?
It's in my home.
That's really convenient as well.
That's great.
I imagine caring for your mother must take a great deal of time away from your work. However, taking on this role of responsibility shows what exemplary character you have. As Catholics, we are called to uphold a maternal vocation for the sick and needy. In fact, this was Pope Francis' message in 2018 for the 26th World Day of the Sick, which was themed Mater Ecclesiae, or Mary, Mother of the Church. It's interesting to consider that the last words Jesus spoke from the cross to Mary and to his disciple John were, quote, "Woman, behold your son, behold your mother," and from that hour the disciple took her into his home, unquote. Now this is from the book of John. Even though Jesus was in agony as he died on the cross, his concern was not his own welfare, but rather that of his mother, Mary. Selflessly, he is asking John to be her carer in his absence. Indeed, our mothers are special people. Do you care to comment on how the role of caring for your mother has impacted your life?
Well, it's impacted it greatly in that, I suppose, having just experienced such a trauma as the hijacking of your life's project and having to leave Florence and leaving Opus Dei and then my father dying, there's an awful lot to deal with there. And obviously I had living a vocation to celibacy for 24 years. So that was quite a rupture. And to be able to focus on something positive, which was the caring of my mother, was very, I suppose, very therapeutic. It helped me an awful lot to channel my energies into something very positive and to develop a deeper and deeper love for my mother and to transform all that pain into something very beautiful and it was very healing for me to be able to focus on my mother.
Sure.
And it's helped me to reinvent myself in a very positive way, and it's such a privilege also to be able to be there for my mother when she needed me.
And a way of giving back. I mean, if you think about,
absolutely.
In a big picture.
I mean, like it was through my mother that I got this vocation as an artist. So it was kind of interesting because I spent the first 2 years trying to help my mum to get back into painting.
Okay.
But because she had the Alzheimer's and dementia, it was very difficult. So whatever painting I could eventually get her to do, it took me about 2 years to get her to put paintbrush to canvas. And then once she started, the results weren't great, and that was very frustrating for Mum. But actually, that whole struggle of getting Mum back to painting, I decided to start painting so as to encourage Mum to do that. And I ended up actually becoming a painter because of it. So it's been a fantastic gift. She's given me the gift the second time round. So that's it. God works in mysterious ways.
Sure. And bless her, your mother, Dony, she's still with us?
She's still with us. Now she's in a nursing home. So that's because her dementia and Alzheimer's had just got way out of control. We had to call an ambulance every week.
Okay.
For the last few months. So it was just getting way out of hand.
Okay, sure. Now, you have mentioned that you don't consider yourself a founder of art academies, as founding them ultimately happened by default because there was nobody else out there doing it. Therefore, you felt you had to. You believe that you could evangelize the world more so if you had a community of artists around you that were willing to serve the church with their vocation. Therefore, you prayed, quote, God, do you want me to create beautiful art that brings people to the faith, or do you want me to train artists to serve you, unquote. Today, it appears that you are doing both. Do you find that sharing your love of God and the work of the masters to be beneficial to your own practice, or do you find it takes from it?
I find it to be a natural overflow of the interior life. These are among the great loves of my life. They are bound to come to the surface in the work I do.
Sure. And I suppose as well, Dony, and I find this myself, sometimes being in a studio alone as an artist can be very encapsulating. But the great thing about teaching is it forces you to be out there, to be, sharing your love of the work and the love of the tradition, the love of God with the students, which is a great thing, which feeds you and ultimately improves your practice. Do you find that?
Yes, I do, and I miss it. That's I've been working on my own for the last 7 years, and I'm very outgoing person. But the whole trauma of this hijacking has almost made me recluse, and that's totally not my nature. So I'm actually quite uncertain about exactly what I should be doing, because I'm just a bit concerned that I just don't know how to be. I'm completely transparent here. I just don't understand exactly what I should be doing. Maybe it's time for me to just concentrate on my own work, because I've been completely winded by this hijacking, and the trauma, I think, is too much for me to actually. It's blown the whole mission out of my. Yeah, it's hard to explain. It's you're really hitting the nail here, and this is.
Yeah.
I really don't know what I should be doing, to be honest.
Sure. I think as well the nature of, I suppose, the creative life, it can oftentimes be very uncertain and feel like you're perhaps walking a road on your own. But at the same time, I remember something interesting you said, Dony, and I often think of this myself. And you're referring to Mother Teresa of Calcutta here, and it's quite beautiful what you had stated. You had stated that one thing that Mother Teresa believed is that God doesn't expect us to be successful. Really, all we need to do is have faith, and if we have faith, we've already won. And in a sense, hopefully, that should result in, I suppose, taking some of the pressure off of yourself.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, she says that God doesn't expect success; He expects us to be faithful.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
And no, I agree with that 100%. And that's why at this stage in my career, I think maybe the best thing is just to focus on my work and on a big project in which I can really channel everything. So one idea I have at the moment is maybe to go to Clear Creek Monastery in Benedictine Monastery in Oklahoma and offer my services to decorate it.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, that's a great idea, Dony. Lovely.
Yeah. So it's just that it might be just the thing because I just think that I need to focus on my work and to, I suppose, concentrate on in a space which is more tranquil, in which I can work on the project and then bring in young artists and train them through the project.
Beautiful.
And that way they will learn within the context of a liturgical setting with, the Latin Mass and all the chants and the whole liturgical, like undiluted Catholicism, so that they get the philosophy and the theology and the liturgy along with the art. And I think it could be a very important way to serve the church and the next generation of artists.
Lovely. Has this monastery in Oklahoma, have they advertised that they're looking for an artist to decorate, or is it something that you perhaps would just like to offer your service pro bono?
Yeah, they haven't advertised it, but I'm seriously thinking of going there and offering my services, because I think I'm at that stage in my career where I have all the understanding of what's needed, and now I just need to focus on a big project where I can channel all that creativity into a big project which I can train next generation of artists through.
That's fascinating, and it's interesting as well. And I'm gonna mention Pietro Annigoni here again, because one thing he done towards the end of his life was he painted a lot of frescoes for a lot of the local churches in Italy for free. And it's interesting because he wasn't a Christian, he wasn't a devotional religious person, but he always spoke of this kind of nostalgia that he had for religion, that he was one day once a religious person. So it's interesting when we look at artists' lives as they get into their later years, how they feel this need to almost give back.
Yeah, it's interesting. I suppose also it's a bit like Caravaggio. It can be kind of penitential. People who are far away from the faith or have difficulties, they might find that this is a way to pray by giving their artistic services. Obviously, ideally, it's much better to come back in the fold and receive Christ, in His fullness in the Eucharist and a good life. But it'd be great to do both.
Absolutely. Moving on, you have stated, quote, "I don't see my studio and my schools like Michelangelo's studio, where I'm projecting some kind of personal artistic greatness. I see it more like Ghirlandaio's workshop, from which Michelangelo came. I see it like Perugino's studio, which gave us Raphael, or Verrocchio, who nurtures Leonardo. I want to train students that will be truly great artists, and who will outshine me. I am not primarily interested in forming technically great artists. I am interested in training artists and serving artists who want to serve Jesus Christ," unquote. Further to this, you also stated, quote, "I don't see myself as a Michelangelo. I see myself more like a Ghirlandaio, from whom studio Michelangelo came from. Ghirlandaio was a good artist, but he wasn't a great artist. I don't consider myself a great artist, but I do know that if I can create an environment with the right theological, philosophical training, the right artistic training, the right devotional encouragement, then I think we can create a situation where great artists can be encouraged, unquote. You seem to be interested more so in the Renaissance bottega or workshop model of training artists rather than the ever-popular atelier system, which has become so widespread today. Why do you prefer the former over the latter?
Well, ironically, all mean the same thing. Bottega is a workshop and atelier is a workshop.
That's true, yeah.
But it's the Italian bottega is more connected with the actual master and the real life projects, working on a church, for instance, and you're engaged in the economy, the wider economy. So you're a young student working with a master on a project. So you're learning everything. You're learning from sweeping the floors to pricing the work, dealing with the client, everything, mixing the paints, painting, enlarging the drawings, transferring the drawings to the wall. These are bottega workshop activities. Whereas the atelier system that the schools are running today are kind of, they're really, they have the master.
Yeah.
But it's in a very academic system.
Sure.
It's very, very structured. It's very. So I prefer the more organic than the structured, to be honest.
It's kind of like on-the-job training.
Yes, yeah. Apprenticeship,
yeah.
It's much more, blue collar. I prefer that approach than this kind of pretentious academy thing.
Yeah.
Which I firmly believe that art schools and academies are essentially false bottegas and workshops, where the workshops and bottegas have no longer existed. They became these artificial academies.
Yeah, and but what was the need of that essentially, Dony, was because it lacked intellect. I mean, the bottega was more of an artisanal environment, but then the academy was born out of this need of an artist to also be an intellectual, right?
Yeah, I understand that, but I think you can develop the intellect in a bottega, in a workshop situation. Ideally, what I like to do is mix the two. So that you have a bottega which is an intelligent bottega, where you have philosophical and theological understandings and liturgical understandings which are communicated through the projects that you're working on. So if you're working on a cathedral or a church, you need to dialogue with the priest about the liturgical meaning of the artwork you're doing or the sacred scripture you're illustrating, and so you're entering into a much deeper dialogue. So you're not just cutting and pasting, but you're actually dialoguing with a whole tradition.
That's true, and that's a fascinating idea as well. Now, throughout your own experiences pursuing sacred art, what do you think is the ideal curriculum to form an individual into an artist who is capable of creating works of divine contemplation?
Well, I suppose what you'd really need is a deep spiritual life. So I would recommend to engage in the liturgy, to go to daily mass if you can, enter into the mystery of the sacrifice, daily prayer before the Blessed Sacrament. I would encourage, rosary, Angelus, all these different devotions, so that you have a deep interior life. If it's a deep interior life, there's more likelihood that it's going to overflow in the work that you produce.
Sure.
But if that interior life is not there, it's not nurtured, it's not going to overflow in your work. So if you do sacred art without an interior life, it's going to be very superficial.
It's illustration, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, sure. And it's interesting to think, like with Christ, it's not something that we just take and we don't just garnish our lives with him. It's something that must form the basis of our existence.
Yeah, it's exactly. It has to be very, very deep.
And it is, in our day and age, Dony, and I'm not sure in your context in Ireland, but it is, it is rare to find people who are deeply religious in our day and age.
Yes, we're in a very secular age. We've lost the sense of the sacred, and that's not it. But that's also in priests and bishops, I think, unfortunately. So we have the church is in a very, very serious state right now, even with this Amazon Synod coming up in the next few days. The church is in major crisis, and there's no wonder the world is in such a crisis, because if the church is in crisis, the world is definitely going to be in crisis.
Right, yeah. I would like to draw emphasis to the approach you take throughout the creation of a sculpture, using the example of a relief altarpiece you created for a chapel inside of Campus Biomedico in Rome, which was based on the theme Pentecost and the birth of the church. You go on to state, I went to the primary source, the scriptural account, and prayed deeply on its meaning, with the aid of the writings and commentaries of the 2,000 years of rich Christian tradition of the saints and scholars. I then went to the Holy Land and researched the original setting where the historic event took place, and made drawings and took photographs of the different factual elements such as the architecture, clothing, and the vessels. Based on these primary foundations, I started to research the history of art for the different interpretations of the same event by the great masters, so to extract from their vision what resonates with me as a contemporary artist striving to communicate with a contemporary audience. I then attend Holy Mass with my assistants and pray before the artwork for half an hour each morning before we start working on it. This is done so as to open our hearts and souls to the Holy Spirit, so as to inspire us and to know what to add or take away from the sculpture, so as to nourish the spiritual life of the viewer in their contemplation of the composition. After the day's labor is done, we then spend another half hour in prayer and contemplation before the piece, so as to see if it feeds our interior lives and hence is effective as sacred or liturgical art. This process is repeated every day until the work is completed satisfactorily, with the aid of visits to our studio by clients, artists, theologians, and the general public, all of whom bring their own particular gifts and needs to the effective resolution of a successful artwork in service to the spiritual and temporal needs of the public, unquote. It's humbling to learn that you seek the Lord's guidance through prayer during the creative process. Is this order one which you stick to for the majority of your commissions?
Yes, I like to pray a work into existence, basically, because I wanted to have the spiritual resonance sufficient to open the heart of the viewer and to sow the seed of Christ there. It's a bit like homiletics. The more a priest prays his homily into existence, the better chance the congregation will be spiritually nourished with its contents.
Right. That's a beautiful notion as well, Dony. And can I ask, when you are praying before the work, is that more of a personal prayer, or are you going off of established prayers?
It's personal prayer, and it's prayer connected with the theme of the artwork. So if it's an annunciation or it's a baptism of Christ, whatever the content of the piece is, it's always good to pray on those subject matters. So that would be the main inspiration for the prayer.
Sure. Regarding the technical means of your process, you've stated, quote, essentially I try to start with the music, the gesture, then impose a bit of architecture, the triangle. It's a play on the relationship between order and chaos. I find it most effective because it keeps the dance alive. It becomes a real relationship with the work, the model. When the head, chest, and pelvis are correctly relating to each other, I then work the rhythm of the muscles between these structural forms and on through the rest of the body. The important thing is to not get stuck in either extremes of gesture or anatomy, but to keep the work alive and really present, unquote. Can you explain how you discovered this process of working? For instance, were you shown the process and then adapted it to meet your needs, or are you emulating past sculptors' techniques which has been gained from books and the like?
I suppose it's just having a number of different teachers. Probably the best was Dean Keller in the New York Academy. His father was also Dean Keller, who is head of drawing in Yale.
Okay.
And he was one of the monuments men who saved the works of art from the Uffizi, which he found in storage in a barn on the border with Austria during the Second World War. The Nazis were trying to steal it.
Right.
So it's a very interesting guy. So his Dean Keller Jr. was my teacher in the New York Academy, and his way of teaching was it was academic, but he helped to break you from the academic to start to free you up in a more looser way. And I found his teaching probably the most influential, and that's what I pass on to my students. And so it's a mixture of his instruction and then sculpture instruction and studying the great masters.
Fantastic. Beautiful. Dean Keller, your teacher in the New York Academy, I suppose in regards to what that looks like in a class setting, I mean, could you just perhaps give a brief overview of one of his common drawing classes?
Yeah, he would get us to draw the model in front of us. He would set up the model very well. It'd be an interesting pose, and he would get the right lighting to pop the forms. And then we would draw, and then he would go around and give us a little bit of a hand where a little bit of an illustration on the corner of your page of what needed to be adjusted. And then he would take our drawings home with him, and the class should have been 15 students per class, but he took up to 45 in his class.
Wow.
Like, people were hanging out of the rafters in his class. He was so generous, and he would take everybody's drawings, those who wanted to give their drawings to him. He would take everybody's drawing, and he would bring it all the way back up to Connecticut. Like, this guy basically traveled all the way from Connecticut down to the downtown Manhattan by public transport, with the suitcase with a skeleton in it, so that he could illustrate his work through the skeleton. And then he would fill his because the New York Academy wouldn't let him use the skeletons in the school, so he had to bring his own one down. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And then he would take everybody's drawings, 45 students' drawings, and bring them all the way back up. And he would spend the week analyzing our drawings, correcting them. And the way he corrected them is he would put a transparency on top of the drawing, and then he would draw out his correction on the transparency so as to correct your drawing underneath. And then he would bring all those corrected drawings back the next week and give them to us individually.
Wow.
And illustrate what was. And, most of the students, vast majority of students, weren't even signed up.
For the class,
it was just extraordinarily generous. And then even when I finished and I moved back to Florence, he used to write to me regularly from wherever he was, in Cairo or wherever he was, with his drawings, and he'd be sending me drawings and ideas, and tell me about. Actually, it was him who put me onto Pontormo. So giving me all these treasures to find.
Fantastic. I mean, it sounds like he was an incredibly passionate teacher.
Yeah, fantastic man.
Moving on. Now, Mel Gibson's The Passion of the Christ, which is one of perhaps the best contemporary sacred artworks in film, I understand you've used that in the past as referential material. Can you elaborate on the ways in which you have used it?
Yeah, I used the Passion of Christ for a series of Stations of the Cross. I thought it'd be interesting to see if I can take a contemporary sacred art like the Passion of the Christ, and to see if I can work that into a series of panels for Via Crucis, a Way of the Cross.
Sure.
So the 14 Stations of the Cross, using the inspiration of different aspects of that film. So that was an interesting challenge.
So would that be, how would that look? What would that look like? Would you be watching the movie and then just pause it on particular scenes?
Yeah, I tried that, and then I made reliefs from different scenes, or reliefs inspired by different scenes. They wouldn't necessarily be exactly the scenes. So it's just an interesting challenge to see if I can create Stations of the Cross that would be inspired by cinematic kind of contemporary imagery like that. So that was just an experiment.
Sure, yeah, that's really resourceful as well.
Oh, yeah.
Regarding your definition of art, you've stated, quote, "Art is a language and it expresses a thought process. My art is about the human condition, and what I want to do is express the human condition in its most effective or articulate way. To me, it's a no-brainer. The body is the most effective way to do that, and the more you know about anatomy, the more command you have over the body. Once you know the anatomy, then you can start to decode the great masters. Then you see how they use the vocabulary of musculature and bone structure to create powerful statements. I believe that to be really effective as an artist, you need these basics. From that, you start to abstract and to make poetry out of it. It's like the Oxford Dictionary, not very interesting in itself, but useful. It's all technical structure. What makes a great work of art, like the collective works of Shakespeare, is the transformation of this technical structure by an enlightened human soul with a great talent for expression." Unquote. In your mind, where does technical training stop and unique statements of expression begin? For instance, one may have a great technical command of the craft of painting or sculpture, but have little to say, that is, have no narrative to communicate.
This is quite a common problem in contemporary culture because the cult from which our culture comes from is shallow and putrid, steeped in porn and narcissism and nihilism. The great cultural feats from the past were sourced from a rich, flowing stream of noble and refined Christian humanity. As long as we stubbornly insist on pursuing this erroneous course, we will never achieve anything worthwhile. In fact, we will certainly destroy everything we have that is worthy of having, or at least our capacity to appreciate it and be nourished by it. It will be depleted. Effectively, the leftist extremists are achieving unprecedented power and influence in all sectors of society, leading to a complete neo-Marxist cultural revolution, as forewarned by Solzhenitsyn in his Harvard address in 1973. With this continual gutting of Western culture, of any semblance of its Christian source, is like cleaning the blackboard for the next lesson, which looks most likely to come from the dominant forces of our time, Islam or communist China, or a satanic mix of both. On the point of craft versus content, personally, I'm more interested in reading about substantial content rather than well-crafted sentences, and carry this through in my artistic exploration also. A poetic, mystical image, abstraction of the human condition, like that of El Greco or Turner, I feel is infinitely more enjoyable and nourishing than a highly rendered academic exercise of a scientific reductionist, enlightened French revolutionary pictorial propaganda like David or Ingres.
That's interesting. So again, that goes back to that idea of the sterile kind of nature of 19th century work, the outline, which is then filled in with the tonal drawing, as opposed to the kind of abstractions that are found in works, as you mentioned, El Greco's there and Turner. Really interesting. And it's interesting to think how that can actually be brought into training as well, because how do you go about actually training a student in the idea of abstract compositions? I mean, you can lead through example, but there comes a point there where, as you mentioned, like an enlightened, the human soul, someone with an enlightened human soul and great command of craft is capable of doing works of great profound contemplation. But it's just an interesting kind of way of thinking. How does that idea of bringing in this kind of enlightened spirit or the kind of sensibility of art into the training? I mean, how does that fit in? What does it look like, so to speak?
Well, I suppose it's like everything in modern world. I mean, things have become so specialized. I mean, even in medicine, doctors can only deal with the foot, or others can only deal with the heart, or only others can deal with the hand or the nose or the throat. So this over specialization, I think, is part of the problem. And that all comes from the scientific reductionist approach. Then we're not dealing with the whole person.
Right.
We're not dealing with a holistic understanding of the person. We're dealing with just parts.
Yeah, it's fragmented.
It's fragmented, exactly. And when this approach is taken to art, we have the same problem with this fragmentation. And I think it's the scientific reductionist approach to art that gave us the French academic rigidity. And it was that rigidity was what gave birth to modernism, because modernism was a reaction to the rigidity of the academic.
Absolutely.
So the problem is but it's throwing the baby out with the bathwater, unfortunately, because it goes to another extreme.
Absolutely.
But if we lose the fulcrum, if we lose the center, then all there is are the extremes.
Right.
So, and if Christ is the center, then we need to come to Christ, and Christ helps us bring everything together, because he brings the human and the divine. And without that, the whole thing just falls apart.
Sure. I understand you sometimes hire assistants to work on projects with you, such as the painted altarpiece you created for the Chapel of HQ of the Knights of Malta in Dublin, where you had the American painters Robert Zella and Adam Miller assist you, which you've spoken on a little bit prior in the interview. Can you provide an overview of this project and how the gentleman helped you? So again, you have spoken a little bit about the process of creating this altarpiece, but is there anything perhaps that you'd like to mention in regards to that project?
Well, it was a commission requested from me by the head of the Knights, who asked me to compose a sculpted altarpiece for the chapel. I insisted that they needed a painting rather than a sculpture, as I believed it was most appropriate resolution for the sanctuary. My priority is always the greater glory of God, and this was my honest opinion, which went completely against my self-serving instinct to bag the juicy commission and move on with it as a sculpture, whatever the result. They reluctantly agreed to my counsel, but insisted that I do the painting, even though I recommended an extraordinarily talented painter who would have done a fine job. The compromise was that I would compose 90% of its content through a full-scale drawing using linear perspective in each panel to emphasize the real presence of Jesus Christ in the Blessed Sacrament, housed in the tabernacle, central to the triptych, and reinforce the omnipresence of the Holy Spirit at the pinnacle of the composition throughout as the sole light source for each panel. As you contemplate the composition, these two divine protagonists are subsequently speaking to you, subconsciously. All I needed now were painters who could help me bring this together in full color.
Fantastic. So how did you come to find, I suppose, Adam Miller and Robert Zella in the first place?
Well, that was very strange. I offered this commission to help me to a very talented painter here in Dublin, but he refused to help me on this because I think he felt that he should have got the commission himself. Now, I told him I tried to pass the job on to him, but they refused because they knew that I had the liturgical understanding to compose what they wanted. So that was pretty tricky. So that forced me out of the country to New York to find if I could do it over there and see if I could get some help over there. Now, so I went over to New York, and I had a studio there for 3 months. So I was working there on the piece, and I suppose a friend of mine, Martina Carrera, came over from Canada to spend a week with me in New York, and he gave me a hand with some of the color sketches.
Mm-hmm.
And we decided to go down to Times Square, and while we were down Times Square with some friends, Martino took a selfie with us on Times Square, and he posted on Facebook, and that's how everybody I knew in New York found out that I was in New York. And one of them was Robert Zeller, and he wanted to make contact. He made contact, asked me what I was doing. I told him what I was doing, and he said, "Oh, I could get Adam and myself could help you with that." So that's how we started working together.
Wow!
So it's kind of
interesting story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of your works are placed in public places throughout the world, especially in the United States, where you have 2 large bronze sculptures in New York City and 4 in Washington, D.C. You have been quite successful in receiving commissions to date. To single out only but a few, in 2000 you created a full-figure bronze statue of Saint Escrivá for the Catholic Information Centre in Washington, D.C. Your work is displayed in City Cray, Dublin, where your sculpture of the Linesman stands. This piece was the winning entry in a public art competition organised by the Dublin Docklands Development Authority to celebrate the new life of the quayside along the River Liffey. It commemorates the tradition of docking in the area, which disappeared with the containerization of shipping cargo. It was unveiled in February 2000. In 2016, you were commissioned to make a 10-foot tall statue of Archbishop Fulton Sheen for New York's famous St. Malachi Church. In fact, your hope for this sculpture is that it will inspire a new generation of devotees to the Archbishop. This sculpture may soon be installed in the chapel in Manhattan's Theatre District. I understand Archbishop Duamaid Martin of Dublin blessed the work in progress during a ceremony at your Dublin studio. What a privilege it must be to have your work displayed in so many public spaces. However, you seem to not be very active participating in group exhibitions or even having solo exhibitions of your work. Does exhibiting your work in galleries interest you?
No, I've never really been interested in exhibitions. I've very seldom participated in them, only under severe control and do I actually exhibit. It's just that I suppose I just never really been interested in the art world. Because I just find it very false.
Right.
I just don't like that whole environment. I prefer a direct dialogue with the public, and that's why I love sculpture, public sculpture, because it's not for some rich dude to be locked up in their house, but it's actually out there for everybody to experience, or in a public church, so that there's a maximum dialogue with a maximum audience.
Sure.
That's really what I'm after.
Yeah, sure. And I suppose that whole idea of the function of a work of art in a gallery, I mean, what function does it serve? It's hanging on a wall, it's there for viewers to see, but it doesn't really serve much more of a purpose than that. Whereas if you're looking at your work, like sacred work or liturgical work, it serves the liturgy. It's something to be prayed over, right? So the meaning of the work in the context is very, very important for what you do.
Well, that's perfectly. You totally put it in because it context is everything. So I like to create art that's at home. I believe art that's in a gallery is like children in a hospital. They're isolated from where they should be. They're like orphans.
Sure.
And there's something I find something distasteful about my work being treated like an orphan in a white box somewhere.
Yeah,
I prefer to have it in its true context at home with its people.
That makes sense. Yeah. Dony, can I ask, how do clients come to find you for commissions?
It's a very good question. They just happen to find me. Maybe on the internet. I've got quite a footprint on the internet. So there's lots of videos on YouTube and my webpage and lots of articles. And there's, the magazines write about me every now and again, and newspapers, or radio or TV interviews. So people get to know you that way, I suppose.
Sure. Now, you were also commissioned to create a bronze statue of Saint Joseph and the child Jesus for a client in Florida. Can you explain the process of creating this sculpture? As I understand, the client was quite demanding and in fact asked you to change the position of Saint Joseph's head 5 times.
Yeah, well, you can get the odd client that can be pretty insistent. So you just have to navigate each client as they come. Some can be very pushy in certain areas, and some can be very relaxed. But you just have to keep your mind on your business. The most important thing is that you get the best work you can produce.
Sure. So I understand with this in particular commission, you changed your head a few times, and the end result was that you went back. The 5th time, I believe, was one of the positions that the patron didn't agree to beforehand. But then when she saw it again, she did agree. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Essentially, she asked me to change it the 5 times. So the 5th time, I decided I preferred the first one, so I just redid it. Mm-hmm. And she said, "Oh, that's exactly what I want." So you just have to be really patient and just realize that, okay, you just some clients feel that because they're paying for it, they need to, make demands, even though they may not be all that informed about what they're doing.
Sure.
But it's a problem, like, you don't, when you pay your plumber or your accountant or your dentist, you don't tell them what to do. So,
absolutely.
When it comes to art, people feel that they have to,
because it's so subjective.
Yeah. I suppose they think you're kind of like a gardener or something like that, and they want to direct you. So, whatever.
Sure. I understand you have developed Kickstarter campaigns in the past to raise funds for projects such as Fountain of Life and Theology of the Body. The funds are intended to be used to cast the projects in bronze. Do you find this strategy to be useful when trying to fully realize projects?
It's usually initiated by interested parties, and we're working on a series of documentaries in order to resurrect the Fountain of Life in Florence since my exile.
I see. So the actual sculpture is going to be featured alongside a documentary, is that right?
Well, the documentary is about the making of the piece.
Okay.
And so it's quite a challenging piece because the piece is now in a mold.
Oh, so, I see.
So it's very difficult to do a documentary about a piece which is not fully realized.
Right.
So, yeah. So basically, it was realized in clay before I left Florence. But because I had to leave Florence in such an unpleasant way and such a fast way, I had to make a mold of it. It cost $5,000 to make the mold of the piece, and then put it in storage, which cost me $20,000 for the last 7 years. And so it's very expensive to keep this piece alive. So what I'm trying to do now is, we're doing this documentary so as to help people understand the piece, where it came from, and the process of its creation, and the need for this piece to be realized.
Oh, it sounds fascinating. Now, regarding the Fountain of Life sculpture, I understand it has been a long-term project which you've been trying to conquer for many years, as you've elaborated on somewhat. In fact, the sculpture began in 2001 and it was enlarged in 2010. The subject of the sculpture is 2 figures spiraling around each other, with a child at the top and a skeleton at the bottom. It's about the culture of life and death and the relationship between men and women. Using one of the Catholic Church's most controversial documents, Pope Paul VI's encyclical letter written in 1968 titled Humana Vitae, as a theological underpinning, you would like to realize the sculpture in bronze one day. You also plan on having a documentary to accompany it, as you have mentioned. So far, the sculpture has costed $20,000 of your own money to maintain. It seems that you have made some big sacrifices to realize this project. Would you say that this sculpture is your masterpiece, that is to say, the culmination of your life's work thus far?
Yeah, I'd say it sums up my understanding of the world as it is right now. It's all about the crisis of the culture of life against the culture of death. So I wanted to kind of capture that pivotal problem within our culture. And a lot of that stems back to the whole contraceptive culture, which really was the greatest deconstruction in history, because it destroyed the meaning of human sexuality, which really destroyed the meaning of marriage. And you destroy marriage, destroy the family, you destroy the nucleus of society. And what we're looking at around the world right now is a direct result of that.
Dony, can I ask, in regards to scale, how big roughly will the sculpture be once it's fully realized?
It will be about 3 meters tall.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So actually larger. Yeah.
Wow, and roughly how wide?
It would be about 1.5 meters to 2 meters wide. So it's a sizable piece.
Wow, so it's a fountain, so does that mean it's going to have a water component to it?
Yeah, so the water will come out from the child at the top, come down through the figures. The beauty of that is it kind of animates the figures by the water rippling down through this. So
sure, lovely. Now, are you able to make a living off your commission solely, or must you supplement your income with teaching? In saying this, have you found that you've been able to live comfortably pursuing the artist's life, or is it a constant battle to make ends meet?
Well, I've been extraordinarily blessed to have a constant stream of work since I started over 20 years ago. In fact, I've managed to launch 2 art schools, employ artists, and back up by my commissions. So I have been really super blessed in that way.
Fantastic. One of your 4 life-size bronzes you have in Washington, D.C. depicts St. Joseph and the child Jesus, which were commissioned by Catholic priest Father C.J. McCloskey for the Catholic Information Center in 2002. The sculpture challenges the traditional depiction of St. Joseph as an old man and instead represents him as vibrant, young and virile in order to create a contemporary Christian iconography for the new millennium. Regarding the sculpture, you have stated, quote, "In the past, St. Joseph was made to look older in order to make Our Lady look eternally young. The likelihood is that St. Joseph would have been about 20 years old at the birth of Jesus. I took traditional sculpture language from the West, Christian iconographic tradition, and brought it forward into the 3rd millennium," unquote. In doing so, you change the stance to resemble something more heroic, as you go on to state, quote, "It's a kind of rock and roll St. Joseph," unquote. In fact, whilst Father C.J. McCloskey was blessing the sculpture in Mass, he said during the homily, quote, "I asked Dony to give me St. Joseph the worker, but he gave me St. Joseph the biker," unquote. However, one can also see that St. Joseph is holding baby Jesus very lovingly. The idea you had behind this sculpture is quite profound. As you explain, quote, "What I was really addressing in the piece was the crisis of fatherhood in contemporary society. So many people are having children out of wedlock, and some men in particular are not connecting with their children who need them. It is an icon of fatherhood, and that's necessary today. This, to me, is what makes art contemporary," unquote. It is interesting to hear your thoughts on the crisis of paternity. As mentioned previously, you're an advocate of Pope Paul VI's Humana Vitae. Essentially, this letter is a warning to the world about the consequences of contraception and intercourse outside of marriage. What you are commenting on in your sculpture is what Pope Paul VI essentially was warning against. Was this connection with Humana Vitae something you were conscious of at the time?
Well, the primary inspiration of the piece is the writing of Saint Josemaria Escrivá, founder of Opus Dei. As he described Saint Joseph, and he stressed his youth and virility to challenge the misconceptions that one has of an old shriveled up old man, just to prove that he lived a chaste life. Now, another more personal inspiration for this interpretation is my experience looking after the disadvantaged youth in inner city Dublin, Belfast, the Bronx, where I witnessed this kind of epidemic levels of paternal absence. So it's not surprising to note that like 90% of our prisons are men, and 90% of those men grew up without fathers. So that kind of gives us an idea of where this problem is coming from. So some third phase feminists put this down to toxic masculinity and try to remedy the situation by feminizing men. But all they achieve is really repressing healthy masculinity. I was not thinking of Humana Vitae at the time, but subconsciously it has resonance across a lot of my work.
That's an interesting idea, Dony. So when we mention a virile man, essentially what we're talking of is a man who's young, strong, and who has sexual drive. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah. Okay. And I think one of the problems is that, in contemporary society, they try to resolve this, scare quotes, toxic masculinity with really a toxic femininity, because there's an over-feminizing of men in contemporary culture, which really doesn't help men to really take the roles that they need to take, and to show young men how to live a proper masculinity.
So what is an example of that, of feminizing men? Are you able to provide one example?
Well, one of the problems is that that they're not having enough opportunity to channel their masculinity in a positive way. So it just making them more by feminizing them, they're not really becoming what they really were born to be. If men are kind of too feminized, they tend not to to take the roles which are essential in a family. For instance, a mother protects and nurtures mostly, and a man's role in the family would be more on the lines of encouraging a child to be more courageous and to get out there and take risks. So I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of young people in contemporary society don't have the same kind of they're kind of a bit too coddled, a bit too soft, and they're not as risk taking as they could be, and it has effects on the wider society, because if the masculine role within society is not taken, then if the fathers aren't helping children to and disciplining them, then it's left to the teachers to discipline. But then if the teachers can't discipline them because the teaching profession is over feminized by being too soft and too coddling, then the police have to take up the role. But then the police are not allowed to take on that masculine role because it's frowned upon. And of course the priests, they are not allowed to show their masculinity either in their leadership. So basically, if no one's taking the role of the father figure within society, the society becomes completely feminized. And that just leaves an imbalance. There's nothing wrong with femininity, but the problem is if there's no balance of masculinity, you don't get that equilibrium. So we have a very over-feminized culture.
Yeah, that's a great example there that you've given, Dony. That's fantastic as well. And I think as well, when you think of the idea of stay-at-home fathers, that's another issue in our contemporary times, right?
Yes, that's right. And I have nothing against fathers staying at home and looking after kids. I mean, no problem at all. But I mean, if it's necessary, but I think it's better to have a balance. There should be a male and female balance within the family.
Sure.
And of course, there are things that you get shot for saying, but women usually mate. They want to go and marry men who are more wealthy and more successful than they are. So they tend to marry up in society, and if men can't get jobs to take that role, then it's very difficult for men to be at the status necessary to get married.
Sure.
And then women find it very difficult to find men who have of status because there are so few jobs around. And then so it doesn't really help. And men are more likely to they don't status financial status is not as big a deal with regard to marriage, so they can marry up or down. It's either way. But women generally want to marry up, and it's perfectly natural because they want their spouse to be able to help them take on the burden of bringing up a family, which is no small enterprise.
Moving forward, Father McCloskey would also later commission you to complete a bronze sculpture of Cardinal Newman. Can you explain the process of creating this sculpture?
Well, the Cardinal Newman piece for the Catholic Information Center in Washington, D.C. was made in my studio in Florence, in Via Guelfa 65. That was in 2003, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's where I made that sculpture, and then I made the mold, pulled the wax, cast the bronze, and then shipped it over to DC.
Oh wow! So you cast it in Florence and then you shipped it over.
Yeah.
Okay, I imagine that would have been quite expensive.
Yes, yeah, but that's the name of the game, I suppose.
Yeah, sure. In regards to contraception, you have stated, quote, essentially, the contraception culture has taken the linchpin out of culture, what holds culture together, the truth and meaning of human sexuality. Without it, the whole thing collapses. You deconstruct that, you deconstruct marriage. You deconstruct marriage, you deconstruct family. You deconstruct family, you deconstruct society. Really, everything stems from that core, unquote. This is an interesting point. And it does seem that this contraceptive culture is something which is celebrated today in art, literature, music, and film, not to mention in pornography. Pope Francis speaks of loving faithfully, freely, fruitfully, and totally. Contraception undermines this notion by man and woman embracing, however not giving themselves completely to each other. This in turn undermines God, who is the ultimate author of life. Here in Australia, several years ago, there was a big craze going around regarding a series of books which were subsequently produced into films under the franchise titled 50 Shades of Grey. It was incredible to see the public's reaction to such content. What was worrying most was the number of people that were reading the books and were captivated by the sexual fantasies portrayed in them. Everyone from single people to married couples were in on it. This really built a lot of anticipation for the movies, especially because it's a visual medium and the fantasies can be observed rather than read. Did you notice this craze on your side of the world?
Yes, I recall that phenomenon. The reason why porn is so attractive to people today is that they are starved of real beauty, sourced in truth and goodness. Porn is simply a false beauty. When we disregard these three transcendentals, we risk everything. In a relativistic culture where your truth is different to my truth, or your idea of goodness is not what I consider goodness, then we need to work with beauty in order to bring people together. And if the beauty is sourced in the truth and goodness of Christ, we have a very powerful means of evangelization. It's precisely here that I believe the church has dropped the ball over the past 50 years or so, in particular in the area of liturgy. In my opinion, art is just a language born from ideas, and that this is why philosophy and theology are prerequisites for great art. When I look back at the decline in the artistic production from the high mark of the Baroque with Bernini and Rembrandt, we can see a gradual decline in the quality of art, which directly mirrors the decline in philosophical and theological understandings of the time. With the advent of relativism, with Descartes and his reversal of Aquinas, I am, therefore I think, to his I think, therefore I am, I see a denial of the singularity of truth and its reflection in the artistic language as a denial of beauty, founded on the truth which is Christ. The denial of Christ is the denial of what is true, good, and beautiful in each and every one of us. And that is like the source of all the problems, period.
Well, that's quite a profound idea. So, if I understand correctly, what you're saying essentially is that in a day and age where my truth can be different to your truth, the way to bring us together the way to unite us essentially is to establish beauty as almost an alternative to religion. Is that correct?
No, it's beauty. Beauty can help people. It's kind of beauty has as Ratzinger says, has the power to pierce the heart and to bring with it truth and goodness. I mean, that's a very powerful tool. And I think that's really what's needed, because people have their own ideas of truth and goodness. But if the truth of Christ through the beauty of Christ, we can bring the truth and goodness of Christ. Which Christ reveals man to man, the fullness of our condition as human beings.
Sure.
In other words, an icon of love.
Right. So in going back to that phenomenon that sort of swept the world several years ago, the 50 Shades of Grey, which was highly sexualized, what do you think that's revealing?
Well, it's revealing, I suppose, a warped understanding of sexuality. That sexuality is the gift of one person to another. It's a very personal gift of one person to one other person. So it's not for public display. This is a very personal and intimate thing. And of course, with contraception, the deconstruction of human sexuality, so it becomes the use of another person rather than the gift of one person to another. You're starting to use the other person for your own sexual gratification, and this is a very dangerous problem, because what it does, it turns the icon of love into an icon of use, and use is really the opposite to love. So this is a real problem. And then, of course, pornography and contraception are completely intertwined together because they both depend on each other. The pornography industry could not survive without contraception, and contraception can't survive without pornography. The two of them are completely intertwined. They're both complete distortions. And I think this is at the root of a lot of the problems in our society.
Sure. So when we think about contraception as well, we're talking circa 1960s when the pill was introduced. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah. That's when it became mainstream. So so this technology really was a technology that kind of pulled the structure from our society. If you think about human sexuality like scaffolding, and it's held up.
Sure.
Scaffolding that's held up by a pin. If that pin is like the truth and meaning of human sexuality. You pull the pin out, the whole scaffolding collapses. So it's like a cornerstone of a building, or in an arch you have the middle stone in an arch. If you pull that middle stone out, the whole thing collapses. So that's the truth and meaning of human sexuality. It holds our society together. And once contraception was introduced, it really pulled that that central stone out, and everything fell to the ground.
Sure. Why do you think so many people struggle with divine filiation in our day and age?
Well, I suppose, again, it's linked directly to to this issue of contraception, because divine filiation is knowing and understanding that you're a son of God. That's what it means, divine filiation. So if you don't understand what it means to be a son, that's because you may not have a sufficient understanding of what a father is. And having a father is connected with, family and family structure. So if you don't have a positive family understanding of what it means to be a family and to have a father and a functioning father, a father who loves you, then it's very difficult to understand God. So you destroy the family, if you destroy your relationship with your father, then it's very difficult to see God as a father. So it's all intertwined. So it's also a grave threat to the church, because the church is a family, and the family is like a domestic church. It's so if you destroy the meaning of the family, you destroy the meaning of our relationship to the church also, and to Christ. Christ is the groom, and the church is the bride.
Absolutely. Now, in Humana Vitae, Pope Paul VI speaks of, quote, the need to create an atmosphere favorable to education in chastity, unquote. Contemporary culture seems to struggle with chastity because it has lost touch with the virtue of temperance. Indeed, the devil can tempt the best of us during the weakest of times. The ramifications of premarital or extramarital relations can have tremendous effects on the lives of the sinner, which has ultimately proven to increase divorce rates. Whereas those who abstain from intercourse until marriage have stronger bonds, increased trust, and prolonged happiness. Science reveals that this is due to the oxytocin, which has been dubbed the bonding chemical that is released when man and woman unite. This makes sense. If one has been with several partners prior to marriage, this chemical has been released on several occasions, which ultimately loses its effect over time. However, if it is abstained until marriage, it's released to its fullest potential, which is proven to bring husband and wife closer together and ultimately helps keep them together until death do them part. What are your thoughts on the place of chastity in our day and age?
Well, I mean, chastity is so fundamental. There you've just mentioned the biology that we need to help us understand, but obviously, there's connected with that is the whole gift of yourself to another person, and the most important thing is to really be able to, even you look back at scripture, like to Adam and Eve, you talk about, Adam was alone, and he was alone before to give himself to Eve, and so it's really important to be able to be alone and to know who you are first, and part of that is mastering yourself and your chastity and your appetites, both sexual and your appetites for food, everything. So you need to be able to master yourself and to put your soul in control of your body, as it were, so that you're able to give yourself. If you don't possess yourself, it's very difficult to give yourself, and marriage is all about giving yourself completely to the other person. And if you don't possess yourself completely, then you cannot give yourself completely. So that's very, very important, I think, when it comes to marriage and to personal virtue.
So when we speak of chastity, we're talking about this idea of abstaining from any kind of sexual acts until one is married, to be essentially true and faithful and to love the person wholly and selflessly. Is that right? Is my definition accurate?
Yeah, I think it's very important to have that understanding very clear. And unfortunately, with society is, through the media, through pornography, through Hollywood, we're bombarded with just do what you want, and it's very difficult to maintain a positive understanding towards chastity and yourself as a gift, because you're encouraged to use all the time, to use each other.
Sure, and that's so true when you think about the Bible as well. I'm not sure of exactly the passage in what part of the Bible, but it does state that for grooms essentially to love their bride as Christ loved the church. And you think about how Christ loved the church. Well, he gave himself up for the church. He essentially died for the church, which is his bride essentially. And I think that's interesting when we think about weddings. Usually, traditionally in weddings, the groom is wearing black and the bride is wearing white. So in a sense, with white is representing birth and purity, and black is representing a death. It makes sense. The groom is essentially dying to himself to give himself up wholly to his bride.
Well, that's directly linked with Ephesians 5, one of the most controversial parts of the Bible, where the feminists go crazy because they completely misinterpret it, where it says, wives, submit yourself to your husband. And then the next line says, as Christ gave himself to the church. So in other words, the submission of a wife to her husband is to be under the mission of your husband. What is the mission of the husband? It's the same as Christ towards his church, that he died for his church. So to be under the mission of your husband is to be under the mission of him dying for you. So it's a complete gift of himself to you. So the mission of the husband towards the wife is to die for his wife.
Absolutely.
To give himself completely.
Sure, and it's a beautiful notion. But with the as you mentioned, with the feminists, what they've done is they misinterpreted that perhaps to mean that the man is in charge and the woman is subordinate. Is that correct?
Well, yeah. Well, that's because feminine is born out of communism. Communism is all about power struggle. Yes, it's all about so you have the working class against the ruling class, and that failed miserably. So then they started working on getting women against the men.
Sure.
So it and then it's gays and then against the others, and then there's this trans, and so they're always looking for more and more victim classes to put up against the patriarchy as they see it, because it's always seen through the prism of power.
Right.
Now, they will never understand Christianity if they only look through the prism of power, because Christianity can only be understood through the prism of love. And this is a crucial thing people have to understand about Catholicism and Christianity, is that they will never understand it until they see it through the prism of love. And that's why it's all misinterpreted unless it's seen through the prism of love.
That's I think you've really hit the nail on the head there, Dony. That's quite beautiful, the way that you've described that as well. And perhaps, yeah, as you mentioned, the idea that, why Christianity or the church is under attack as well is because of that hierarchy of power structures, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It totally misinterprets the understanding of what hierarchy should be. And of course, there are abuses of hierarchy. You can even see abuses of it today in the church. But that's because there are people who don't live their vocations appropriately.
Sure.
So there is scandal, obviously, but we have to challenge our priests and our bishops to live their vocations as Christ lived the vocation, which is as a gift of service. So the hierarchy. So the Pope's his title is the servant of the servants of Christ. So that's the way we should see ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Lovely. Instead of contraception, the Church advocates the use of natural family planning, NFP. Essentially, this practice involves man and wife embracing during the periods of the month when the female is in the infertile stages of her cycle. What are your thoughts on NFP?
Well, NFP is a fantastic advance in human understanding and goes way beyond any dehumanizing technical or chemical poisoning of the body and soul that we get from artificial contraception. What I mean is that the intentionality of NFP, natural family planning, is to respect the fertility of your spouse and abstain from sexual intercourse at a specific short period of maximum fertility for a reasonable and responsible motivation, decided by the couple and informed by good conscience. If we are honest, we will agree that it is a much greater act of love to abstain from sexual intercourse out of a respect for the fertility of your spouse than to selfishly indulge our appetite irrespective of the needs of the other.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, one thing we have to clarify, Dony, is the Church's teaching on intercourse. So what the Church has to say about intercourse is that by all means and purposes it's intended to be procreative, so essentially to make life, to make babies, and secondly to bond for male and for bride and groom to bond. So what natural family planning offers in that case, instead of using contraception to not embrace life, to not create life, it's saying, well, wait, have the respect, the dignity to wait till your wife or your spouse is at a point where she is not fertile. Then you can embrace, you can bond, you can get to know each other without the repercussions of getting pregnant, essentially.
Yeah, well, essentially, it demands much more respect for your spouse when you're loving her fertility and you're respecting her fertility, instead of just indulging yourself without any control, because control is also an act of love. Absolutely,
sure. And this is interesting in our day and age, because a lot of men, especially young men who may be Christian, who are trying to carry out the virtue of chastity, may struggle with this notion of, well, why is that the case? Why is it if I'm a Christian or if I'm a Catholic, I can't embrace with sexuality until marriage? What would you have to say to these young men that struggle with these notions?
Well, essentially ask yourself, what is love? What is the act of love? What does it mean? It's kind of strong saying, but, to contracept is really, to use contraception with the person you love in the most intimate moment of your expression of your love. You're communicating. Your sexuality is a language. You're communicating something very intimate to the most important person in your life. Now, if you repeatedly use contraception, you're essentially lying with your body to the most important person in your life at the most intimate and important moment in your relationship. And if you do that repeatedly, it's going to damage your relationship profoundly. And so it's very important to realize that, your sexuality is a language and you want to speak the truth, because lies destroy. They're like a cancer. They divide and destroy a relationship. And this goes with every relationship, but in particular, the spousal relationship, which is so much more important than all other relationships.
Yeah, no, and that's very true, the way that you've explained that, using the spouse or using your partner for your own sexual desires, in a sense, saying, well, I need this now, and regardless of the ramifications, I need to use you for it. And the Church, to my understanding, when it comes to courtship, when it comes to how far is too far before marriage is very strict in that regard, in regards to this notion, of the analogy of almost going as far as you would whilst imagining that your parents were in the same room. So in saying that, Dony, could you elaborate a little bit on the church's idea on courtship and the appropriate conduct during courtship, or dating, rather, a more contemporary word perhaps in our day and age?
Well, I suppose essentially you want to be honest, completely honest, with a capital H. And that means, communicating exactly what's appropriate at the time. So, if you want to communicate an intimacy like kissing or whatever, that you do it in a manner that communicates what's appropriate at that moment. So very heavy kissing and very heavy intimate relationships, which are really verge on foreplay as a pretext to sexual intercourse, then that's not appropriate for that stage in your relationship because you're not married yet. So it's best not to go down any direction that is inclining both towards sexual intercourse. So the best thing is to, that you wouldn't kiss too intimately or pet too intimately, because what you're doing is you're going in the direction of sexual intercourse, and you're creating expectations within the bodies of both the individuals that are expecting sexual intercourse when it's not actually appropriate at that moment because you're not married. And marriage is sexuality only makes sense within marriage because sexuality is open to life. It naturally is open to life. So unless you artificially contracept, which is obviously wrong because it's lying with your body. So if you really love someone, you give yourself completely to them. And the only context in which you can do this is in marriage, because there's a contract in which you give yourself completely to your spouse in the presence of God, in a public space, so that everybody witnesses it. And this is very important because it's a part of society. You're making a promise, a public promise to your spouse before everybody. And that's the context in which your sexuality can be fulfilled to its appropriate potential.
Well explained, yeah, definitely. So I think that the important thing to remember when it comes to dating and courting is to know your triggers in that regard. Is that right, Dony?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you have to know your limitations as well, because the sexual instinct is very powerful, and some people can be addicted to it in contemporary culture. With there's so much pornography around that people can be very, very addicted to sexuality, and just like any addiction, like alcohol or drugs. I mean, you don't, if somebody who's trying to get off alcohol, you don't give them a drink, so you'd be grand, just one drink, you'd be grand. No, you have to help your friend. You go and have coffee with them or whatever, but you don't bring out for a drink. So if you know your limitations with regard to sexuality and how far you can go, before you start getting into trouble, then you're best to make those things make your limitations very clear to your spouse, or not to your spouse, to your fiance or your girlfriend, so that she knows your limitations, and so that she doesn't go too far in getting you into tricky area where you're compromised sexually. So I think it's very important to be really honest with your fiance or your girlfriend or boyfriend, because they need to know what your limitations are. And of course, men have a much more violent sexual arousal than women do, and so they're sexually aroused in a much quicker way than women are. So women have to have understanding that they can't be too pushy sexually with men because they need to control themselves. And of course, men are more wild in that way. We're more active, and so it's important for women to help them to kind of tame them down and not to get too excited. So there are roles there. The women are very important to civilize men, because men are much more sexually excited, more easily sexually excited.
Sure.
That's part of our condition.
Right. And I think as well, one thing that doesn't help the situation in our day and age, Dony, is this idea of cohabitation. Now, I know here in Australia, especially for a lot of people who are in their university years, shared housing is something that's very common. What is your idea, and I know the church is very big on that idea of cohabitation as one of the things that can lead one into getting into trouble when it comes to sexuality and intercourse. What is your idea on cohabitation? What's your thoughts on it?
Well, I mean, it's kind of obvious. It's really a no-brainer. If you're living with, if you're especially a young couple and you're living together, it's really difficult to abstain from sexual intercourse in a certain circumstance like that, because you're in an occasion of sin most of the time. You're if you're sexually attracted to somebody, and you are living in the same apartment, and you're sleeping in the same bed. I mean, it's just or even if you're not sleeping in the same bed when you start, you'll end up most likely in the same bed if you're both sexually attracted to each other, and there's nobody there to cool the jets, as it were. There's even if there was one other person there, it might change. It would change the dynamic. But so you're just leading yourself into a very obvious occasion of sin.
Absolutely, and there is responsibility. There is accountability there for the man, especially to be able to have that temperance, that self-control, to know to say no, or to say stop. But at the same time, it works both ways. It has to be understanding from the woman as well to kind of tame those desires, or to not bring that kind of perhaps that kind of arousal up in the man, so he can essentially live out the virtue of chastity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see how contraception has destroyed this whole and created so much confusion in this area, because, previously when there was no contraception, women were much more vulnerable in that if they got pregnant, they would have a child, or, they'd have to have they'd probably have an abortion or something very sad. But the problem is now with contraception, people have this expectation that women are available. They used to they thought it was kind of a liberation, but actually it's more an imprisonment of women, because now the presumption is that all women are available.
Yeah.
And so if they're not using contraception, then that's their problem. I mean, it's a complete poisoning of the situation.
Sure.
So women are less likely today to, hold guys back and cool their jets because they feel liberated. But this is not a liberation at all, because now they're more objectified than ever. And it wasn't women who invented contraception, believe me. It was men.
Sure.
So, and there's a reason why, because they wanted the complete availability of women.
Right. Moving forward, the church has always been in strong opposition to abortion and in vitro fertilization, IVF, the former being the ultimate result of the 1960s free love sexual revolution and the use of contraception, which is reflected in Pope Paul VI's writing. The latter runs contrary to the Church's teaching on life-given human love, as stated in their catechism, quote, techniques that entail the disassociation of husband and wife by the intrusion of a person other than the couple, donation of sperm or ovum, surrogate uterus, are gravely immoral. These techniques, Heterologous artificial insemination and fertilization infringe the child's right to be born of a father and mother known to him and bound to each other by marriage. They betray the spouse's right to become a father and a mother only through each other. Techniques involving only the married couple, homologous artificial insemination and fertilization, are perhaps less reprehensible, yet remain morally unacceptable. They disassociate the sexual act from the procreative act. The act which brings the child into existence is no longer an act by which two persons give themselves to each other, but one that entrusts the life and identity of the embryo into the power of doctors and biologists and establishes the domination of technology over the origin and destiny of the human person. What are your thoughts on abortion and IVF?
Well, abortion has clearly become the sacrament of the religion of the left. Probably the fastest growing religion in the world, and satanic at its core. There's nothing more inhumane than this crime above all crimes. The thought that my homeland, Ireland, is the only country in the world to democratically vote for this to be legalized with a 2-to-1 majority shakes me to the core. I've never felt so ashamed of being Irish after we had held out for so long. It's clear to me that having fought the campaign tooth and nail to save future generations of Irish children, that there are extraordinary influence power behind the pro-abortion lobby, which saw Ireland as its emerald jewel in the crown of their worldwide corruption. Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Google, came out clean on YouTube to say that they blocked pro-life advertising in Ireland at the time, among an infinite amount of other international pressures. We had not a chance in hell of winning. IVF is problematic in its commodification of the human person. It is unfortunate that the sentimentality of our times has led to such a widespread acceptance of such dehumanizing practice. The idea that we can harvest human sperm and eggs and create people at will outside of the natural loving relationship of the two committed and devoted parents can only result in a great emotional trauma and personal identity issues down the line. It's so foolish to play around with such profound realities. In a culture so obsessed with nature and the natural, we seem to have a blind spot when it comes to human sexuality. It's considered a crime to smoke in Central Park, but yet it's legal to kill your own child up to the second it's born in the same state.
That's ridiculous, isn't it? And it's interesting. The abortion topic is an interesting one to discuss as well. Some may claim that is abortion appropriate if the circumstances in which the child is being born into aren't ideal. So, for instance, Dony, if one was to argue the idea that, well, let's take rape, for instance. If the woman was raped and her circumstances aren't great, she's living in poverty, basically, do you think in that case there can be an argument for abortion?
Well, who committed the crime?
Let's say that the crime was a criminal, a man without any, that isn't held accountable for anything.
Yeah, well, the problem is, the reason I ask you who committed the crime is that the person who commits the crime is the person who should be punished.
Sure.
So the person who commits the crime is the rapist. So the rapist needs to suffer.
Mm.
So that's the person who should suffer. And why should the child suffer for the crime of his father?
It's true.
And on top of that, why should the mother suffer a second crime?
Mm.
Not only to be raped, but also to undergo abortion, to actually kill her own child.
Mm.
It's totally inhumane. And then she has to live with two crimes of being raped and killing her own child.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what could be more poisonous?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How about, I'll give you another example, Dony. If there was somehow of determining that the child was going to be born with tremendous disabilities, perhaps paralyzed or spina bifida, what would be your answer to this argument?
Well, you ask any of the people who have survived those diseases, and they will be the first to say that they are delighted to be alive, and they're happy they weren't aborted. And there's many people who have actually survived abortions and have thanked God that they survived and thanked their parents.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it's absurd. I mean, even what's his name, the guy Steve Jobs. I mean, his mother wanted to abort him.
Right.
He says it in his autobiography. He talks about he thanks his mum for not aborting him. I mean, where would he be without Steve Jobs? He wouldn't be using this iPhone, would he?
Right. No.
So he wouldn't have this interview.
Yeah.
So I mean, how many? Like, if you think about the billions of abortions that have happened since the start, we're into a billion at this stage. A billion abortions, at least close to it. A billion abortions. So that's like 1/7 of the population of the world has been aborted. So how many geniuses have we, musical geniuses, artistic geniuses, computer geniuses have we lost in all that?
Yeah.
If we were wondering why our culture is so pathetic, maybe that's why, because we've killed most of the children.
Sure. And it's sad to know that this all goes back to the issue of contraception in our day and age.
Of course it does, because abortion is a result of contraceptive culture. It's a form of contraception to some people. So people are boasting about their abortions. It's part of their lifestyle, and they actually get a kick out of some of them. So it's really, really pathetic.
Sure. And it's almost just that idea, you see it in television, you see it in movies of when perhaps a couple or a man and woman unite in a sacred act, and then a few weeks later the woman is announcing to the man that she's pregnant, and he's completely shocked. I mean, it's what were you expecting? I mean, you committed the act. Yeah, it's strange times that we're living in, Dony. Moving on. Although we are living in the 21st century, some religions take the sacred vow of perpetual virginity for the kingdom of God. Many would argue that celibacy is unnatural and can lead to unhealthy ramifications later in life. Some would be quick to attribute issues regarding the Catholic Church and sexual abuse to celibacy. Others would say that it's not possible for a person to abstain from sexual acts for an entire lifetime, and this will ultimately lead to unhealthy sexual temptations. In your opinion, why has the idea of celibacy in the Catholic Church become so misconstrued in our current era?
Okay, well, I suppose the reason why celibacy is such a scandal in contemporary culture is that it flies in the face of the sexual liberation of our culture. Celibacy for the kingdom of God is basically to offer your sexuality up to God as a sacrifice. It's an act of love towards God, to give yourself completely to God. Now, I lived this myself for 24 years in Opus Dei as a promise. So half of my life I've lived this celibate vocation. So I have a fair idea of what it's like. And I did it not as a priest, because I have no vows. I did it as a layperson. But not only a layperson, but an artist drawing naked ladies every day. So it's like, you'd think, okay, if, I'm not saying this for my own, to blow my own trumpet, but I'm just saying, like, if I can live celibacy for the kingdom of God while drawing naked, beautiful ladies every day, I think it's possible. So the reason I'm not living that vocation anymore is because of that I've left Opus Dei. But it's not because of the celibacy. It's because of other reasons. So this is the celibacy is something that is a real scandal. I mean, I know my witness of those 24 years totally scandalized people, and there was always a presumption that, oh, he must be homosexual, or he must be a pedophile, he must be because people couldn't understand why you would do that for God, because people have lost the sense of the sacred. So I can understand why it's a scandal for a lot of people. But it's a very important witness, because the celibacy for the kingdom of God is a witness to the world that, we are born for heaven, not for this earth. So to live celibacy for the kingdom is a witness to heaven. It's a witness to the heavenly marriage, which we're all called to. And earthly marriage is a means of getting to the heavenly marriage. It's only a means.
Right.
But it's a beautiful means. It's a very valid and important and beautiful sacrament.
Some would say that the idea of living a celibate life is very unnatural and results in a lot of repression of sexual desire. What would you say to somebody that argues that, Dony?
Well, it's supernatural. So you're living. It's for a supernatural reason. I wouldn't live celibacy for any other reason. It's so it's a witness to the supernatural, to the divine. And people saying that that's the root of the sex abuse issues. Well, if you look at the sex abuse issues, went ballistic in the 60s, right up to the 80s. Between the 60s and the 80s is where things really got out of hand. And you find they talk about a paedophile scandal, okay? If you look at the figures, and the figures are very clear when you look at all the reports, that it was 85% of these abuses were of teenage boys.
Yeah.
That's not pedophilia. That's more homosexual than pedophile, because men are attracted to young men or teenage boys. That is, it's a different disorder. It's not towards underage children. So it's the real problem. Is sexual continence. These men were not living celibacy. They're giving in to the culture of the time. So that's really at the root of the problem. They weren't living their vows appropriately. And of course, there was an infiltration of homosexuality big time in the church, especially during the 60s to the 80s.
Sure.
So that's a huge problem, and still there, and it's still not acknowledged within the church. People are talking about pedophile. Well, that was 15%, which is an absolute poisonous problem. 15% of the abuses were pedophile, but 85% were teenage boys.
Yeah. That's interesting as well, Dony. Can I ask as well, Dony, the difference between a lay religious person being celibate and a difference between a priest being celibate? Is the purpose different there, or very much the same?
Well, essentially, priests are chosen from people who commit to celibacy. So you commit to celibacy before you become a priest. So that's why I suppose that's the way the church operates.
Right.
So you live that celibacy first, and then if God gives you a vocation to be a priest, well, then you become a priest. Whereas I gave myself to celibacy because I was convinced by people in upstate that was my vocation. But it didn't turn out to be that. It became clear later on. But they both are perfectly valid and beautiful manifestations of God's love because it's an amazing witness, an opportunity to live that life of intimacy with Christ.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And I've heard it said as well, Dony, that a lot of priests, a lot of the intimacy that may be experienced in marriage, a priest isn't able to experience that due to their vow of celibacy. However, kind of substitute for that intimacy, those conversations and that feeding of the inner life is what they experience essentially through confession, listening to confession.
Well, I suppose in confession they gather an understanding of those intimacies. And that's how John Paul II, for instance, he came up with the whole Love and Responsibility book, which is a fantastic book, which really explains all this very, very beautifully. And then he developed that in his papacy, in the theology of the body. But that's all comes from his experience as a priest and as a bishop, hearing confessions, helping young couples to navigate their relationships appropriately. So there's a beautiful understanding in it. And when you read what he writes, it just blows your mind at how deep an understanding he had of human sexuality. And he even talks about, like, in his Wednesday addresses in St. Peter's Square, to a crowd in St. Peter's Square, talking about the intimacy between spouses and the importance to, it's an act of charity to try and come to climax at the same time as your wife. I mean, for a pope to be talking about that level of intimacy, and talking about the struggle, because a man comes to climax quicker than a woman sexually, because of it's a more violent arousal. But it takes more refinement for a man to try and hold back so that you come to climax simultaneously, and that's an act of charity. I mean, like the John Paul II had a profound understanding of the beauty of human sexuality.
Absolutely. Dony, can I mention as well, when you were carrying out your vocation as a celibate man, was that something that you were very open about?
Oh yeah. I'm very open about everything. Probably too open. But that's part of the vocation of an artist, is that you just say it as it is. Because I mean, if you're not honest as an artist, you're not really an artist. So you just have to be transparent. Sure.
What are your thoughts on the church's stance on homosexuality and LGBTQIA culture?
Well, I think that I had a friend of mine who was a model in the New York Academy. I don't know if I've told you about him.
You may have mentioned him, yeah.
Well, it's just that whole experience of being a Catholic and being very open with my friends who have same-sex attraction, I think is very important. To be very transparent and honest about sexuality. And if they confront you about the church's stance on homosexuality, I'd be very clear to communicate that it's all about love, it's all about respect, and it's all about helping people navigate each and every challenge in our lives to live as close to Christ as possible. Now, some might be addicted to pornography, some might be addicted to masturbation, some might be addicted to homosexual activity. Well, then we need to help everybody deal with the sexual disorders that they have to deal with. The next guy might be sleeping around. Like, for instance, a homosexual friend of mine said, well, why, if those people that couple over there can sleep around, why can't we sleep around as homosexuals? I say, well, that's precisely the problem. The problem is contraception. Contraception has totally destroyed the meaning of human sexuality, and has created this epidemic of gay culture. Because if people think that everybody can sleep around, well, then why can't homosexuals sleep around? So it's only logical that you get all these sexual distortions exploding with the onslaught of the contraceptive culture.
Sure. To my knowledge, the church, the expectation from homosexuals is to remain celibate. Is that right, Dony?
Yes, yeah. I mean, if you're sexually not functioning in a correct and ordered way, well, then everybody has to live continence. If everybody who has a sexual disorder needs to live continence.
Sure.
It's a struggle, but I mean, everybody's got struggles. Some are more difficult than others. Some are sexual struggles. Others are other types of struggles. But which means that we have to be patient and help people struggle with these things and not deny that it's an issue.
Sure.
Because denying an issue is not helping anybody.
Yeah. How about the case for transgendered people who are born believing that they are not male or that they are not female? What does the church state about the transgendered issue?
Well, I mean, gender dysphoria is obviously a disorder also. It's very clearly understood as a disorder in the medical journals. It's called gender dysphoria. So people who have confusions like that need to be helped to try and understand their predicament and their situation. But to as they're doing with children now, giving hormone blockers to children so that they don't grow up a boy or don't grow up a girl, is a whole new level of child abuse.
Right. Yeah.
And has no founding whatsoever in science. It's completely anti-science. And it's we're looking at extraordinary lawsuits in the future being drawn on these issues. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. I mean, if we look back at 200 years ago, I mean, what were we thinking? Slave trade and all this kind of stuff. And it's, well, look what we're doing now. We're killing our own children.
Yeah.
We're actually, we're destroying their sexuality and their disorder and turning people's people's mental illness with regard to the gender dysphoria, for instance, and impounding their mental illness in a physical disorder. I mean, it's just absurd. The problem is there's no adult in the room.
Yeah.
This is all it goes right back to this crisis of paternity. We need an adult in the room to say, no, this is getting ridiculous. We see we don't have, when we get rid of truth and we don't have a concrete understanding of objective truth, then everything loses its bearings.
Sure.
We need a fulcrum, which is Christ. Christ is the fulcrum. He's the fullness of the human condition. He is the icon of who we are and who we should be. And we need that fulcrum. It's like the middle of the wheel. If we don't have that middle of the wheel, that fulcrum, on which all the spokes are attached, then it spins out of control and it goes in all sorts of dangerous directions very fast.
Sure.
And that's what we're witnessing now. Is this speeding up of this complete disorder of society?
And as Catholics, Dony, it is our call to walk with these people who may be experiencing this gender dysphoria or who are homosexual, not to abandon them, not to turn our backs on them, but to walk with them. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I've been doing for years with my friends. I mean, two of them in particular, who I joined my Theology of the Body sessions. There's basically people walk off the street into my studio, and we'd have these sessions, open sessions, public sessions, discussing theology of the body. And two of my friends that joined us and were homosexual guys, and one was a gay activist, more in this kind of queer culture, gay activist. And the other was much more quiet guy with same-sex attraction. And they would be very open in the discussions, and it was very interesting to see their perspective. And they came over to the faith and started to bring their lives correctly. And they were a great witness to other people. And because every session we had, all the public sessions we've had, every week, people would, at least one person would say, oh, this is all fine, but what about homosexuals?
Yeah.
And these guys will stand up and say, I have same-sex attraction, and this has helped me do this, and I'm now practicing fully. I'm going to confession, I'm going to mass, and receiving the sacraments. And it just like blows them away.
Fantastic. That's great. That's amazing. And that's interesting as well, Dony, because to my understanding, a lot of homosexuals have developed a kind of a bad relationship with the church because they feel as though the church is not accepting them. So there's a kind of paradox there, perhaps, whereas a lot of contemporary Catholics are accepting homosexuality, whereas a lot of perhaps conservative Catholics, like perhaps our parents, would have been completely opposed to the idea. So could you elaborate a little bit perhaps on that difference?
Well, I suppose we need to be more understanding today, because it's because of the contraceptive culture, it's become epidemic, all these sexual disorders, and they've come out in the open, and then of course society has promoted it. Like even students in college talking about, it's the trendy thing to do now to be gay. I mean, it's like, I suppose, even Douglas Murray writes about this very interesting in his new book, the Madness of Crowds. He talks about homosexuality, because he's a homosexual himself. He talks about, now it's even more virtuous to be homosexual than to be straight. So we're in a culture which has just turned everything on its head. It's totally satanic if you think about it, because you're saying what is good is bad and what is bad is good. In the words of Bob Dylan. So it's like that's where we're at. So it's a very confusing time. Right. So we have to be very patient with people, because they're living in a lie. And just to accompany people, but to accompany people in truth. Not this kind of Father James Martin nonsense where it's like accompaniment, which is basically just going along with it and not challenging it. No, accompanying is caritas in veritate, charity in truth. Yeah, that you accompany people in the truth. So you love them, you show your love for them, and then when you're dealing with this issue, that you don't shy away from the truth, and you communicate that truth with charity, as I said before with my friend in the New York Academy. So that because when you communicate love with the truth, then people can understand it and they can appreciate it and they can receive it because they received it with love. So, but to be loving and caring and not tell the truth and let people stay in their falsehood and living a lie is sentimentality, which is the opposite to love, because you're pretending to love them and not telling them the truth.
Sure.
And if you did that to a child and they grow up and they will be very insulted, and they say that they were abused because they were not told the truth, even though it was under the guise of truth and caring.
Sure, and that's such a tricky thing to balance as well. To love, to not be judgmental, but at the same time to stand by what is true. So in saying that, Dony, do you believe that marriage should be between man and woman, or man and wife?
Oh, of course. I mean, that is marriage. It's hard to define marriage any other way. it doesn't make any sense, because marriage is there for, it's to be open to life, and I mean, sexual intercourse. I mean, do we need to get into the mechanics of this? But sexual intercourse is open to life. It's the reception of the woman, of the man, creates life.
Sure.
Whereas in a homosexual act, excuse the directness of it, is the complete opposite. Because it's, without being too crude, it's mixing life with death. I mean, for a man to penetrate the anal passage of another man, and to lose his seed in the anus of a man, is basically to mix potential life with dead human matter. So it is the complete anti-sacrament.
No, it is problematic.
Antithesis to marriage.
Yes.
It's not problematic, it's wrong.
It's wrong.
Wrong. The word problematic is a problematic word. It is a very contemporary word. It's used, I'm not attacking you on this, but it's used by people because they don't know how to say something is wrong. Because to say something is wrong is judgmental. Well, maybe it's time to start judging things, because if we don't judge, then we're denying our responsibility. We are acting beings. We need to judge acts, but not people. Never people, but we must judge acts, because we're acting beings ourselves. So when people say, "Oh, you shouldn't be judgmental about homosexual acts and so on," so, no, I have to be judgmental about it, because I am an acting being. I could engage in those acts. The reason I don't engage in those acts is because I'm judging them as wrong.
There is what you're saying is true, and I agree with that, Dony. I think what it is with a lot of people perhaps is they just don't want to offend anybody. They're nice people, and they don't want to hurt anybody by saying something that perhaps might be quite hurtful for them to hear.
Of course. Well, that's self-love. That's not loving them. It's loving yourself.
Yeah.
You don't want to be uncomfortable. That's bullshit. That's not friendship. If you really love somebody, you tell them the truth. Yeah. Like, have we lost the plot completely? I mean, that's what friendship is all about. Yeah. A friend is somebody who's going to tell you what you need to know, not what you want to know.
Sure. That makes sense. Moving on. You have stated, quote, "The problem with pornography," St. John Paul II said, "was not that it shows too much of the body, but that it shows too little of the person. Pornography represses true beauty. Art, on the other hand, is a revelation of the truth. And the more you reveal in it, the more beautiful it gets. Desire needs to be channeled so that it can reach its proper destiny. Drawing or sculpting a nude or looking at it can do this," unquote. Can you explain how studying the nude through purity of heart can cleanse culture of the pornography mindset?
Well, I suppose there's a good anecdote that might be able to help understand this. I was giving a drawing class in my school in New York, or in Florence, at the Sacred Art School in Florence. It was a bunch of students from the States, mostly girls. And we had this model who was an Italian girl, and she was a nude model. And during the break, we discuss theology of the body in the context of life drawing, which is a very important way of getting it across. And the Italian model couldn't understand the English, so I was explaining to her these aspects. Now, I was doing this. She was completely naked, standing in front of me, and I was explaining these things. And I was, of course, looking at her eyes and engaging with her and trying to get her to understand. And then I went back to the American girls, and they just stared at me with amazement. And they said, "We understand it 100% now." And I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "The way you explained to that girl the theology of the body, and the way you communicated to her, not objectifying her, but respecting her, has communicated to them more than anything that the true meaning of the theology of the body, that you can actually not objectify a very beautiful woman naked in front of you, but be able to communicate on the level of love and respect.
Lovely. So you led by example, and they acknowledged that, they saw that.
Yeah, but I had no intention to lead by any example. I was just explaining to this model the theology of the body.
Sure. Beautiful. And Dony, can I ask as well, when we are drawing as students or as artists from the model, what are some things that can help us whilst we're in that act of drawing, that can help us not objectify the model, but rather to respect the model, respect the human dignity of the person that is before us?
Well, I suppose one really helpful use is to pray to their guardian angel, and your guardian angel. So you supernaturalize your relationship. You're not looking at a piece of meat, you're looking at a human being, a daughter or son of God. It's very important not to objectify that person. So the one way is to know and love the theology of the body and let it transform you. And it's a very useful tool.
Sure.
Christopher West explains it quite simply in 3 words, or 3 Ds: desire, design, and destiny. In an integration popularized by St. Ignatius of Loyola, founder of the Jesuit order, that if we channel our desire towards God's design, we will arrive at his destiny, which is heaven. I have put this into practice in my own life, and it has also influenced my teaching and curriculum. The foundation course I give to my students is to draw from the nude in the context of theology of the body, conceptually and artistic, anatomy, grammatically. This means that they wrestle with their understanding of the human condition through their drawing, which helps them to think on the level when they create their art. This can only elevate them and their culture to contribute to it in a beautiful way. This is how I aim to detox our culture from its contraceptive and pornographic infestation and give hope through beauty to future generations of artists and art lovers.
So Dony, what does that look like? So say we're in a life class and we're doing a 20-minute pose, perhaps longer. If you're teaching theology of the body through life drawing, so would you stop every model break and perhaps read out some of the writing from St. John Paul II, and then perhaps try and deconstruct it and get to the essence of it?
Well, what we did is that we had 3-hour sessions. So I would start the class with just life drawing.
Yeah.
And then within the first hour, it just doing these long pose, and then take a half-hour break for the model, and during that half-hour break, we would have a discussion on the theology of the body. We'd have an open discussion on the content of the theology of the body. And sometimes the models would participate in this. And that was very beneficial also, because the models started to change their way of posing in a more dignified way, in a more and it just contributed big time to everybody's understanding, to be drawing the human body in the context of these ideas, so that you're challenging yourself continually to see the divine in the human.
Lovely. Moving on. Former head of research at Brigham Young University Museum of Art, Dr. Herman du Toit, was once asked a question along the lines of, what must contemporary artists do if they wish to create religious art that contends with the impact of the masters from the past? His answer was to repent. Do you side with Dr. Herman du Toit's opinion?
Yeah, I don't know this guy, but I love him already. It's a great start. Have a humility to admit you are nobody, in relationship with the divine and the creation he has given us. All we have that is of value is him. Just have the humility and abandonment to just throw yourself into the strong arms of your loving Father, as depicted in my St. Joseph of Florida or DC, and steep yourself in the richness of our artistic inheritance. We need to mine this deposit of gems to bring forward what is relevant and needed in our time. It is in the tension of moving forward in tradition, as Ratzinger put it that's where great art is made. So it's maybe of some significance that it is in a similar tension between the fallen nature and the divine call that we get great saints. It was the same Ratzinger who said that the greatest projections of Christian culture are both saints it creates and the beautiful art that it produces.
Yeah, that's lovely notion as well, Dony. The idea of repentance as well in our day and age. So to essentially be praying for your sins, or to going to confession and speaking with Father about your sins and asking for forgiveness on that, it makes sense, especially if one is a sacred artist making holy effigies of Jesus, but not living the life, not having an interior life, because as you've mentioned, all great art is an overflow of one's interior life. So if one isn't repenting, if one isn't paying for their sins, if one isn't engaged in penance, then essentially the work that they create, would that be considered a lie?
Well, I suppose in a way it is, because you're not communicating with full honesty, and that's why honesty with a capital H is really the artist's vocation.
Yeah. So in our day and age, Dony, what is the power and relevance of confession?
Well, I suppose confession is a very powerful tool. I mean, it's really Christian medicine in many ways. If the Eucharist is Christian food for the soul, then confession is really medicine for the soul. And we can't survive in life without food or medicine. So we can't survive spiritually without spiritual food and spiritual medicine. And I think one of the reasons we have such a sick culture today is because people are not getting spiritual medication through confession.
Sure. In your opinion, how often should one frequent confession?
Well, I mean, everybody's different, but it depends on need. I suppose personally, I like to go weekly or bi-weekly whenever I feel the necessity. It's in contemporary culture, because it's so warped with pornography and all sorts of temptations, that because there's so many temptations out there, well, then a frequent confession is very beneficial, because obviously you can't receive Holy Communion when you're not in the right state. If you have mortal sin on you, then you're not in the state of grace, so you can't receive Holy Communion, because to receive Holy Communion when you're not in the state of grace is a mortal sin on itself.
Sure.
So it's really important, and that's one thing that's kind of strange about, the contemporary church today, is that a lot of people are almost everybody receives Holy Communion, but hardly anybody goes to confession. So it leaves you with the question: how many people are receiving Holy Communion in a state of grace? So the best way to deal with that is to live the state of grace ourselves, and encourage others to frequent confession also. Absolutely.
So confession essentially is a way of cleansing ourselves of all the dirt that we maybe pick up living in contemporary times.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you don't shower once a week, you're not going to make very many friends, and God's not going to be very impressed if you're living you're not living in the state of grace.
Absolutely.
Because obviously you can't get to heaven if you're not in a state of grace.
Sure.
So mortal sin kills the life of the soul. So if you have mortal sin, you must go to confession. Otherwise, if you die in that state, you can't get to heaven.
Absolutely. That's interesting as well, Dony. Can I ask, in your opinion, are we all sons and daughters of God, or must one be baptized?
Well, the baptism brings us into it gets rid of original sin, which is essential, and we are brought to the life in Christ through baptism. So baptism is essential. Now, obviously, people who have never understood or never learned this, then they can have a baptism of desire. But obviously that's under extraordinary circumstances. But the most important thing is that we share the truth of Christ's teaching, and we know that Christ said he is the way, the truth, and the life. He didn't say, I am a way, a truth, and a life. No, he said, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no one has life that we can't get to heaven except through him. And that's very direct. It's very clear.
Sure.
So if Christ has given himself to us and died for us and wants us to receive him at least weekly on Sunday, that's the bare minimum. Because if we don't have that bare minimum of love for God, that in itself is a mortal sin. The life of Christ dies in our soul if we don't go to Mass every Sunday, because it's the bare minimum of spiritual life that we are asked by Christ and his church to live.
So in that case, just to go back to that question, I know it may be a difficult question to answer, Dony, for those who are not baptized, what is God's relationship to them? I mean, he loves them regardless, and he wants them to come unto him. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, of course. But it's our responsibility as the church to help people understand that and bring people to confession and to baptism. And that's why I've made it very much part of my own life to help my friends come to the fullness of the faith and to be baptized, because through explaining to them, they understand they need to be baptized in order to live fullness of Christ and to receive him in the full intimacy that Christ wanted. I mean, he didn't die for us for no reason. He died for us so that we can receive him, consume him, at least to participate in the Mass once a week. It's and that's the reason I go every day, because I know that I am receiving Christ, and I know I need that food, and I need confession to keep me spiritually strong. And it's one of the problems today is that a lot of people don't realize and don't engage in the spiritual battle. So if you're not engaged in the spiritual battle of trying to help people come closer to Christ, well, then you're not aware of the need for the Eucharist and the need for confession, because if you're not engaged in a battle, then you don't need that. You know that you need a sword, which is the Eucharist, and a shield, which is confession. You know that you need these weapons to defend ourselves and to go out there and share Christ.
Absolutely. Moving on. You have described yourself as, quote, a contemporary liturgical artist in a culture of repudiation, unquote. You go on to state, quote, my work has given me a platform to expose the spiritual wounds of our society and to propose the soothing balm of faith and the beauty it produces as its remedy. By taking such a counter-cultural stance, I feel that I stand out like a red dot on a green canvas and hence draw the wrath of many and the admiration of a few, unquote. You surely are brave taking this regressive position. it is clear that you have the respect of many in our tradition. However, how has your work been received by those with progressive ideals?
Well, again, I wouldn't use the word progressive. I'd see it more as regressive. But I respectfully question your use of the term regressive and progressive. It appears that you have accepted the leftist narrative that they are progressive and anyone who contradicts them is regressive. If these are terms in reference to what is true, good, and beautiful, then in my opinion, I am progressive towards this goal because I am acting in the service of those who contradict this mission for truth, goodness, and beauty are the real regressive strain in our society. It's very important from the onset to clarify the terms of debate, as the left is very deceptive in its usurpation of the language to turn what is good into bad and what is bad into good. Having clarified that, I would say that my outspoken progressive stance has shaken the fence so that people are forced to take sides for and against. I prefer to work in this way because it's the way Christ worked. He that is not with me is against me, and he that gather not with me scatters abroad. That's Matthew 12:30. Life is too short for BS, and besides, it's much more interesting and fun.
You are also an avid public speaker and have presented at numerous colleges throughout the United States and Notre Dame, whereby you express your views on renewing culture through sacred art and describe your life's work to date. Why do you feel a need to be vocal about your belief rather than letting your work speak for itself?
I see it as a duty to use every gift God has given me to bring people to Him for His glory and their eternal happiness.
That's interesting. Do you find in that process, Dony, that some people may get offended by our hope of them coming to the truth? I suppose the truth is not about it. Facts are that they don't respect feelings in a way. I mean, if you become too sentimental, then you're avoiding the truth, and you're not really loving these people. So you have to be honest and transparent. Absolutely. I understand you are also a board member of Newman College in Ireland. Do you wish to comment on your affiliation with this college?
Again, I saw it as my duty to support any initiative that can help Ireland retain its rich Christian heritage. I have a particular fondness for Cardinal Newman, as he was the last great opportunity the Irish had to establish a Catholic intellectual class, which could have weathered the destructive storm that has recently destroyed Irish Catholicism.
So Cardinal Newman was a feature of one of your sculptures, is that correct, Dony?
That's right, yeah. He was the third large bronze I did in the United States.
Beautiful. And where is that located today?
That's in the Catholic Information Center on K Street, I think, in Washington, D.C.
Lovely. You define beauty as, quote, the projection of the truth and fullness of the dignity of the human condition, unquote. You go on to say, quote, I don't believe art has to project idolized beauty all the time. There is chiaroscuro, darkness and light in life. If you look at a Caravaggio painting, it is very clear that it has the combination of the darkness and the light that makes the painting beautiful. If it was all just light, it would be very uninteresting because you wouldn't have the tension of drama. The composition would be less stimulating. Suffering is part of life. My sufferings and the sufferings of my friends bring out the best in us by inviting us to be more generous. And so there is, in a way, beauty in suffering, unquote. This is a lovely idea. Why do you believe the art world and society at large has turned its back on beauty?
If society turns its back on truth and goodness, then it will lose the capacity to perceive real beauty. and be distracted by false beauty, hence the ubiquitous sentimentality and pornography.
Now, those who hear us talk who are outside of the world of traditional realism and perhaps even Christianity often resort to the conclusion that we lament the advent of modernity as we are looking for escapism because we are not happy essentially with the current state of the world. Now, it doesn't take much for those who support the neo-Marxist agenda to become defensive when we advocate for traditionalism in our contemporary era. This topic can sometimes come off as taboo. Have you felt this to be the case when presenting your work to your contemporaries?
Yeah, I found that, very much so, that there's a complete misunderstanding. Again, it goes back to that prism of power and the prism of love. If people are judging the world through a neo-Marxist agenda, which is only through the prism of power, as with Michel Foucault and Derrida, then they're going to misinterpret exactly what I'm trying to do, which is to communicate through love. And sometimes the truth has to be communicated through love, and that can be very hard to take. But our job is to make it as easy as possible, but not watering down the truth.
Absolutely. It's interesting to learn of the positivity you identify in suffering. Do you care to share some of the lessons you've learned through suffering?
Yeah, well, I mean, while my father was dying and not able to look after himself, I was intimidated at first with the prospect of cleaning and dressing him. But with the grace of God, I developed the courage to do so with great cheerfulness and humor. That those memories are now some of the most cherished I have. When our culture tries to eliminate the most vulnerable in our society through whether it's the unborn or the sick or the old, we in fact lose a great treasure we have and opportunities to love. I started a weekly soup run for students to reach out to the homeless in Dublin over 15 years ago, which proved to be a very effective means of transmitting true charity. The objective was to give myself and help the students to do likewise through the form of a hot drink or food, and above all, listening to their stories. It was a great way to understand what they really needed. For some, it was financial help, and for others, it was to stop taking advantage of the system and people's generosity, as they were drawing social welfare on top of drawing in hundreds of euros a day begging as a career, when they had the brains and the health to be and to do much more. The students also learn a lot about life and how fortunate they are. So everyone is still growing from the transmission of truth and charity in truth.
I imagine that would have been very rewarding work. How did that make you feel, being able to help and give back to the community through the soup runs you were doing?
I thoroughly recommend it. It's still going here in Dublin every week, and it's still growing. So it's tremendously rewarding to do work like that, and I thoroughly recommend it because it's very difficult to help the homeless without organizing it in an appropriate way, because if you just throw money at everybody who's asking for it, you may be actually fueling a drug or alcohol issue, and that's not helping anybody. So the best way is to actually sit down and listen,
absolutely,
and understand and help that way. What people need more than anything is love.
Yes,
and love is understanding. It's founded on understanding. So you have to listen, find out what people need, and then help them appropriately, whether it's through a kind word and a bit of money or a bit of food, or maybe it might be a severe word to help them get their act together and move forward. But that has to be done in a very compassionate way. You have to listen and understand what people need to hear.
Sure. Sometimes even just forcing a smile to these people can really make their day.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But the important thing is that that it's true. It's not a sentimental activity, but a true loving encounter.
Sure.
It's the adult in the room. It's the paternal vocation. It's not just being soft and nice, but sometimes we have to be, strong and a witness to the truth.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it can be a case of tough love.
Absolutely, and that's totally misunderstood in a culture that just does not understand or respect true masculinity.
Sure. You have previously stated, quote, "In our contemporary Western culture of repudiation and disenchantment, there is much need for a witness to hope in the form of beauty, a truth born of faith and love," unquote. I understand you believe that the fullness of truth and beauty is found in the Catholic Church, as we've been discussing. How do we communicate this to non-Catholics without coming across as a preaching apologetic? Now, we have discussed this somewhat, but perhaps was there anything else you'd like to add to that?
Well, first of all, I don't concern myself with what people think, which I have no right to do. What concerns me more is my responsibility before God, when He is the only person I am answerable to. Life becomes very simple. Having said that, He wants me to love everyone, and that doesn't mean to like everyone. I would hope to communicate my sincere interest in the well-being of my interlocutor, and that this love would be received in goodwill. If it's not, then I'm throwing pearls to swine, which again, I have no right to do, so I continue on my way and wipe the dust from my feet. One of the most important things I have learned in life is to not give a shit. I don't. I guess this is one of the reasons why other conservatives are less effective than regressive counterparts.
That's interesting, Dony. So you state that Christ wants us to love everybody, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we need to like everybody. But in order to love someone, shouldn't we, as a prerequisite, have to like them?
No, I don't believe that. Because I mean, our vocation is to love everyone,
mm-hmm.
And it's impossible to like everyone.
Yeah.
So the most important thing is to love, and sometimes it takes much more love to work with somebody who you don't like.
Absolutely, and in a sense, it goes back to that, the church's traditional idea of mortification in a way, where you think about, in a form of penance, making yourself, perhaps sacrificing a little bit of yourself in order to bring forth the truth and goodness of Christ. So, for instance, it could be, example, if you're working with someone, you might not necessarily like them, but you have the understanding to love them completely in order to push through the situation and to live out your virtue as a Christian.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, there are people I'm dealing with at the moment that I really, really dislike, and they're making life very, very difficult for me. But I'm refusing to give in to hate, even though those people may push you towards hatred. So I know that my dealings with them demand much more love out of me than my relations with people I get on with very well. So it's quite a challenge, but it's very evident to me that there's much more love drawn out of me because I feel it with those people that I've really, really dislike.
Sure. That's interesting as well. And considering those people who seem to be instigators, that seem to want blood, what do you think is the source or the root of their pain, essentially?
I think I see one of the things that help me a lot is to realize the truth of the situation. People who hate you are victims. I believe people who live hate are victims of the devil. And if we understand them as victims of the devil, then it helps us understand and love them more. And to realize that the hatred you're receiving from them is coming from a source that has victimized them, first of all, because they're a channel of hatred. So if someone is a channel of hatred, then any hatred and hurt that they give me must be multiplied in themselves. Because if for them to express such hatred and such ugliness means that they must possess that hatred and ugliness within themselves much more than what they're passing on to me.
Yeah, that's really wise as well, Dony. One of the best things we could do in that situation is to love the person. It takes tremendous character to not take things personally, but to understand that these people are wounded, that they're hurt, that they need to be loved. And it's almost like when we think about Jesus at the time when he was being scorned by the Romans, he looked up to Heavenly Father and stated, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." So it is very beautiful, this idea of being able to seek forgiveness, to love the person. But again, it is a tricky one when it comes to not taking things personally.
Well, somebody very close to me, for instance, was spreading all sorts of rumors about me. And I, for about 2 years, and it was very painful. And eventually we had an encounter where this person started to insult me again, and somebody close to me that I love very much. And I just challenged that person to say, look, I really don't think this is a positive conversation. I don't think we're making progress here. And then that person came out with 2 of those slanders that she had been spreading for a long time. And this is, so I unpacked the first one, and she got very annoyed with me because I exposed the lie that she was perpetrating about me. And then she brought up another lie. I unpacked that, and she got livid with me. And then I said, look, I think the best thing for me is to leave right now, because this is not going anywhere positive. And as I was leaving, she screamed at me to come back. I came back to her, turned around, and she was crying. So I reached over to her, embraced her. And this is the most powerful physical experience of spiritual power that I've ever experienced in my life. I hugged her, she hugged me, and I felt this tremendous power coming through me. And I looked at her face, and she had complete surprise on her face. And I asked her, did you feel that? And she nodded to me. She could hardly speak. And I said, don't ever forget that. And that's when I left. And I'm convinced that that was a movement of the Holy Spirit. There was a level, there was a mini exorcism, if I could say so, of hatred, because just before that thing happened, before I left, I said, look, I think it's best to leave now. The only reason I'm here is because I love you very much. You know that I know that you've spread these rumors. I know that you have spread hatred. But the only reason I'm here is because I love you.
Beautiful.
And it was that moment that I had left, and she screamed at me to come back. So
Lovely.
I'm convinced that love exorcised that hate. And I physically felt it, and she physically felt it without any words being spoken.
That's incredible.
So it's moments like that that encourage me to persevere. And I'm going through the same thing with another person at the moment, a very similar situation. So this gives me the courage and the power and the strength to persevere in this means of love.
Beautiful. And love conquers all. And that's great advice, Dony. Thanks for sharing that.
No, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Regarding Christ's sacrifice for us on the cross, you've stated, quote, "The crucifixion is the ultimate icon of humanity. It's deicide, which is the most horrific crime, but at the same time, it actually symbolizes the fullness of the human gift, to give yourself for others." Unquote. Some religions that believe in Christ do not worship the crucifix as it represents him dying. Rather, they tend to focus on the living, resurrected Christ. This seems to be a valid point. Why do you think the crucifixion is the central image of the Catholic Church?
Because the Catholic Church is the fullness of the truth that Christ came to die on the cross for our redemption, and that there is no redemption without the cross. Just think of all the missions sent across the globe with only 2 items to transmit the faith to the natives of foreign lands: a Bible and a crucifix. Not a Bible and a sculpture of Christ giving someone bread, but his very self. When we dilute the love of God, we do him and our listeners a great disservice. And this goes for our witness to the real presence, capital R, capital P, of Christ, body, blood, soul and divinity in the Blessed Sacrament also.
That's lovely. And as well, one thing we need to understand is that the moment that Christ died on the cross, all sins were forgiven. And essentially that is why Christians worship the crucifixion and not focus so much on the imagery, the depiction of Christ after he was resurrected. But the moment that he died is the ultimate sacrifice for humankind.
Yeah, absolutely.
In saying that, Dony, when we think about other religions as well that believe in Christ but do not believe in the crucifixion, for instance, here I'm thinking of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, perhaps the Jehovah's Witnesses. What is your opinion on that? And again, we're just having a discussion. We're not criticizing it all. How do you think? I mean, do we consider them our brothers and sisters in that case?
Well, I mean, the most important act of Christ is his act of redemption. He's the Redeemer, and he redeemed us through the crucifixion and resurrection. So if Christ at the cross is not Christianity, it just doesn't make any sense.
Sure. We've come to understand that the art world is prejudiced against traditional figuration. However, do you believe there is even more of a sense of this for Christian-themed artworks?
Well, I think that the hostility to figurative art that reflects the truth and dignity of the human person comes from an anti-incarnational standpoint. I use a capital I because I refer to the incarnation of Christ. Figurative art that degrades the dignity of the human person, from fellow Dubliner Francis Bacon to the Saatchi darlings of Chapman Brothers, would seem to be celebrated at the highest levels of art establishment. We should not be surprised by this form of culture that is so openly Christophobic.
Do you believe there is a discernible difference between Christian and Catholic art?
Well, it reminds me of the first question I got when I went to New York in the New York Academy. I was asked by a student, "Are you Christian or Catholic?" And I just found that such a strange question, being an Irishman, because as far as we understood, there was only one Christianity, which is Catholicism. But it just exposes a complete ignorance of history. I mean, all Christianity comes from the Catholic Church, because the Catholic Church Christianity was the Catholic Church up to the 15th century. So there's basically there's Christian and then there's offshoots of Christianity. There's only one church. There are many Christian denominations, but there's only one church, and that's the Catholic Church. So do you believe there is a discernible difference between Christian and Catholic? Well, I think that sums it up. I mean, Christianity is Catholicism, and then there are branches of that which are diluted aspects. But if you think of Christianity as a tree, the trunk of the tree is the Catholic Church, And those things that shoot off it are these Christian denominations. But the truth resides in the trunk.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting, Dony, as well. So in another sense, we can think that every Catholic is a Christian, but not every Christian is a Catholic.
Yeah, absolutely. And Catholicism is the essence of the church. It is the truth, the fullness of the truth. So anything that splinters off that is not the fullness of the truth.
Sure.
And Christ wants us to live in the fullness of the truth. And it's only in the Catholic Church that we can receive him, body, blood, soul, and divinity in the Eucharist, and through confession. Because they're the only two sacraments that Christ is manifest in persona Christi, in the priest. In persona Christi, in the person of Christ. So when the priest says, "This is my body given up for you," he is saying that in the person of Christ, so that it's Christ's body that has been given up. And in confession, when the priest says, "I absolve you from your sins," he's not saying that as Father John Ryan. He's saying that as Jesus Christ in persona Christi. So they're the only two moments that a priest acts in persona Christi.
Sure. Through my own understanding, one thing that I've come to understand when it comes to the difference between a Christian and a Catholic, as Catholics, obviously the most obvious thing is that we believe in the Church. We believe in the Pope as a representative of Jesus Christ, and we believe in the Church as a medium in which to talk about our Christianity, talk about the sacraments. And the difference between a Christian is that they have this notion of sola scriptura, which means scripture alone. So essentially, they're not believing in the church as a mediator. They believe in the Bible alone, the Word of God alone. They believe that when they receive communion, that they're not receiving essentially the bread and body of Christ, but a symbol of the blood and body of Christ. Am I correct in saying that, Dony?
Yeah, we believe we're receiving the body and blood of Christ because that's what Christ said. "This is my body given up for you. This is my blood." So we believe, we take Christ literally. And I suppose if you think about it, I mean, the Last Supper is this last meal he's having before with the most important people in his life, before he dies. So he's not going to mince his words. He's not going to be very, play around with. He's going to be very clear about what he's doing. And because it's directly linked with the crucifixion, because the crucifixion is one and the same as the Last Supper, because he's giving his body and his blood in both. There's we can't be dubious about it. We have to be very clear that this is his body and his blood. And he ordered us to receive and to drink his blood and to eat his flesh. And even when he said that, he lost 5,000 followers. They said, "This is too hard a saying." Now, if you were a leader and you didn't want people to misinterpret, you would explain, "Oh, no, I didn't mean literally my body and blood. It's only a symbol. Don't worry." Then he could have saved those 5,000 from leaving. But he didn't. He let them leave because he meant what he said.
Yeah.
So it's very important.
Sure. So with the idea of sola scriptura, there are passages in the Bible that, if interpreted literally, sound very odd. For instance, there may be a passage that says, "Cut off your hand," or something of the other. So then, why is it necessary that we have the church as a intermediary between the Word of God and the Bible and the sacraments?
Well, the Catholic Church brings us the Scripture in tradition, so we need to interpret the Scripture correctly, and Christ has given us the teaching magisterium of the Church. The authority of the Church is that it has no authority, because it has no authority to change the word of Christ. So the authority of the Church is founded on its lack of authority to change the word of Christ. Sure. That's why the Church cannot change anything. That's why the Pope is infallible, because he cannot change the teaching of the Church. If he changes the teaching of the Church and it contradicts magisterium, which is possible, unfortunately,
Mm.
then he is no longer the Pope, because our job is to hold on to the magisterium. That's what the Catechism of the Catholic Church is there for. So we know what the teaching of the Church is. So the most important thing is to have a copy of the Catechism of the Catholic Church and to pray with it and let it penetrate our hearts, so that we interpret Scripture in the tradition that Christ has given us.
Sure.
And even the Pope cannot contradict that.
What about the idea of the Pope speaking ex cathedra?
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
Well, when a Pope speaks ex cathedra, that means that he is speaking with the teaching authority of the Church. And that means that he can only speak the fullness of Christ's message. He cannot contradict Christ and the teaching magisterium of the 2,000 years of the Church. If he does, then he is automatically no longer a Pope.
Sure. Now, does Irish Catholicism differ in any way to Roman Catholicism?
No, if it does, then it's not Catholicism. Catholicism is Roman Catholicism. It is Roman to its core. If we have an Irish church and an Australian church or a British church, it doesn't make any sense. Catholicism is universal.
Sure.
That's what it means. Catholic means universal.
Yeah, because I have heard some Irish say, when it comes to religion, I'm Irish Catholic. What do they mean by that?
They mean they haven't got a clue what they're talking about. Yeah, because then you're just getting into a cultural Catholicism. It's just an Irish kind of twist on it. I mean, we might have different style of doing stuff or whatever, but the essence of the church is Roman.
Sure, but there is Anglo-Catholic, right, Dony?
Yeah, there would be, but that's just a cultural style, a veneer on Roman Catholicism, because Catholicism is Roman.
Yes.
So and the reason why it's Roman, it means universal because it has its central hub in Rome, and it goes out to the world. So Roman Catholicism in itself is universal Catholicism. That's what Catholicism means, universal.
Sure. In that sense, how does the Eastern Orthodox Church differ from the Roman Catholic Church?
Well, I'm no authority on the church, but Eastern Catholicism kind of split off, I think, about the 10th century.
Yeah, 1057, I believe it was. Yeah,
1057. Yeah. So it's just it's more national. So you have Russian Orthodox, you have Greek Orthodox, you have all these different national splinters. Now they do have the sacraments because they didn't change. They have apostolic succession, so they have the sacraments of the Eucharist and so on, as opposed to Protestantism, because they don't have the sacraments because they deny the true presence. So the Eastern Orthodox are closer to Catholicism, but the essential difference is that they're not under the Holy Father. They don't recognize the Pope as their leader.
Yes.
So that's really the essence of it. So that means that they become national churches, which is kind of dangerous in many ways because it means they're more under the influence of their political leaders than they are under the Pope. So, for instance, the Russian Orthodox Church is in dangerous connection with Putin, for instance, at the moment. So there's a power play there that is not very healthy for a Christian gathering, because you're in bed with powerful leaders that may not have the best intentions in the world.
Nowadays, there are a lot of churches that have been founded by man. I'm thinking here of the Hillsong Church, the Bethel Church, and various types of Protestantism. And it is hard for me personally to discern the difference between Lutheranism and a Baptist and a Presbyterian, etc. What's your opinion on all these New Age churches that have developed?
Well, I suppose they're very similar to the old age splinters. I mean, there's only one church, and that's the Roman Catholic Church.
Mm-hmm.
The others are not churches. They're just, they might call themselves churches, but they're not churches. They're either denominations, they're just cults, but they cannot call themselves churches. And my opinion of them is that they're very sad. We need to pray for them. It's a perfect example of the devil's work. The devil means diabolum, to divide. And that's the work of Satan, is to divide. And Christ wants us to be one. And that's why Christian unity is so important.
Sure.
But unity in truth.
Unity in truth, absolutely.
Christ, and under the Holy Father, and which is Roman Catholic.
Sure. And it's interesting to think on that point, Dony, that the devil, he doesn't have his own clay. He can, he has to possess a body. He doesn't have a body himself. So all he can really do is manipulate the word of God.
It's very like leftism as well. It's a cancer.
Yeah.
It can only live off living bodies.
That's right.
So leftism is living off Western culture, and it's like a cancer. It's eating it up as bit by bit, but it doesn't have a life in itself. The devil is the same.
Sure. That's an interesting analogy.
Yeah.
Moving on. You have recently been the subject of 3 short films titled The Space Between the Ages, The Florentine Renaissance, and Baroque Rome. These videos were created with support from Guadalupe Roastery. The former is focused on your philosophy on art, and the latter two takes viewers on a tour of the art and architecture of Florence and Rome. Why did you feel a need to make these films?
Well, I find it difficult to turn away an opportunity to bring people closer to the truths via beauty. When talented young filmmakers like Travis and Mario offer to record my life and vision, financially backing by the generosity of Brad, and this philanthropic company, the coffee company, how could I say no?
I see. So Travis, Mario, and Brad, they're the filmmaker. Well, Brad was the person who backed the project, but Travis and Mario were they produced the actual films.
Yeah, exactly. The Travis and Mario were basically directors and filmmakers, and Brad was really a producer.
Oh, I see. Right. The videos themselves, the films, Dony, are great. I especially like the one of your tour of Florence, which is beautifully shot, and the way that you go ahead about describing the architecture and the art is just lovely. So was that actually filmed? I mean, obviously it was filmed on location, but how did you go about? I mean, imagine it would have been quite daunting to be able to kind of present that right in the middle of Florence there with all the public around you. Can you elaborate a little bit on that experience?
Yeah, well, it's I suppose you get to a certain stage in your life and you really just don't give a shit. You just go out there and you do it.
Sure.
It's fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're great. Congratulations on filming them. Really, really good videos.
Thanks. I really enjoyed it. Yeah. So it's important to enjoy your work because you can see it in the work.
Oh, absolutely. And you have a tremendous smile throughout the whole the video. So it's you obviously were enjoying yourself there.
Oh yeah, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Just being in the context, I would be they'll be happy enough. Have you heard of or ever attended the Cone Fair that is held in Vicenza, Italy, every 2 years? Now, is it pronounced Cone or Coni? I'm not sure on the pronunciation exactly.
I think it might be German. Coin,
perhaps. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's how the Italians pronounce it.
Okay.
Well, I have not been to Coin, but the school I founded in Florence frequents it, I understand.
Yeah. So essentially what it is, it's a sacred art convention, right?
Right. Yeah. I think that's what it is.
Yeah. To my knowledge, it's the only one in the world that's going ahead. Is that correct?
It probably is.
Mm. At one point, you were interested in proposing a school of art in New York City, and this is a sacred school of art. I understand you were looking for institutional partners to collaborate with for this project. Have you had any luck with this?
Well, unfortunately, the Archdiocese of New York City seems to be under the influence of an administration that has very little interest in what I am trying to do. I may need to look to Hillary Clinton's deplorables in order to move forward in the USA. People who have a different point of view.
I see, sure, right. So you're currently still working on that idea of establishing a sacred art school in New York?
In the United States, I'm not sure if New York is really ready for this. We need an archdiocese that is open-minded to a Catholic vision.
Sure. I understand there was a moment after you left the Sacred Art School in Florence when you thought of introducing a similar concept for another school in Venice. Did that school ever go ahead?
Again, I had to say the political will is not there yet. I did personally propose the idea to the Patriarch Cardinal Archbishop of Venice on my last visit there last year, but I have had no feedback to date. I believe in opening as many doors as I can to maximize the circulation of the Holy Spirit, but it's up to the freedom of each individual to respond.
Absolutely. And one thing that's really important to understand, Dony, in this vision you have for a school, I mean, the Vatican School of Art, the Vatican Academy of Art, rather, and the Sacred Art School, all the schools that you have founded, it's very important for listeners to understand that they are Christ-centered schools, not student-centered schools. Now, can you elaborate on what exactly you mean by that? Because I understand that there was a time when you were explaining to students that your teaching, essentially what you're going to be teaching them is based on serving Christ. And if they don't want to be following those instructions, then they're not necessarily wasting your time, but they're wasting Christ's time.
Well, essentially, that was after running the school here in Dublin. I kind of got tired of just teaching artists to be, one up on the next artist, and it's all just a power play. So I got kind of tired of that. So when I started this new school in Florence, under the request of the Archbishop, I just wanted to be really clear that I wasn't going to waste my time, babysitting a bunch of spoiled students. I was going to clarify to students from the very onset that, look, if you want me to help you, I'll help you if you want to help Christ. If you're not interested in helping Christ, I'm not really interested in wasting my time.
Sure.
Because I could very easily be doing my own work and giving glory to God in my own work without having to waste my time babysitting a bunch of spoiled students that don't give a shit.
Sure. Moving on, your ultimate mission with the human body is to redeem it through a theological Catholic framework, to essentially free it from the shackles of pornography. As you've stated, quote, "The world needs beauty, it's screaming out for it, and the only thing that's being offered is the false beauty of pornography," unquote. The idea of modesty in our contemporary era seems to be a notion which we've lost touch with somewhat. By modesty here, I'm referring to one's dress, manner, and the current state of alternative online dating culture. There seems to be a degree of dignity that perhaps we have lost touch with. Do you believe that culture in the past was less pornified than it is today?
I don't think there's any question about that. Even the latest generation is referred to as Generation XXX because they are growing up with infinite access to hardcore pornography in the palm of their hands from birth. Only last week here in Dublin, we had a case of 3 under 10-year-old boys attempted to rape an 8-year-old girl in an abandoned building.
That's terrible news.
Yeah. Well, that's the society we're living in. So, and it's only getting worse unless we engage with the theology of the body.
Sure. One thing as well that pornography does, to my understanding, Dony, is it's programming males or females that may be watching it to see the figure or to see the human body, to see sexuality in such a way, whereas they're storing all these fantasies and all these things they see, which take a tremendous amount of time to wash out of one's consciousness after seeing them. And when it comes to marriage, what they're doing is they're taking all that stuff they see in pornography and they're projecting it onto their bride or to their groom, expecting them to perform in a similar way. Essentially what that leads to is a breakdown of the marriage.
Yeah, it's a huge problem. No, pornography is a total cancer in our culture. And it really needs to be eliminated.
Well, it is bigger than Hollywood, to my understanding, the pornography industry.
Oh, it's huge. It's the most powerful industry of all in that entertainment area.
Sure. I know during your introduction to theology of the body, you became familiar with Christopher West's teaching. Now, for listeners who might not be aware, Christopher West is he's a Catholic writer, he's a Catholic public speaker, and overall a lover of Christ. Now, it's fascinating. He claims that both Hugh Hefner is the founder of Playboy magazine, who is no longer with us, and St. John Paul II had something in common. That is, they both believed that repressing sexual desire was unhealthy. However, their remedies were polar opposites. Hefner believed that we should indulge our sexual desires and ultimately not shy away from the lustful gaze. On the contrary, St. John Paul II believed in redeeming our sexual desire to the state it once was before original sin. Ultimately, the 1960s sexual revolution has led many Christians to believe that intercourse is bad. However, God's intention was for it not to be bad, but rather for it to be a sacred, procreative act between husband and wife. As explained in the book of Genesis, God blessed Adam and Eve and said, quote, "Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it, rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the air and every creature that crawls upon the earth," unquote. This idea of redeeming our sexual desire seems to be the answer to free us from the pornography epidemic, as we've been discussing throughout the interview thus far. However, it's no easy task. For instance, Christopher West gives this analogy of crossing paths with an attractive human being on the street. When it comes to how we act or how we respond, we initially have three options. The first is to indulge with the person. The second would be to repress. And the third would be to redeem. Now, the first option is basically what Hugh Hefner believed, that is, to look at the person as an object of our desire. The second option is to not engage at all and to look away, hence pushing that sexual desire back down into ourselves, which is not healthy, as eventually it will consume us. The third option is to redeem, which Christopher West explains involves standing in cruciform and thanking God for this beautiful human, to acknowledge her or his beauty, but not to cheapen it, to mortify the flesh, that is, to look once, but not to look again. In fact, it was St. Matthew who said, quote, "But I say to you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart," unquote. I want to turn this over to you, Dony, and ask for your commentary, or perhaps to expand on things that I've left out in my description.
Well, this is very much how I approach the nude in my own art and art instruction. For an artist, I believe it is a professional prerequisite to challenge oneself to purity of vision. And in the Dietrich von Hildenbrand idea of transformation in Christ, if one is to clearly express the fullness and dignity of the human condition, then the artist must be able to see this in the nude and communicate it to his audience. In practice, what I do is to train my students to draw the nude for 3 hours, in the middle of which we spend 30 minutes discussing the theology of the body with the model. In taking this approach, all in the class, teacher, students, and model, are challenged to see themselves and others as an image of the Blessed Trinity, a community of love, a gift to one another, which must be respected and ordered towards his final end, which is sanctification. The feedback from the students after doing this exercise for 5 years, for 5 days a week, for 8 weeks in my school in Florence was phenomenal. Young Italian students who had no previous exposure to the faith came to be deeply transformed, and some became exceptional sacred artists in their own right, like Fernando Scidoncia and Sonia Novelli, who are now teaching in the school in Florence.
Great. So your remedy for this idea of, thinking about that situation where you might just be walking down the street and suddenly you're approached by a lovely looking female or male, is this idea of proposing that theology of the body taught through life drawing is a way to really get to the essence of the problem in order to reveal the dignity of the human body and to not see them as an object of sexual desire.
Yeah, it's really important to have that discipline in your soul and in your body.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And it's interesting to think as well, Dony, I know a lot of females do sense when male tends to look away, not to engage with them because the male's trying to be respectful, that they get offended. You know, they prefer to be looked at, I mean, to be appreciated rather than to be ignored. But it's interesting if you're thinking about there's a story of a couple of priests, you may have heard it before, that a couple of priests were walking out of their church, and essentially before them was a very attractive lady approaching them, and one priest goes to the other priest, he goes, brother, shield your eyes. And he looks away, and the priest that he said shield your eyes, he looked at the woman who was very provocatively dressed, and he had tears in his eyes. And he explained to the priest who shielded his eyes and look away that it's important to look and to acknowledge and to see that this person who was dressed very revealing in her dress was confused.
Yeah, I mean that's the way it is. Like I know from my own experience because I've been living celibacy for 24 years, so I know that when women want you to show interest in them, and you guard your eyes and you don't show sexual interest in them, they take it some of them take it very badly, and that's why they accuse you of being homosexual, because you're not interested in them.
Yeah.
And because it's the only way they can deal with, because they would take it as an insult, and that takes a certain amount of maturity on for a young woman to, okay, right, and it's difficult for them to understand what you're doing, because you're doing something very countercultural. You're actually loving and respecting them as individuals, as persons, not as sexual objects. So if you don't objectify them, they find they don't understand it. So there's a whole education in chastity that's necessary to help a woman realize that a man who looks away if they're dressed provocatively is not disrespecting them, but it's actually respecting them.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And that's a tricky thing, because essentially what you're trying to do is the right thing instead of indulging and cheapening the situation. So in that case, Dony, what would be the appropriate way to approach that situation? So again, you're walking down the street, there's the female, very attractive. What would be the ideal life-affirming Christian way of dealing with that situation?
Try to get her phone number. No, I mean, it obviously, if there's interest and it's appropriate and you're not married, okay, yeah. But if they're coming on too strong sexually, well, then you have to be very careful that maybe a woman who throws herself at you like that would obviously be a person who needs a certain amount of help to understand her dignity as a woman, because what essentially you're looking for is somebody who you are willing to marry, and you're looking for somebody who will be a mother to your children.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very important way to think about it. That, do you want the mother of your children to dress like a hooker? No, you don't. So it's very important to help that woman to understand what you're looking for in a woman. And the best way to help a woman understand what you're looking for in them is to be the man you should be. So if you live Christian values in your own masculinity, well, then women will pick that up and they will see your virtues and see the way you live. And if the way you live does not communicate it enough, then you might actually have to say something.
Sure. I think as well, Dony, and we have touched upon this as well, that the woman does play a big part in the whole role of, again, helping the male when it comes to these things, by helping the male to not be tempted. So in that case, when the man is, perhaps walking down the street, engaged with a young lady or a woman, the idea to look, to be friendly, but not to look again, not to cheapen the situation. Would you believe that that is the appropriate way to conduct oneself?
Yeah, I mean, there's no sin in seeing somebody, but looking is a different thing.
Yeah.
If you see something that's just something that's hit your retina, it's not an act of will.
Sure.
But to look and indulge is an act of will. And that's where the intentionality and the sin comes in.
Absolutely, sure. In regards to life drawing, some Catholics are against the idea of a class full of students staring at a naked body. In fact, I understand this has been somewhat of an issue for you when trying to propose your course of training to some Catholic colleges. You believe drawing the nude can free culture from the grasp of pornography by helping students, quote, to see the body as an icon of love and a temple of the Holy Spirit, to develop a purity of vision, unquote. How do you justify to those outside the tradition that life drawing has nothing to do with pornography, as many a time life drawing is taken to be somewhat of a gimmick, for instance, an activity for hens' nights and such?
Well, I have to appeal to their maturity and challenge them to a deeper understanding of what the body means. We cannot surrender the human body and sexuality to the realm of Satan through the porn industry. This is what has effectively happened as a direct result of the cowardice and ignorance of many Christians who fail to see their responsibility in this arena. I recognize this responsibility and have, over the past 20 years, hammered home this message from campus to campus across the USA to startled glances from university presidents and rapturous applause from students and faculty. On one occasion, and this institution will remain nameless, I was invited out to dinner with leading faculty to discuss this exciting proposal of having students drawing from the nude on campus. The shared objection from the heads of philosophy, theology, art, and the chaplain was that it might cause a scandal for the other students. My response to them was that what they see as a problem, I see as a solution. Institutions are designed to protect themselves in this way, and my responsibility is to challenge them to think outside the box so as to move forward and avoid stagnation and irrelevance. I told them that if coordinated, this move could properly be preparing the students philosophically, theologically, artistically, and spiritually, as our given competence suggests. Then we can use this challenge to promote a question we should be able to answer, and in doing so, empower the students to understand their body and sexuality within the context of their dignity as a child of God. If we fail in this most fundamental lesson in life, we have totally failed in our task as the future formers of future generations of Christians needed to bring the world to Christ. As we have seen from decades of data, from once the students leave the high school or college, they are completely poisoned by the filth of our corrupt society. The number one responsibility is to equip these kids with a sufficient filter which can defend them and their families that they hope to have from contamination, but at the same time further empower them to reach out to those already contaminated.
That's a fascinating idea. So do you believe that studying the body through life drawing can be this appropriate filter to understand the difference between something that an image that's created of the body to denigrate the human body, and one that's mission is to essentially glorify the body and show the dignity of the person?
Yes, it can if it's approached in the right way. If it's approached in a challenging way, to challenge the student to see the divinity of the human person, the divinity in the human person. So, and that's doing life drawing through the filter of theology of the body.
Yeah, and when one is in a life class as well, it is very fascinating to see the kind of dynamic, the shift in dynamic when prior to the pose beginning, students may be chatting and sharpening their charcoal, doing whatever they may be doing, and all of a sudden when the timer goes off and the model's in pose, there is dead silence and everybody's just 100% focused on the model, drawing away, and that focus is just unbreakable.
Yeah, and there's almost like a sense of the sacred, the sacrality of the human body is quite evident at moments like that, because there should be an atmosphere of whispered tones in many ways in a circumstance like that.
Absolutely, and it's interesting to think as well that we veil our bodies, or we cover our bodies, not because we're ashamed of them, but because they are at essence sacred, and that which is sacred is covered. It's similar to the way the tabernacle in the church holds the Holy of Holies. When we see someone in the nude, a life model or such, they are letting us into their inner sanctum, and there is no shame in this, for we were born naked without shame. And in saying that, Dony, the idea of nakedness without shame, can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, I suppose being naked without shame is the ideal state, and that's how we were before the fall, for instance. And the fact that Adam and Eve felt shame after the fall is evidence of the objectification of the body, that Adam objectified Eve and Eve objectified Adam. And that's why they were ashamed, because they were no longer comfortable naked before each other. That's why, in a way, it's appropriate. That's why married spouses don't feel ashamed. They don't cover themselves in the intimacy of their bedroom because they have already made the contract to give themselves to each other. So, but if somebody walks into their like if you're changing in the bathroom and so on, you didn't lock the door and somebody walks in, you automatically cover your genitalia because you don't know who the person is coming in, and you have to because you do not have a contract with that person. You haven't given yourself completely to that person, unless it's your wife. And if it's your wife, then you don't have the same necessity. So it's a very natural and supernatural reality.
Sure. And it's interesting as well. I've heard Christopher West give this idea. I believe at one point he was asking young kids how they would explain the love between their mother and their father. And one kid's response was, true love is the idea that mum can see dad sitting on the toilet and she doesn't think it's gross. Yeah. So about Christopher West has all these amazing analogies that he uses as well to explain sexuality in our day and age. Now, in the past, Dony, you have differentiated between pornography and pornovision. You explain graphy as essentially meaning writing. Can you explain the difference between these two terminologies?
Well, it's very straightforward. Graphy means written, so pornography is written. It's sexually explicit work or exposure of the body through literature. And then pornovision is exposure of the body through visual means. So in actual fact, what we experience in the West, the majority of what we experience is actually pornovision, not pornography.
Sure. So a more appropriate term then would be to label it pornovision.
Yeah, it's just that it sounds like a hardcore Eurovision.
Yeah, sure. Can I ask as well, some people would argue that the idea of pornography is something that's completely liberating. What would you say to these people?
Well, they think that pornography is liberating. Well, it's not really, because I think it was John Paul II who said that pornography, the problem with pornography is that it doesn't show too much of the body, but it shows too little of the person.
Exactly.
And I think in that phrase, he captures an awful lot, because the real liberation is to see the fullness of the person and to engage in the fullness of the person.
Mm-hmm. And I suppose the opposite of that is being able to indulge freely. And again, it goes back to the contraception culture, where you could, essentially what pornography is using the body in any way you want to, and to be out of there without any repercussions whatsoever. And I guess that's why some people would make the argument that it is completely liberating, and there's this sense of there's no holds barred. You can do whatever you want, and it's okay.
Well, the problem is we're only liberated in truth, and pornography is not liberating because it's a lie. We are only liberated in the truth. So it's only to see each other in the fullness of our dignity that we really have a true and free relationship. It's the difference between license and freedom.
Sure.
Freedom is the freedom to do what is good, what is true and beautiful. License is basically the ability to do whatever, whether it's good or bad.
Mm-hmm. Sure, that's a good way of putting it as well. Coming back to John Paul II, Dony, what is it that you believe that people love so much about John Paul II? Because you see so much respect and love and admiration for him. What do you think it is essentially that people love about him?
I think it's a combination of a number of things. It's really hard to capture such a magnificent saint like himself. But what appeals to me is probably his humanity, combined with his, the divine that he expresses, the divinity and his humanity. He's so extraordinarily inspiring as a human person, because he engages in that tension between the fallen nature and the divine. And I think that's the essence of a saint, is somebody who really struggles, and it's in that tension and the drama of their struggle that we find very attractive.
And it's interesting to think that we believe that the saints were people who really had everything together, but it's quite the opposite of that. They were people who, as you mentioned, had struggles, but they were able to show that, they were able to project that to the world, not cover it up in a false sense, but to let everything kind of hang out, so to speak, and to be comfortable with that.
Yeah, I think it's again, it's like the chiaroscuro of the Caravaggio painting, is that dark and light play, and those tensions that come with the dark and light play, that makes for a very interesting drama, a human drama. And that's particularly evident in the saints, because there is that light. There's more light, and it's strong light that casts strong shadows and clear shadows, which gives a very clearly defined dramatic content, and you can see that very much in Caravaggio's paintings.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a great analogy. So we're talking about Saint John Paul II, and there was a time when the assassination on Saint John Paul's life occurred. Was it in the 1980s, Tony?
I think it was. Yeah, it was at 81.
81, yeah, I think that's right. So nonetheless, there was this assassination made, and 2 bullets were fired. One ricocheted off his finger, and the other one entered his stomach. And he was rushed to hospital, and he survived. And it's fascinating to think when I hear the story that after he had recovered from the attempt to take his life, he had visited the hospital where the culprit, where the perpetrator, the criminal, was incarcerated, and he forgave him. He forgave him there after he'd recovered. What incredible character he must have had.
Yeah, It's pretty amazing.
It is. I understand you once were confronted by an old lady during your exhibition on Clarendon Street in Dublin. The lady was viewing one of your academic figure drawings. Now, her issue was that the drawing is essentially pornographic. Do you care to share this story? Because it is quite fascinating.
Yeah, this old lady decided to take issue with this drawing, and it's very, very much a standard academic drawing of a female nude. So it wasn't very explicit in any way whatsoever. But she condemned it as pornography, and she decided to confront me on it. So I listened to her politely, and she told me that that it's pornography, and should be ashamed of myself for producing it. So I asked her a few very simple questions just to unpack the situation and clarify what exactly was going on. And so I asked her, what we're looking at here is a sheet of paper with charcoal and chalk on the paper, and I drew it, and I drew it with purity of intention. So if you're drawing from this some form of impurity, and there's no impurity in the materials and there's no impurity in my intention, then I don't know where this impurity is coming from. And she gave me the dirtiest look I've ever seen in my life, because she knew exactly what I was saying without saying it, which is basically that it wasn't coming from my heart. It must have been coming from somebody else's heart.
Sure.
So what I was basically trying to clarify was that, look, the artist has a responsibility. I took my responsibility very seriously. But then it's really for the viewer to have a responsibility on how they see it also. So it takes two to tango.
Sure. And that's a great way of justifying the way that you teach life drawing as well. So you're trying to purify the heart and the mind of that pornography mindset, essentially. So one can see the body, see the figure in its fullest potential, to see the dignity of the human body, the nobility of the artist's hand, to come to a full realization that what they're looking at is essentially something that is sacred, done with purity of heart, like you had mentioned.
Yeah, it's basically embracing the responsibility to see with purity of vision, and to do it responsibly and with courage.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I know this is something that really a lot of artists of our tradition get a lot of reaction from Instagram and Facebook. Oftentimes images of their work is banned because there may be a half-clad nude or a part of a image that shows some genitalia, and their work gets banned. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's because I suppose it's a very crude means of censorship on the internet.
When you think about it, though, I mean, the things that are on the internet compared to a drawing of a nude that's made, again, like as you've mentioned, with dignity of the human body, I mean, that's just, it doesn't make much sense in my mind.
Well, I suppose the people who are filtering this have no culture. That's all I can ascertain from that decision. I mean, if you're going to ban, a classical nude and show hardcore pornography, well, then there's something wrong there.
Absolutely, I agree with that. There's an interesting story about Saint Jose Maria Escrivá. Now, this is the founder of Opus Dei, and his friend, his priest friend, who were one day walking in the Louvre in Paris, and they were viewing the Venus de Milo. Saint Escrivá's friend asked him if such a sculpture is impure, as the Venus is depicted half-clad. Saint Escrivá explained that no, it's not impure. Rather, it's beautiful, and it shows the dignity of the female body. Can you elaborate on this story and the significance of the dialogue between Saint Escrivá and his friend?
Well, I suppose he was capturing an essential idea is that in an image like the Venus de Milo, Greek nude, semi-nude, that it's not designed to arouse sexual excitement, but it is there to communicate the dignity of femininity. So when a nude is done in a dignified way with purity of heart, it can elevate the vision of man to see the divine in the human body. And that's really what he was communicating to his friend.
Absolutely.
I assume.
Beautiful idea as well. Now, in your experience teaching, in high school teaching, Dony, I assume there may have been instances where you were showing students images of artworks that included some nudity in there. And in my experiences, I've noticed that can, that often leads to very immature comments and such. Have you found any way to kind of navigate those tricky areas when it comes to students viewing artworks that perhaps show a little bit of nudity?
Yeah, I've no problem dealing with that. I mean, even I just challenge them to, like, for instance, even with music in class. I mean, like when I was teaching high school, I used to let the students play whatever music they wanted, as long as we can critique it and analyze it together. And of course, they would try and challenge you as teenagers. They'd challenge you with the most offensive music and lyrics they can do. So fantastic, bring it on. So they would play Tupac, and it would be, the very abusive, sexually abusive lyrics about women, and then we'd listen to it, and of course, half the students would be very embarrassed. And then because I know they're all going to listen to this anyway. So why don't we listen to it, and then we analyze it afterwards, after we've listened to the song. So then once the song is finished, then we say, okay, now what do you think of the lyrics? I say, oh, they're really cool. And say, well, do you think that's a good way for somebody to see your mother or your sister? And then they start questioning, oh, well, maybe not, no. And then you start analyzing bit by bit, and you help the children, these adolescents, to develop a filter to understand and analyze the material they're consuming in the wider culture. And if you do this over time, you can develop a filter, a cultural filter for these students to enable them to navigate the contemporary culture. And I think as an educator, I felt that was my biggest responsibility. I think, today, a teacher, I think the most important thing for a teacher is not to give information, because there's tons of information. There's more than enough information out there. But what students need more than anything is a filter.
Yeah.
In which to filter out all the rubbish, which is 99.9% of what's out there, and then get the real cream of culture, and help them to analyze and see where that is, and to consume that.
Sure.
So, and it was the same with the nudity. That would be my same approach with drawing the nude, is that you'd filter out all the gunk and try and elevate their vision to a higher plane. Fantastic.
That's great advice. So, Dony, were you teaching nude figure drawing in high school as well, were you?
No. We wouldn't be allowed to do that in Ireland or United States. So not before 18 years of age.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. And that example of the lesson you gave, where you had the students listen to the music and then critique it, was that a lesson plan in and of itself, or were you perhaps, were the students creating art whilst listening to music, or was it just listen to the music and then analyze it?
No, it was basically, we were just, I always had music in class if the class were behaving themselves.
I see.
So, and they could play their own music, because it was a way of me listening to them and listening to what they're consuming. the most important thing is the conversation.
Mm.
It's to really listen to them and listen to what they're consuming and understand where they're coming from, and then use that as a platform to launch a conversation.
Sure, absolutely. Now, in the past, you have spoken of the difference between beauty and supersensual beauty. Can you explain how they are different?
Well, I suppose sensual beauty could be, very much. It could be on a very basic level, on an animalistic level. So the level of sexual arousal could be a natural beauty, but a supernatural beauty or supersensual beauty would be above that level of the sensual. So the sensual could be along the lines of sexual interest, and then supersensual would be beyond that sensual and into the realm of the higher plane, the higher spiritual plane.
So in essence, could we say that the beauty of the sacred is something that is supersensual?
Yes, I think the beauty of the sacred is in the supersensual, because it brings you above the sensual. The sensual as a means to enter into the divine. So you can see that with great sacred art, for instance, or sacred music. It gives pleasure to the ears and the eyes on an animal level, but it raises that animal level to the spiritual level.
Yeah, and I think as well, the idea of beauty in contemporary culture and contemporary art in particular has been quite convoluted when we think about the postmodernist idea that something grotesque can be beautiful. There are different types of beauty. There's conservative beauty, there's more progressive forms of beauty. Do you believe in this sort of this subdivision, all these different types of beauty, or do you believe there is one true meaning for beauty?
Well, I think beauty is both objective and subjective. I mean, there's objective elements of beauty, which could be maybe seen in like the human proportion of the human body, and the definition of the human body, and the unity and diversity of the different elements and limbs and forms within the human body, and how they blend together in a beautiful unity. So there are objective elements, like even you think of Greek sculpture, there are objective formula of beauty there. Okay. And then there are subjective elements of beauty also, that there are certain body types or facial types that attract certain people and others that attract others. I think it's very scientifically obvious in many ways, because otherwise no one would find, only a particular type of person would find a mate and reproduce. But the fact that nearly everybody finds a mate and reproduces is a very good example of the subjective and the objective elements of beauty combined.
Sure. And in the prior centuries, there was a general consensus of what constituted beauty, and usually that was manifested in the work of the Greco-Roman sculptures. Whereas nowadays, in art and specifically, there is no ideal, there is no model that has been set. However, we do see those ideals that the Greeks had that have been moved forward in contemporary culture. If we think about as well, like underwear, advertisements, or any kind of mannequins in shop windows, usually these models that are chosen are based on classical proportions or idyllic beauty, essentially. Like when we think about the actress Scarlett Johansson, many contemporary critics would say that Scarlett Johansson is a figure that is considered to be classically beautiful because she's 8 head lengths high, perhaps, very voluptuous, lovely features, etc. So do you think in our contemporary era there is an ideal that's based on what beauty is that isn't perhaps coming from our ancestors, from the Greco-Roman lineage?
Well, I think it can differ in different times. It depends on the values of the time. For instance, in Victorian times, it was more attractive to be more, or even the Baroque times like Bernini and Rubens. I mean, that's where the phrase Rubenesque comes from. Like the larger ladies are referred to as Rubenesque, because Rubens had a taste for that, and that was what was appealing at the time. So larger ladies who were white in complexion. Whereas today it's slender ladies with a darker complexion, because larger ladies with whiter complexion proved that they were wealthy, they could eat, and they didn't have to work outdoors, so they were white. Whereas now it's more glamorous to be slender, and even you look at the people who are wealthy are more slender, and people who are poor are larger in our culture. Because it reflects an inversion of our values.
Sure, and that's that idea that you've given there of the Rubens idea of a beauty. It's very much similar to the pre-Raphaelites. Like nowadays, there's a term, the pre-Raphaelite woman, and oftentimes the pre-Raphaelites, in their ideas, a woman that was beautiful was someone with red hair, pale skin, voluptuous. And nowadays, any kind of female that fits that pro forma is considered to be, quote unquote, a pre-Raphaelite woman. So it's interesting to see how these ideas from art, from philosophy, culture have been carried forward to our day and age as well.
That's right, yeah.
Now, I understand you have met the philosopher of beauty, Roger Scruton. Can you reminisce the time you met and the nature of your conversation?
Yeah, we shared a conference together. We were both giving papers at a conference in Notre Dame in Indiana, in the United States, and so we shared a few meals together, and a fascinating company. Always been very keen on his work. I've read a good few of his books, so to meet him in person was great, and to chat about beauty and art was really a lot of fun.
Sure, and he's been in a bit of a strife lately. I believe he's lost one of his positions, one of his high-ranking positions, but based on controversy. I'm not sure if you've heard much of his the situation that Roger Scruton's in recently.
Yes. He got he got this job of coordinating plans for architectural development for the government in Britain, and then somebody objected to him being a conservative, and taking something he said about the Chinese. He was referring to the Chinese government as in a derogatory way, and somebody decided to take that up as a reference to the Chinese people. So that was terrible slander on him, because it made him out to be a racist. And on the back of that slander, he lost his position, and the person who took the position away from him didn't even go to the primary source of this accusation, and there was no apology. So he lost his job, and there was no apology. But that's to be expected from leftist extremists, which are very much in power.
Sure. And in regards to Roger himself, Dony, he's not an easy man to get a hold of. Are you aware of the best way to go about contacting him?
No, not really. I haven't really tried. I'm a bit of a live and let live type of person. I mean, and he is very much that way inclined himself.
Sure. In regards to portraying the image of a person accurately, you have stated, quote, "Society looks to artists and philosophers for guidance and to project a way forward. I believe that we have failed miserably in this task. I think it's really important to reconstruct the true identity of who we are as human beings and project the positive image of the person, and in that way help to lead society towards a more hopeful future, as mentioned in Pope Benedict's latest encyclical, be saved by hope. Now, this is obviously speaking in past tense. This is when Pope Benedict was the Pope. Now, indeed, contemporary art has the tendency to portray the figure in pornographic, grotesque, and sometimes macabre ways. How do you think we begin this process of healing the wounds that pornography and concupiscence have inflicted on culture? Now, before you answer that one, Dony, could you perhaps explain the definition for someone who may not be aware of exactly what concupiscence is?
Concupiscence is the inclination towards sin.
Mm.
So it's our fallen nature. As a result of original sin, we are inclined towards evil.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't noticed yet.
Yeah, sure. So in a nutshell, we can think about concupiscence as almost going against the word of God.
Yeah, St. Paul kind of captured it very well, that my spirit is willing, but my flesh is weak.
Yes,
that
yes.
We are willing to do good, but our members decide to do it otherwise.
Mm-hmm. And that's the essentially the, if I'm not mistaken, the philosophy of mechanism, which is about spirit good, body bad, right?
Yeah, Machianism. Yeah,
Mechanism.
Yeah, it's more. Yeah, it's kind of separation from the body and go. So that's a heresy. That Machianism is a heresy, which basically says that things that are physical are bad, and only the spiritual things are good.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like, how would one carry out their life if that was their philosophy? Essentially, everything that's physical is bad. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
I know, and that's generally that's how heresies work. They take a little bit of truth and then they twist it.
Sure.
And a heresy is basically an exaggerated truth. Like, there are certain things that are physical. There's certain things about the physical nature that are bad, but to say all things in the physical nature are bad is an exaggeration, which is a heresy.
Do you think there's I guess what you're saying is there is a difference there between heresy and blasphemy?
Yes, yeah, very much so.
Mm-hmm. So how would you, in that case, explain blasphemy?
Well, blasphemy, I suppose, I'm no theologian here, but blasphemy would be, I suppose, taking something sacred and demeaning something sacred.
Like iconoclasm.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So going back to that initial question, Dony, even though it may be a little bit of a tough one to answer, how do you think we begin this process of healing the wounds that pornography and concupiscence have inflicted on culture?
Well, I think we begin by being honest with ourselves. Who do we think we are fooling? We need to become familiar with the essential truths that have warned us of this crisis over 50 years ago, such as Humanae Vitae by Pope Paul VI, and others which have successfully addressed these issues with great efficacy, like St. Pope John Paul II's Love and Responsibility and his later Theology of the Body. These texts need to be contemplated deeply before the Blessed Sacrament, so as to enter every pore of our body and soul in our daily lives. Sacraments, in particular the Holy Mass and Confession, cannot be underestimated in their transforming power in this battlefield. The overflow of this informed interior life will have powerful ripple effects in our surrounding culture, as it is steeped in truth of the bread and the word.
Lovely. And in regards to people who aren't religious, so if we think about an atheist or perhaps an agnostic, if we're talking about redeeming culture from these wounds of pornography and concupiscence, essentially, if they don't believe in the word of God, do you believe there is any other kind of hope for them?
Well, essentially, the church to me is not just another church. It's not just another religion. It's basically like I think it was John Paul who said that the church is an expert in humanity. And so an atheist or whatever you believe in or don't believe in, it doesn't really matter. What we're talking about is humanity, and the church is there to solve the human condition and understand it and to deal with it. So if you don't believe in the sacraments and so on, okay, that's one issue. But what we have to engage with is our condition as human beings. And objectively speaking, pornography is detrimental to the human condition. I mean, it's used as a weapon in war. And that just gives you an understanding of how powerful pornography is. I mean, even the Israeli army use it against the Palestinians by flooding Palestine with pornography. And it's used in many other battlefield situations to demoralize and destroy the will of the opposition by drowning them in the poison of pornography. So you can see how it's used in contemporary Western culture to poison the will of the people and to make us slaves and easy to control. It's very evident that that's how you control a person, is to destroy their character, destroy their willpower. And then they're very easy to control. And that, unfortunately, is happening in the West right now.
Sure. And it is quite a complicated situation with the pornography. Is there any way that, and it is a tough question to answer, to eradicate pornography completely off the face of the earth?
Well, the problem is it's being consumed. So it's very difficult to eradicate a drug if it has a market.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a question of educating the market not to consume the drug.
Sure.
And try to get to the source. So, for instance, it's like cocaine. Let's say, you try and destroy its source, but you also have to educate the consumers not to consume it. So you deal with it at the source and at its and where it's consumed.
Sure. Moving forward, social media has also been a vice that has greatly contributed to the solipsism of our culture. It seems to have brought upon narcissism in people by portraying an image of what a contemporary lifestyle should be like. One can very easily be tempted into relating their quality of life to that of someone they see online. This trapping can work to one's detriment, especially for today's youth, who are very easily convinced about what they see online. However, one thing that you tend not to see documented on social media is the suffering that is essentially part of daily life. Are you for or against the increased reliance on social media in our day and age?
Well, I think social media, like any media, like any tool, has its benefits and its downsides. So I would just use it very carefully and be aware of its dangers and try and educate others to do likewise. Again, it goes back to the filter thing. Develop a filter. Know how to use it, know what to consume and when to consume it, and all things done in moderation, and then it should be fine.
What about the increased culture of the selfie nowadays? So many people are inverting the camera away from the world and toward themselves, taking a photo in an ideal state essentially, and using that as their almost their face online, their online presence. Do you think this is something which is problematic?
Well, it's a symptom of a narcissistic culture. It's very sad in many ways, because you would think that a medium like the internet could open people up to the world, to learning more and reaching out, but it seems to be going the other direction. It's more about taking selfies and just showing people how gorgeous you are and how successful you are, and it can create a lot of problems as well, because you have this whole thing of sexting and everything, where people send images of themselves in intimate situations and all sorts of nonsense, and then it backfires on them because their boyfriend decides to break it off and then send these images to their friends, and it's used for bullying. So there's all sorts of deadly problems there, and one of the biggest problems, I think, is the indelible mark made on the internet. If you send a regrettable message or a regrettable image, well, there's no forgiveness with the internet.
Yeah.
In contemporary culture, there's no interest and understanding of the idea of forgiveness. So you have this indelible mark on social media, and it's out there forever. So you're kind of reduced to your worst joke and your worst image.
Yeah, sure.
Which is a terrible situation for people to be in, especially people who are vulnerable.
As well, one thing that one tends to notice on social media platforms like Facebook or Instagram, people are oftentimes posting a lot of imagery, again, which is where they may be very scantily dressed or even wearing, say, bikinis and such on holidays. That can be brought up into question to really whose business is that to be seeing someone in that state of wearing a bikini, essentially lying on the beach, and posting that up for the world to see. In a sense, that goes back to, I mean, what is the intent of the person? What is their intent? What is their agenda by posting something like that online? Would you like to perhaps elaborate a little bit on that, Dony?
Well, I suppose it's a reflection of the crassness of the culture that you would appeal to people's most basic instincts to draw their attention towards you. And that is a poor reflection on your own, on that person's personal understanding of themselves. So I when I see somebody portray themselves in that way, my first instinct is that this person has a low self-esteem, that they have a need to use and appeal to other people's basic instincts to show interest in them. And that's a very unfortunate situation. And I think the best thing is to gently inform a person who does that of what they're doing and how it is seen by others, and how they're making an object of themselves and to be consumed on a base level. And that's reducing their dignity. And a lot of people do it because they don't have respect for themselves. And you can see it also in the whole tattoo culture as well, that, people, I see, excessive jewelry and tattoos in many ways. I mean, it's not everybody, but in many circumstances, it's a reflection of an insecurity in themselves. So they compensate by extra jewelry or the need to mark their flesh permanently so as to make some sort of statement. And I think it's a lack of appreciation in many ways for the beauty of their body and the gift that is their body. And this even goes to extremes of transsexual issues, of sex changes and mutilations of that sort.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is surrounding us in our daily lives. I mean, in advertisement as well, sexuality is very, very powerful, and it really helps to sell products. Like if you think about perfume or aftershave commercials, or even underwear advertisements. I recall once yourself, Dony, mentioning that you were walking, I think it was in the streets of Dublin, and you saw a billboard of, I think it was an underwear commercial of David Beckham and his wife basically laying down in underwear, and your response, if I'm not mistaken, was, whose business is it to be seeing, what essentially is going on in the inner sanctum, in the bedroom of these two spouses, and it's used for capitalism. It's used as a commodity nowadays.
Yeah, that was in Rome, actually. It was a massive poster in the center of Rome.
Oh, Rome, yeah.
And I mean, that's my instinctive response to it was, I mean, what am I doing looking at the intimacy of this couple? Portrayed, 20 meters high by 10 meters wide in the middle of a city. I mean, how cheap is that?
Yeah.
You know, that like, and the irony is that, you know, this is David Beckham, one of the most highest paid footballers in the world, with Victoria, his wife, who's a model, and they have plenty of money. But here they are exposing themselves to the world. But it's obviously it's a poor reflection on their culture, that they would see that this is actually an achievement for them to be portrayed in this way, and it reflects the vanity that they would have to want to portray themselves in that way.
Mm-hmm.
But anybody who has any culture or any spiritual understanding of the human condition can see something very pathetic and very unfortunate about these people, that they would do this to themselves.
Sure.
It's just so cheap.
Yeah, sure. Today, people seem to focus on the superficiality of culture and avoid the true realities of life and death. When once upon a time art was used as an educational means to teach faith, virtue, and morality, now it seems to serve the purpose of entertainment and shock value. This can lead many to feel as though art is no longer a critical part of culture, which is necessary for human survival. For what good is art if it doesn't nobilize and speak to the dignity of the human spirit? However, sacred art, on the other hand, serves a tremendous evangelical purpose, which ultimately helps culture realize that artists are intellectual people who contribute to the betterment of society through spreading truth, beauty, and goodness. And if sacred is the highest manifestation of any culture, then we should all be able to reach a consensus on the necessity of faith-based art in the 21st century. One could take the example of juxtaposing a modernist work with a traditional faith-based work and asking the question, which one enriches culture more? How do you think we can help people see the relevance of sacred art to ultimately restore culture through complete servitude to Christ?
Well, I suppose I say one of the biggest problems with contemporary culture is a lack of the sense of the sacred.
Yeah.
So it's increasing the sense of the sacred is really what's important. Now, I think that can only be achieved as an overflow of the interior life. So that means those who are interested in increasing the spiritual temperature of the society and an appreciation of the sacred, then that has to come from our interior life. So developing our interior life, developing our appreciation of the liturgy in particular. So there's a liturgical truism which is lex orandi, lex credende, lex vivendi. How we pray affects how we believe, affects how we live. So if we, let's say, pray on our knees before the Blessed Sacrament, or, you know, if we receive Holy Communion on our knees and on the tongue, we are communicating with our whole body our belief in the Blessed Eucharist. And we're consuming the Blessed Eucharist. And so how we pray, how we show our devotion, we're communicating through our body and our soul that belief, and that affects how we live. So the liturgy is really, really important. So a beautiful liturgy. That's why I've actually gone back to the Latin Mass for the last year, because I've been totally red-pilled on the situation in the church right now. I just really need the beauty of the original Mass, the Mass that we've had for 19 and a half centuries. It's only the last 50 years that we've got rid of the original Mass. So I've gone back to the original Mass because I'm just like totally exhausted with border nonsense that's going on. It's just the dumbing down and banalization of the liturgy and our culture through the liturgy is a real issue in my personal opinion. So I've returned to the Latin Mass because I feel the need, and when I go to the Latin Mass, I actually experience my culture at its core, because all the great music, all the great art, all the great literature, all comes from the old Mass. So when you engage, when you inform yourself culturally, and then you engage in the in the Latin Mass, you realize it's like a homecoming. It's Rome Sweet Home.
Sure.
So that's how I would personally. That's how I personally approach this situation.
Sure.
And increase that sense of sacred.
Absolutely.
And then pass on that through the work I produce and the conversations I have.
Absolutely. And in saying that, Dony, going back to our foundation, essentially the Latin Mass, and it's beautiful, the Gregorian chants, but the language, I suppose. How do you go? Do you connect with are you able to understand the Latin language? I imagine you understand parts, but are you able to understand it in its entirety?
Well, I use a missal, which has a translation of Latin and the English translation. And over week after week, you start to grasp it. And it makes it that much more interesting for me. Because it gives you that challenge. It's like a discovery. It's almost like an excavation. Yes, it's an adventure. You're excavating 2,000 years of liturgical richness, and it just makes it for a much more interesting experience to me.
Does the Latin Mass, its duration, is it longer than the English Mass, the more, I suppose, contemporary or modern version of the Mass?
It might be a quarter of an hour or half an hour longer. It depends on the Mass.
Sure.
But obviously, as far as I'm concerned, it's once a week. So it's the bare minimum is to spend an hour in prayer once a week. So I don't see that as such a. But to do less to me is not really playing the game. I mean, it's the least we can do.
Absolutely, sure. Moving on. Your most recent work is a confronting 7-foot bronze statue of St. Oliver Plunkett in a Ecce Homo pose during the final moments of his life. It is your most dramatic work yet. The statue will be placed in Armagh Cathedral, which was unveiled on July 9th, 2019, which was the 350th anniversary of St. Oliver's appointment as Archbishop of Armagh. I understand you secured the commission when you were interviewed for the December-January issue of Intercom magazine. Archbishop Eamon Martin read the interview and was impressed by your work. Now, for listeners who aren't familiar with St. Oliver Plunkett, the backstory goes as follows. On the 1st of July 1681, he was hanged at Tyburn, London, for propagating the Catholic faith. In fact, he was the last person to be martyred in England because of his unbreakable faith. Later in 1975, he was canonized by Pope Paul VI. This idea of martyrdom is something that you explore in this sculpture. Can you explain why this idea has inspired your work?
Well, to be frank, I am much more interested in making sculptures of martyred saints than politicians or celebrities, etc. When you read the lives of these great saints, you become touched by the grace of God. It's a gift which can be transmitted through artistic talent to a larger audience for centuries to come. What's not to love about that?
Exactly, absolutely. That's beautifully put. Now, your intention for the audience when viewing the statue is, quote, to break the heart of those who see the work so that they are affected deeply in an emotional way, unquote. Can you expand on this intention and why you would like this to be the response?
Well, I suppose great art has resonance. And to achieve this, I have to reach deeply into who I am and what I value and can pass on in my work. To me, Christ is everything. That is worth passing forward from my lived experience. And that is what I seek to do. If beauty can pierce the heart, then it can bring with it the truth and goodness of Christ. I felt that, the greatest compliment I've ever got about my work is that it broke the heart of the person who saw it. And when they told me that, it broke my heart because I realized that this is the greatest achievement I could actually accomplish, was to break somebody's heart with something that is true, good, and beautiful and brings them to Christ.
Absolutely. What a beautiful compliment as well. Now, I understand you didn't cast the sculpture yourself. However, you have done bronzing work in the past, although today you seem to prefer outsourcing the bronzing process. Is this more time effective for you, or is there another reason?
Well, it's more time efficient in that I can focus on what I do best. Life is short, and I prefer not to do what I know others can do better than me.
And Dony, would you care to elaborate a little bit on the unveiling of the sculpture and how all that went and how it was received?
Yeah, sure. I was coming out of the Archbishop's house on the way into the cathedral for the unveiling. I remember 3 priests came up to me and asked me, "Are you not nervous?" And I was a bit struck by that question because I wasn't nervous. And I was wondering why I wasn't nervous. So my instinctive response was that it's not about me. It's about the saints. So when you do something like that for our Lord and for the saint and for the people, then because it's not about me, I didn't see the relevance of me getting nervous. Why would I be nervous? Because it's not about me. So that was probably the most interesting aspect of the unveiling to me personally, was that revelation, because the shock on their faces was such a surprise to me. And it really resonated with them because it was kind of a reminder that, no, it's not about me. It's not about us. It's about our Lord. And I think that's probably one of the problems with the church today and society, is that we've lost sight of our Lord and it's become about us. And I think a lot of that is reflected in the liturgy when priests get up there and they're almost like they're performing on a stage, rather than as in the old rite where they're turning towards the Lord and guiding everybody towards our Lord.
Sure. And that's one thing that's so powerful about the sacred art and how it differs to secular art, is that it's completely selfless. It's not necessarily about the artist or the artist's relationship with life or what they have to say, their expressive qualities and such, which a lot of contemporary art is based on, this kind of hedonism. It's more about sacred art is definitely about giving yourself up for the Lord, letting Him be the artist, and essentially Him speaking through you, which is a lovely notion. Now, Dony, you have given the analogy of Judeo-Christian and Greco-Roman as the 4 legs of Western culture, quote unquote. Now, you believe that these traditions are carried forward today through the Roman Catholic Church. Can you explain the background of these periods and how Judeo-Christian is different to Greco-Roman culture?
Well, I suppose Judeo-Christian spirituality, theology, is different to Greco-Roman philosophy, politics, so and statecraft. So that's the difference. The difference, one is concerning the spiritual domain, and the other is towards the temporal domain. Render to Caesar what is Caesar's, in the words of Christ. So the Judeo-Christian is the spiritual, and the Greco-Roman is the human.
Lovely. Now, it seems that many students coming from today's academies and ateliers have an ample grasp of Greco-Roman culture through spending many hours of slow, methodical observation of plaster casts and becoming well-versed in the Greeks' belief in idolizing nature. However, you've mentioned in the past that when students penetrate deeper and reach Judeo-Christian culture, they tend to shy away because they aren't fully committed. Now, that's fascinating. Can you comment further on this idea?
Well, it's just my experience. I've spent many years in Florence dealing with these academic students, and in New York. And that I started a school here in Dublin, the Irish Academy of Figurative Art, that ran into the same problem, and that's why I left Ireland to return to Italy to found the Sacred Art School Firenze. Because I just got so frustrated with this exact problem, where the students they only wanted the veneer of culture, but they didn't want to penetrate beneath the veneer to where this culture comes from. So I found it intellectually dishonest, culturally dishonest, and I didn't want to participate in this dishonesty. Because if the students weren't prepared to enter into the mystery of and richness of where we come from, then it's a completely fruitless task, and it's also culturally dead, because you can't revive a culture, you can't move forward in a culture if you don't have a deep understanding, have the courage of that culture, and have the courage to move forward with it.
Sure. Now, Dony, your understanding of art history is quite in depth, which I really appreciate that. I understand you have run art tours throughout Florence for seminarians in the past. You speak very eloquently of the Greeks' emphasis on the penetration of truth, which manifests itself through ideal beauty, which is very much based on exteriority. The emphasis of the Romans is the opposite of the Greeks, as they tended to focus on the profound interiority of a subject. I understand that in Christianity, the Greco-Roman ideals of interior-exterior come together as evidenced in the Florentine Renaissance. Can you expand on these ideas on interiority, exteriority that the ancients explored?
Well, look, that's just... So it's something I discovered gradually. If we combine the exterior beauty of the Greeks and the interior psychology of the Romans and add it to the profound human spirituality of Christianity, we capture the fullness of the human condition. I can't think of a greater approach to life and art than that. And no one has since, from my perspective.
Sure. So when we think about the Greco-Roman tradition, or the Greek tradition, perhaps, let's focus on that for a moment. So it's about the exteriority, so the idolized beauty, perfect proportions, order, harmony, symmetry, etc. Then when we think about the Roman period, we're talking about an interior beauty. So I suppose, Dony, could you give an example of perhaps an artwork or a piece of architecture that explains that, or that visualizes that, we can get a kind of visual sense of what interior beauty, interiority in the Roman tradition looks like?
Well, I suppose one of the strongest experience I've had this actually was one of the few occasions I experienced Stendhal syndrome, which is an actual physical reaction to beauty, which is an extraordinary experience. But it was when I was drawing the temples at Paestum near Naples, and I was drawing one of the pillars of the temple, and the proportions of this pillar were so beautiful that I felt weak, and I had to sit down because I was going to fall. I was going to collapse. It's called Stendhal syndrome. It's a German doctor, and I think in the 18th century he experienced this in Florence, and he diagnosed it as an actual syndrome, which is experienced quite frequently. I've experienced it at least twice, and one of my students actually vomited with this experience on one occasion in St. Peter's Basilica. So it's quite a particular experience. So, but that was one occasion where I experienced the beauty of Greek architecture, and what I saw. One of the reasons I believe I recognized this beauty was because I spent 2 years studying artistic anatomy as a language in the New York Academy, and I had unpacked the beauty of the human body. And I saw that proportion in these pillars, and it gave me the ability to absorb what
the source in which these pillars came from.
Mm-hmm.
And that gave me the capacity to absorb so much beauty and information that it overrided my capacity to deal with this information. But that's leading to the exterior beauty of the Romans. So you can see it in their temples, you can see it in their sculptures, especially 5th century BC Greek architecture and art and sculpture. Then in the Romans, let's say 2nd century BC or AD Roman sculptures, you have this same, well, this interest in the psychology and the interiority of the person. So these really personal, they're not ideal beauty, the beautiful figures like the Greek sculptures, but they're more deeply interior and psychological portraits of real people. You can recognize these people as real people. And also the Romans were interested in their architecture was all about the interior as well. The interior of the basilica was much more beautiful than the exterior. And it's a combination of this exterior beauty of the Greeks and the interior beauty of the Romans, which were reborn in the Florentine Renaissance in the court of the Medici, where Michelangelo, as a young boy, studied and dialogued with these philosophers and theologians, and developed this profound understanding of Greek and Roman culture, and infused it with the spirituality of the Christianity, which was very strong in the Florentine Renaissance, especially with the influence of the mendicant orders of the Dominicans and the Franciscans and so on. And this really transformed the Renaissance understanding. So you have these three elements of the beautiful body, the beautiful psychology, and the beautiful spirituality culminating in the Florentine Renaissance. And I think that's the reason why that's where the greatest art was born, and that brought us through the Renaissance into Mannerism and into Baroque. And then once we encountered Descartes and the birth of relativism, we got this distrust in truth, and moving away from truth in philosophy, and the reflection of that was a moving away from beauty in the visual arts. And it was a steady decline from there. Of course, it plummeted after World War One.
Yeah, sure. So this idea of relativism in the context that you explain, Dony, just to elaborate on that point for a minute, this is the idea that one's truth is different from another person's truth. Is that right?
Yeah, I just the whole concept of your truth and my truth. There's no such thing. Truth is outside of my opinion and outside of your opinion. We all have rights to opinions, but we don't have rights to truths. There's only one truth, and I don't like even the use of the word truths as a plural, because it's confusing. Truth by definition is singular.
Sure. Now, this condition, Dony, that you experienced, which was coined by this, was it a German doctor you mentioned?
Yes, Stendhal
syndrome.
Syndrome, yeah.
Interesting. Really, really fascinating. And this is something that people are experiencing now, day and age.
Yeah, I've experienced it twice. The first time was when I just got back from the New York Academy after 2 years of studying anatomy, and I was drawing in the Victoria and Albert Museum.
Yeah.
Drawing the gesso collections, the plaster collection, all of Michelangelo's work in one space. That was just extraordinary to have all the greatest sculptures in the world all in one space, and you're in the middle of this forest of form. And it was just so overwhelming that I had to sit down, because if I didn't sit down, I would have fainted and cracked my skull on the ground.
Wow, what an incredible experience. Do you believe that when you were in Florence, drawing from the Pietà, that you had experienced this Standrum syndrome?
No, what happened with the Pietà was different. It was much more supernatural and spiritual. It was more of it's a very interesting comparison. I never thought about comparing the two. But yeah, coming to think of it, it was a very different experience. It was much more healing, spiritually healing, rather than physically disabling.
Sure, that's a good way of putting it. Now, throughout the interview, you've mentioned St. Francis a number of times. And in your belief, as we've come to understand, is that St. Francis is, quote, ground zero of Western Christian culture, unquote. Can you elaborate how so this is the case? And you, as I mentioned, you have touched upon this, but perhaps is there anything more that you'd like to add to it?
Well, it's funny you asked that, because it's his feast day today.
Oh, is it? Wow.
Yeah. It's the 4th of October. Well, with St. Francis, we have the seismic shift in focus from an almost exclusive celebration of Christ's divine nature to a greater concentration on his humanity. This change had profound impact on the greatest artists of his time, in particular Dante and Giotto, the two founders of modern Western culture. So if we look at that impact and how that has resonance on the rest of our culture, everything we're experiencing today, even today, in Western culture, goes back to the influence of St. Francis. St. Francis manifested the incarnation of Christ so purely that he even received the wounds. He was the first stigmata, the first person to experience the wounds of Christ in his own body. That just gives you a glimpse at how deeply he understood the humanity of Christ. And that overflowed in his devotion and the devotions that he shared with us. I mean, he brought us Christos sufferens, the Christ suffering on the cross. He brought us the Via Crucis, the way of the cross. He brought us the Presepe, the crib figure, so we can engage in the humanity of Christ. And this can be seen in Dante's work, and you can see it in Giotto. When we talk about Giotto, because I'm a visual artist, in Giotto you can see the anatomy. It's the birth of anatomy in artworks. It's the birth of perspective in artworks. Why? Because when we engage with someone, we're engaging with an anatomical reality within perspectival space. So when we're engaging with somebody, we're engaging with their body, which is made up of anatomy. And in order to grasp that, we need to understand anatomy. And as an artist, if I want you to engage with a figure, a person, I would have to understand anatomy to render that in a painting or in a sculpture. And then I'd have to render it within perspectival space. So creating a perspective in which that figure sits. And that is illuminated by an external light, because before that, the light came from inside the being, which is much more supernatural, like the icons. Whereas in Giotto and in later works, we have an exterior light. So it's the sun or a flame which shines light on a physical form and casts shadows. So these were all brought into effect by Giotto and later artists, Masaccio and Michelangelo, up to today.
Absolutely.
And this was all to make Christ much more evident and engage us so that we can walk into these paintings and engage with Christ and the saints.
I think what you're touching upon here, Dony, is the idea of learning one's grammar. So analogy I like to think about is in writing, we learn letters, and then we learn words, and then we learn how to formulate those words into structured sentences and then to formulate paragraphs. And in a sense, when we think about form and line and shape and perspective, etc., that's essentially our grammar. And if we learn how to articulate those elements and principles in such a way that results in a harmonious visual order that's created by an artist with an enlightened sensibility, then that's the basis of profound, something to create profound communication through that grammar, essentially.
Yeah, that's a tool.
A tool.
But it's only a tool. Now, this is where I have beef with the academic schools, is that they just give you the tool. But if you don't use the tool to penetrate the truth from which that tool came from, then it makes no sense. So once you have the tool, then you need to explore. So if you're using the analogy with the English language, for instance, it's one thing having a dictionary. It's another thing having the collected works of Shakespeare. They contain the same words, but one is a tool, the other is a complete penetration of the human condition using that tool, which is grammar. So for an artist, it's very important to learn how to draw and paint and sculpt, not for the sake of painting, sculpting, and drawing, but for the sake of entering into a dialogue with reality. And it's that dialogue with reality that creates really interesting art.
Absolutely. Now, that analogy that you've given of St. Francis in your prior answer is really fascinating, Dony. And I know in the past you've expressed that St. Francis inspired Giotto to bring flesh and bones into his work. And you have touched upon this. Can you explain perhaps this theory a little further, just to drive it home?
Sure. I mean, if you go to Santa Croce in Florence, where if you look at the main altar in Santa Croce in Florence, if you turn to the left, you have the Blessed Sacrament Chapel, and that's where Stendhal actually experienced his fainting fit. And that's where Stendhal syndrome was actually diagnosed. But if you turn to the right of the main altar, you will see the death of St. Francis by Giotto. And there's a good example of Giotto engaging with Franciscan spirituality and communicating it through his painting. So, for instance, when you see that painting, you see St. Francis dead, and you see all the reaction of his brothers. Some very sad, some were wailing, and some were crying. And so you see all these different emotional reactions expressed through anatomically defined figures with light, exterior light shining on their forms, casting shadows, and they're within a perspectival space. So there, Giotto is using all these scientific discoveries to communicate, like that's the grammar, and he's using it to communicate deeper reality, the reality of the saint and the emotional responses. And before this time, we didn't have that spiritual intensity, that emotional intensity, that physical intensity in art, and that was all inspired by St. Francis's vision.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, Dony, is it in a sense an effort to bring heaven on earth?
Yeah, very much so. That's really the challenge, and that's what we experience in Florence in many ways.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And that's why countless people flock there every year, is to experience something that's bigger than what we've come to know in our everyday lives, and which ultimately helps us understand that we are made for more as individuals. We don't just have carnivorous needs in terms of eating and sleeping and resting, etc., but we're also made for more. And what we're made for essentially is to experience beauty. I mean, we all want to experience beauty because it provides hope. It's almost like a alternative to religion.
Well, I mean, that's one of the reasons I set up the Sacred Art School Firenze in Florence. It's still running, and it was there to train artists in our tradition and to bring it forward, but also I set it up as an interpretive center in Florence, so as to help people who go there who have no idea why they're going there. They just know that it's beautiful, but if they can be helped to understand where that beauty comes from and why they need it, then they can enter deeper into a dialogue with this culture.
Fantastic. Now, I just wanted to touch on icon painting there, Dony, because you mentioned your icon painting in your previous answer. So sometimes when we explain to people that we're interested in religious art or sacred art, a lot of people get the idea that, oh, you're interested in painting icons. Now, can you explain just how icon painting is different to the kind of painting which and sculpture which perhaps we're pursuing? So when we think about icon painting, it's more of a Byzantine tradition. It tends to be very flat, based on icons essentially, and that idea of the developments in the Renaissance of perspective, linear perspective, form, etc., are absent in icon painting. So I suppose what my question is how would you explain icon painting to be different to the kind of form revealing painting that we try and pursue?
Well, I suppose icon painting can be defined as pre-Franciscan in many ways. So it's the emphasis on the divinity of Christ. So the light source in a icon comes from the interior of the figure, whether it's Christ, the Virgin, or the saints, that these are holy people who are giving out light from their person. So they're a channel of grace. That's why when you look at the drapery in an icon, you can see that the light, where the drapery touches the body, that's where the lightest part of the drapery shines out. So it's very important to understand the theology behind an image. Is basically art is a language that communicates ideas, and if you understand the idea, the theology behind the artwork, it's very easy to interpret the artwork as such.
So just going a little bit deeper into that, when we look at an icon, there's obviously a style that's being used there, a style that's very, very different to the paintings of perhaps the medieval, the early Renaissance and high Renaissance periods. So where is that style coming from? Again, that very flat, two-dimensional aesthetic.
Well, actually, I would see it more as a four-dimensional, because it's beyond nature. It's into the supernatural. So personally, I see it as fourth dimensional, and I think it comes from a profound spiritual understanding, a deeply spiritual vision, and I think it's a very rich tradition, which I'm very tempted to get back. I started as an icon painter.
Okay.
And then I got into three-dimensional work. So that was very much the way Giotto, or not Giotto, El Greco developed his work. He started as a Greek, that's why he's called El Greco.
Yeah.
He started as a Greek icon painter, and then went to Venice and discovered the work of Titian and the whole optical way of seeing and painting in a kind of a scientific way. And then he really combined the two, the spiritual and the scientific elements to create a unique style of his own, which is still extraordinary and blows people's minds. And it frustrates the hell out of academic artists. They don't like El Greco at all, because he blasts through all their formulas, which is an interesting way to understand it.
Sure. So what do you prefer? Is it more of the aesthetic of the icon, or more of the three-dimensional optical form of painting that we see in the late Renaissance or even early Renaissance masters?
Well, it's an interesting question, because one of the biggest discoveries of my life was the work of Pontormo. And Pontormo was a Mannerist painter.
Yeah.
Post-Renaissance, pre-Baroque. And he's a guy now who took the physical elements, the anatomy, and the light sources and the perspective, and he actually understood it so much and internalized it so much, and through his spiritual mysticism managed to bring it back into the fourth dimension, the supernatural dimension, where he flattened the perspective and elevated the figures so that they are floating in the air. And he he almost painted Renaissance style iconographic images. So he mixed the two together, and I just find him fascinating because I think he captures what I aspire to. He's almost like an Italian version of El Greco. I see Pontormo and El Greco as major sources of inspiration for my own work, because I seek to elevate carnality to the spiritual level. And I think that's essentially the struggle of the human condition, is to elevate our carnality to the divine. And that's what I aspire to do within my work.
Sure. So when we think about the fourth dimension, what we're talking about essentially is the spiritual realm. Is my interpretation right?
Moving from the natural to the supernatural.
Okay, so it's not about the below, which is the temporal, but it's about the above, which is the transcendental.
Yeah, it's combining the two, because it's transformation in Christ. It's elevating the carnal to the spiritual.
So this is essentially shown through Corpus Christi.
Yes, yeah, that was the start of that conversation, that dialogue.
Absolutely, yeah. Now, you have mentioned that artists who study the great masters are essentially concerned with penetrating the vero presenza, or true presence, of their work. Firstly, what is the etymology of this idea? And secondly, how does this penetration occur?
Well, true presence, vero presenza, it's if you're drawing even still life or a landscape or a portrait, you want to get into, you want to understand that the fullness of that. Let's say it's a person sitting before you doing a portrait. You want to enter into the real presence of that person, a true presence of that person. That means you want to, you need anatomy to understand the form that's before you. And through that anatomy, that's your grammar in which you understand the person, and you try and grasp the physical reality before you, and through grasping that physical reality, try and enter into a dialogue with the spiritual, supernatural, personal presence that's before you. And it's a grammar in which to dialogue, and to enter into a deeper understanding of what is before you and who is before you. So that's really what I think artists essentially try to achieve.
Yeah, especially in portraiture. When you think about portraiture, that's the ultimate aim, right?
Exactly.
Now, in regards to that, the word vero presenza, is that something that's found in the Bible, or is it more of an art historical term?
Well, it's more a theological term. It's used in reference to true presence with a capital T and a capital P, which is in reference to the Blessed Eucharist, which is the real presence of Christ in his humanity and divinity in the Blessed Eucharist.
Yeah, sure. Another term I wanted to clarify, Dony, and this goes back to your St. Oliver statue, or sculpture rather. It's sculpted in an ecce homo pose. Now, ecce homo is essentially Christ revealing himself. Is that right?
Yeah, ecce homo is Latin for behold the man.
Behold the man. That's right. Yeah. And another term I wanted to clarify, and this is a biblical term, logos, Logos.
Logos?
Logos, sorry, yes. Now, logos, how would you explain, it's Greek, yeah, how would you explain it?
Logos is, logos, I think there are pages and pages of definitions of logos. But in essence, in the Christian context, Christ is logos. If you look at John's Gospel, in the beginning was the Word. That's the definition of the Christian understanding of logos. It's the Word that
that was made flesh, the word that brought into existence being. Logos is the center of being, of reality, and that's Christ. So that's the Christian understanding of Logos.
Sure. How would you define a Neoplatonic Christian vision?
Well, I suppose a good example of that would be the work of Michelangelo.
Okay.
He was Neoplatonic. He was Neoplatonic in that he was Neoplatonist. He had Platonic ideals. He believed in Plato's ideas of ideal beauty, and he combined with a Christian vision. So there was the Platonic vision seen through a Christian prism, with analyzed with a Christian understanding. So, for instance, Michelangelo in his Pietà, you can see Michelangelo's very medieval spirituality, taking a medieval subject, which was the Pietà, which is a very popular image, especially in France at the time. It was commissioned by a French cardinal. So he takes this medieval image with his medieval sensibility, and he combines it with his Neoplatonic understanding, and using a Neoplatonic visual language, which was Greek sculpture. And he combined this Greek ideal with this Christian ideal, which gave us this magnificent image. And that can also be mirrored in the theology of the time. So you have the theologians working through using Greek philosophical language and ideas to communicate the Christian vision. In many ways, many people see that the Greek philosophical tradition was really in preparation for Christianity, so as to be able to communicate the Christian ideal.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've already done a great job of explaining that, Dony. That's quite a definition. Now, and you also believe that the suffering Christ is a source of our entire culture. Can you elaborate on this point?
Well, I suppose you can see that in the ideas of St. Francis, and how he has taken the suffering Christ and made it, transformed our culture through it, through Dante's Divine Comedy and the whole, like, in the literature of Divine Comedy, we witness a profound penetration of what it means to be human through his extraordinary poetic insights into divine revelation and the humanity and divinity of both Christ and his mother.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, we see the same in Giotto, but through the visual language enhanced by the scientific advances in human anatomy and perspective.
Yeah, sure. And I've heard you mention in the past as well that when we think about the two central images of Western culture, they tend to be Christ and his mother, the Blessed Virgin.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if you look through art history, I mean, you go through any serious museum, I mean, that's what you see repeated so often, and it helps us understand what is the source of our culture. It's like the Bible. We need to, if we want to understand our culture, we need to look at the literature. The primary text of our culture is the Bible, and the primary images of our culture are the sacred. And of course, this all brings us to the Mass, and that's why I embrace it.
Sure.
On a daily basis, because it's the source and summit of the interior life, the Eucharist.
Absolutely. Now, you have a statue of Saint Jose Maria Escrivá at the Murray Hill headquarters of Opus Dei in the USA. I understand for some time you were affiliated with the group of devout Catholic believers. Can you provide a brief overview of what Opus Dei is and its mission for listeners who may not be familiar with it? Now, we have spoken of Opus Dei somewhat throughout the interview, and you have explained a little bit about its purpose and what it's about. Would you care to elaborate a little further?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I was a celibate member of Opus Dei for nearly a quarter of a century.
and it's a great organization founded on the idea of divine filiation. That's the central idea of Opus Dei. And it's dedicated to promoting sanctity in the middle of the world for ordinary lay people, essentially. So I guess I misdiscerned from the start, but have no regrets, as it has formed me both spiritually and humanly to achieve way more than I could have ever have dreamt of. And I did it all for Christ. In the words of its founder, Saint Josemaria Escrivá, dream and your dreams will fall short.
So you mentioned that you misdiscerned from the start. Do you care to elaborate on what you mean by that?
Yeah, discernment, I have to say, is a term I really never really heard of until recently. It's not a term that I encountered. And discernment is something that I think I missed with regard to my vocation to Opus Dei. I feel I didn't really come to it myself, because I was asked to join a number of times and I refused, and it was only in a very difficult situation. I just broken off with a girlfriend who I love very much, but she was very compromising, very demanding, and sexually, and I didn't want to get involved. So I was kind of avoiding that situation. So it was not properly discerned, and it was it was that moment that I decided that I was asked to join Opus Dei and give myself to Opus Dei, and I don't think that was a good time to make a decision like that, because I was more running away from something than running towards something. So I was vulnerable in that situation, and I shouldn't have made such a decision in such a vulnerable situation. So I misdiscerned that vocation, and I stayed in Opus Dei purely out of a sense of duty, loyalty, and perseverance. I persevered out of loyalty, really.
Sure.
Until it became totally untenable due to a number of very difficult challenges with individuals.
Sure. Now, one thing as well with Opus Dei we have to understand is that men and women are separated, and essentially the justification behind that is that men and women both have different formative needs. Is that correct?
I suppose no. I think it's more straightforward than that. I mean, essentially, Opus Dei is separated male and female because the governance of Opus Dei is separated into men and women, because they are the people who govern Opus Dei are celibate people. So it's just for practical reasons that they keep them separate, because it's harder to live a celibate life if you can't have celibate men and women living together and working together, because it causes complications.
Yeah.
It's much easier to keep them separate.
Absolutely. Sure. Now, I understand whilst you were a numerary member of Opus Dei, you worked on projects with inner city kids in New York. Can you elaborate on this period of your life?
Sure. I wasn't I was an associate, so it's celibate. It's kind of like a freelance numerary. It's not living in a center. So I was living, but I was celibate, but I was living independent from a center of Opus Dei. So I was working on the Crotona project, which was in the South Bronx. So I did that for 2 years. So that was fun, just teaching kids. And that's where I encountered this whole crisis of paternity, because a lot of the kids I was dealing with they were all Black and Hispanic, and there was a crisis of paternity. They didn't have fathers, so a lot of the time, most of these kids didn't have fathers, so they had a lot of problems with discipline and education. So it was helping them deal with that, and that's what inspired my St. Francis or St. Joseph sculptures for DC and Florida.
So it's interesting, when you were a numerary with Opus Dei, you didn't live in one of the centers, you lived separate from that.
Yes, I lived independent, so I was what they call an associate member of Opus Dei.
Okay, right. So, yeah. So just for listeners who aren't familiar with Opus Dei, a little bit more information is that usually there are two different types of members. You have a supernumerary member, and their vocation is to marry and raise a family, and we have numerary members who remain celibate and who give themselves to the Opus Dei organization. Oftentimes they live in Opus Dei homes, and to my understanding, a lot of their resources they give over to Opus Dei as well. Now, as you've mentioned, Dony, today you're no longer associated with Opus Dei, and I suppose, do you ever think about rejoining?
No, I haven't really. I'm a cooperator. I help with activities. I'm going to give a talk soon on Bernini. And so I'm still in contact, but I'm not a member of Opus Dei. Numeraries, associates, and supernumeraries are members. I'm just a cooperator at the moment. So
sure.
It's a loose affiliation.
Yeah, sure.
But I have great respect and love for the organization, but I don't see any point or reason to be incarnated in the organization at the moment.
Sure. So with Opus Dei as well, it's a personal prelature. So basically, to my understanding, what that means is it exists outside of an archdiocese. So it's not governed by a bishop, to my understanding, right?
No, it's not led by a bishop. It's led by a priest. But the priest can be a bishop and has been before. But yes, it's kind of like it's like a global diocese in many ways. So the prelate of Opus Dei operates in that way as a leader of a global diocese.
Sure. Now, a lot of people may be familiar with Opus Dei through Dan Brown's book, The Da Vinci Code, and it has portrayed Opus Dei in a somewhat negative light. It is interesting to learn that a reproduction of your sculpture of St. Jose Maria Escrivá for the US headquarters of Opus Dei in New York was featured in the book. What was your reaction when you found out, especially considering the false portrayal of Opus Dei in the book?
Well, I was quite surprised. I was just flicking through a copy of it was a copy of the Da Vinci Code, and it had the illustrations, photographs, and I'd see my own work in that book was quite surprising, especially when you see the storyline and the absurdity of it. It's just it was comical.
Were you attributed as the artist in the book?
No, I don't. No, I didn't recall that, but I recall seeing images of Murray Hill Place in the book.
Sure, yeah. So what is your opinion of the way that Opus Dei is portrayed in the Da Vinci Code?
Well, I've never read it, and I haven't seen the film because it's not my type of book or film. Kind of like Scooby-Doo for Catholics. It wouldn't be my kind of cup of tea, as they say. But from what I hear, it's absurd. I mean, the whole idea of the albino monk members of Opus Dei. I mean,
there aren't any monks in Opus Dei as well. We have to understand that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I like. It was funny because when Da Vinci Code came out, I was working on a sculpture in Murray Hill at the time, and the guy who was working on the door was a stand-up comic, and he got great mileage out of all the people coming up to the front door and asking about Opus Dei. And he would joke with them, saying, "Oh, come on in. We have a torture chamber."
Yeah, I've heard that. I heard that story as well. Yeah.
So you can have a bit of crack with this stuff, but that's the Irish word, crack. Yeah, it's not the American version.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yes, but unfortunately, a lot of people kind of swallow that and have real confusion about the church and Opus Dei when they read that book. But
and one thing that I find, and I haven't read the book or seen the movie either, Dony, but one thing I find when it comes to Opus Dei and people who are ignorant or ill-informed about the organization is they're really caught up on the idea of the corporal mortification. Now, would you care to elaborate just what corporal mortification is?
Corporal mortification, well, we know what mortification is. It's denying ourselves. So corporal mortification is denying the body. So there are different levels of corporal mortification. You could fast. You can wear something uncomfortable. You can whip yourself. There's all sorts of different levels of mortification. And I think the mortification used by numeraries and associates in Opus Dei, like the Silas, which is like an uncomfortable metal band worn around the thigh, which I used to use. That it's just a discomfort. It was for 2 hours each day. I did wear it for a certain period, and it was just a discomfort, which was offered up as a prayer, and it was more of a pain in the ass to put the thing on and take it off than to actually wear it. In that it's just inconvenient. But it was the whole idea is just to have presence of God and unite yourself with Christ on the cross. So it's a prayer. And others use the discipline, which is kind of like a cord. I never used it, but it's like a cord that you just whip your buttocks with. It's just it's just for a very short period. And it's just a discomfort. I just didn't like the idea of it. It's not exactly that mortification is something you like the idea of, but I found the Silas unusual enough as it was. But personally, I just don't go for that myself. I mean, I wouldn't deny it to anybody who wanted to do it, because everybody, different people have different needs, and some people might need to be more disciplined with their body because they find they have bigger challenges with sensuality or whatever, and they might need that. But of course, all this is done with spiritual guidance, and should not be done without spiritual guidance. But personally, I prefer the mortification of fasting or of smiling when I don't feel like it, being pleasant to people that annoy me, giving my time and to others and helping people. So there are different types of mortifications, and different personalities link with different means.
Yeah, sure. And going back to the Silas as well, from what I understand, the way that it is portrayed in the Da Vinci Code is that it pierces the skin and it draws blood, and that's completely false. As you've mentioned, all it really does is it's meant to bring upon some discomfort, and it's a form of penance. And to my understanding, to my understanding, the numerary members of Opus Dei, do wear them, or some of them do. But however, when we think about corporal mortification, it can be in ways that don't involve, the discipline or the hair shirt or the Silas. It can be things like, as you mentioned, smiling when you don't really feel like it, or getting up when the alarm rings the first time, or exercising as well. A lot of people, corporal mortification, like exercising, you're putting yourself under tremendous strain and pressure to ultimately get better, to feel better, to be more healthy, to kind of deny the flesh to champion the spirit.
Yeah, well, that's what I do now. I mean, I run and I fast,
Mm.
and because I know my body needs it as well, because especially in contemporary culture, it's so comfortable and you can put on weight, and so why not mix your mortifications with healing your body from contemporary indulgences?
Mm-hmm. One thing I want to,
but I know for a fact that any of those, from personal experience, any of those mortifications done by Opus Dei, like the Silas or the Discipline, never do they break flesh.
yes,
So it's never an unhealthy abuse of the body.
no, that's right. Yeah, and I think that's where it's taken out of proportion, and people start to sensualize things where they think it's about, some kind of cult or something like that.
Well, of course, it's a huge scandal in contemporary culture, because contemporary culture is all about self-indulgence, and there's nothing that annoys the devil more than somebody who mortifies themselves, because it's such a scandal. So that's why Opus Dei, I think, is such a scandal. One of the reasons is because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. In saying that, Dony, there are certain traditions around the world where it may be like on Good Friday, where there are certain processions where people reenact the crucifixion, and there is men who whip themselves to the point, whip their backs particularly, to the point where blood is drawn. What is your opinion on these sort of rituals?
Well, it's a bit extreme, but that would be, I think in Seville they do that.
Yeah, that's right.
And the Philippines, they actually crucify people
it's
with
quite
nails
extreme.
in the hands.
Yeah.
So obviously that's a very Spanish culture, and of course Opus Dei is a Spanish organization at source. So it is in Spanish culture, the spirituality of pain. It's very much part of Spanish culture. As Italian spirituality is very different. It's more spirituality of beauty. I mean, you look at the art that the Italians produce. The very beautiful crucifixions, very elegant figures. Whereas the Spanish and the Mexican, and you see these figures like contorted and full of blood, and so it's just a different spirituality.
It is. Dony, may I ask as well? I've noticed in other religions that believe in Christ do depict Christ smiling. However, in Christianity, why is it that we never see Christ smile?
Probably because Catholics find it a little cheesy for Christ to smile. I know it might be I don't know why. It's certainly, as an artist, I'd be very slow to depict somebody smiling. I mean, it just because smiles just don't read well in art. You have to be very careful with a smile.
Yeah.
And I think also it lacks a gravitas when you're dealing with God. The smile kind of cheapens it, makes it a little bit. It's very hard to do a smile without making somebody look simple.
Yes, yeah. Usually when I do see these depictions of Christ smiling, it's the resurrected Christ. So it tends to be Christ in a white robe, and he may be sitting on a stone, holding some children, and there's a very gentle, lovely smile. But yeah, as you have mentioned, as in Catholicism, we seem to depict Christ crucified, usually wearing the wreath with blood on his face, and it is a lot more real, I suppose, than the smiling Christ.
Yeah, and I suppose also Catholics are more connected with the suffering of Christ.
The atonement, yeah.
Yeah, it's very much connected with the Eucharist and the Mass and Good Friday, because it's kind of a reminder that the resurrection only comes to us through the crucifixion.
Yeah, sure. Now, what is your opinion on Saint Jose Maria Escriva's book, The Way?
Oh, it's a great book for those who need a good kick up the ass spiritually. I guess that's pretty much like everybody needs that, right?
Yeah, sure. So the book itself, it's a meditation. So you're supposed to incorporate some of the reading into your prayer life, from what I understand.
Yeah, it's a very helpful tool. I mean, I used it a lot, and I recommend it to people. It really will get you thinking and get you off the fence.
Sure, yeah. Moving forward, in regards to how masterpieces are today placed in museums, you've stated, quote, "In my view, when we go to a museum, we are often visiting orphans in a hospital," unquote. Do you care to elaborate on this point?
Yeah, I suppose that's one of the reasons I love Rome and Florence, because you see most of the artworks in their natural habitat at home, like children at home, in an altarpiece over an altar where a priest is saying mass. And you can see this very evidently with, like, for instance, Caravaggio's his Entombment of Christ, which is in the Vatican Museum now, ironically, but it was originally in the Oratorian Church of the Chiesa Nuova, and there's a replica of it there in the first altar as you go in on the right. And when you see it in its original context, you see that when it was designed for the Mass, so that the whole composition has these figures holding the face of the body of Christ, and Christ's arm is drooping down, just like in the Pietà, very inspired by Michelangelo, and it's pointing to a black vacuum in the bottom central part of the painting. And when you see it in its original context, you realize that when the priest elevated the Eucharist ad orientem, as in the old Mass, orientated towards the east, or towards the altar, when he elevated the Eucharist, Christ's dead body being entombed points directly at the Eucharist. So it just shows you the power of art in its correct context, because that whole painting was to emphasize the moment of the real presence of Christ in the Blessed Eucharist at the elevation at Mass. And it's at that moment each day when you went to Mass and you saw the priest elevate the Eucharist, you saw Christ, that whole painting pointing directly towards that moment.
Beautiful.
You can't. Most art is site specific, and it's best to see these children at home.
Absolutely, I agree. Today's atelier-based schools put so much emphasis on technique and little on intellectual development. This seems to be a problem, as the university art schools focus solely on self-development and completely ignore the artistic traditions of the past, whereas the ateliers and technically based schools, what they are doing is focusing on essentially on developing technique. As you've explained, graduates from atelier programs, quote, "were taught the language, but they weren't taught to penetrate the language to arrive at the underlying thought," unquote. What would you say is the best way to address this? And I know this is something we have been discussing throughout the interview, but perhaps is there anything else you would like to add to this idea?
Well, the way I address this issue is to found a school of art which fundamentally is a laboratory of humanity at its source, which overflows into artistic expression.
And this, of course, is what you aim to do with the Vatican Academy of Art.
Yes, please God, if that ever is realized.
Many students today are interested in attaining the skills of the old masters, but not in penetrating their thought to essentially understand the work's intrinsic meaning. You have touched on this idea in the past when you contrast the ideas of, quote, penetrating the humanity of the great masters to communicate with people today versus learning to paint in the style of Michelangelo. One is a technical feat, the other is true art, unquote. How do you feel about the idea of taking the technique, the language essentially, but changing what is being communicated with the language to ultimately break with tradition?
Well, I have no problem with breaking with tradition, only unless it's informed. If you're making an informed decision, so the most important thing is to understand what the tradition is, what it stands for, and if you feel that you want to do something different, then you do it. So it's an informed decision. My problem is with people breaking with tradition when they don't understand tradition in the first place.
Absolutely, yes. And this, from what you've explained throughout the interview, is part of the reasons why you left the Irish Academy of Figurative Art and headed back to Florence. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, change is great once it's founded on truth.
Yeah.
Our generation needed to be humble enough to realize that great traditions of the past are great traditions for a reason. And
Sure.
unless we have a greater reason to destroy them, then we should not do so. This leads to the essential question of the singularity and unchanging nature of truth, which is severely challenged in our contemporary culture of repudiation.
Sure. In regards to this dilemma of being contemporary, you've stated, quote, "You don't have to try to be contemporary. We are contemporary. Develop the spiritual life and the artistic language. Steep yourself in the faith and tradition, and what results will be natural," unquote. You don't come across as an artist that is overly concerned with being contemporary. Would you agree?
Yeah, the problem is that people mistake the idea of being contemporary with the idea of adopting leftist ideological nonsense. I just ignore the latter and acknowledge the former. By the mere fact that I got up this morning and will hopefully sleep tonight is an example of a contemporary person.
There is so much emphasis, especially in the art world, of doing things that haven't been done yet. And personally, I don't see anything wrong with rehashing ideas from the past that have been explored in new light. In your opinion, do you think there is anything wrong with that?
No, I don't, because there's only one way of really understanding something, and that is to enter into it. And for an artist to understand great art, it's necessary to really enter into it in through manual means. So, like, I would copy in the National Gallery in DC, here in Dublin, working directly from the masters in oil and canvas, so as to really understand the great masters. So it's not a blind copying, but it's a means of studying. It's a means of reading these paintings. So it's just as absurd as giving out to a writer for reading too many books. And a great artist has to read paintings and sculptures and understand them and dialogue with these great masterpieces and the masters through their masterpieces, and in that way drawing forward what's relevant to today, and in that way create something original. And original means connected to its origins. So you can't be really original without understanding your origins.
Absolutely, I agree with that. You have further stated, quote, "The primary vocation of the artist is to be an artist and to be the very best artist he can be. And then your Catholicism will naturally overflow from your interior life into your work. You're not illustrating the faith, but you have a natural artistic overflow of your faith into your art, which is much more compelling and much more transformational for the artists themselves and the audience," unquote. This seems to be the way for traditional artists to be contemporary, rather than trying to copy what the art establishment is doing. However, one could argue that if all you're doing is studying the Bible and reproducing the same narratives that have been created for hundreds of years, then that's essentially just the same tape playing over again. What is your opinion?
Well, re-engaging with the great myths of our collective consciousness and letting them inform our world vision for a contemporary audience, to me seems like a very worthy pursuit. But everyone is entitled to their own opinion, I assume.
And I guess that's something that really separates us in our day and age, is that everybody's so opinionated and very passionate about what they're trying to pursue. Sometimes it's hard to find a common ground.
Yeah, but the important thing is to be open and dialogue with people. And if people are open to a conversation, well, then, we can learn a lot from them. They can learn a lot from us. And it's through that dialogue that we that culture is enriched. I think it's one of the biggest problems with our contemporary culture is that through political correctness and all sorts of minefields, it's very difficult to even have a conversation, because you say one thing, and then if you say anything that's slightly questionable, you're jumped on, and the conversation stops there. Whereas if we're all open and forgiving and are willing to listen to people and courage to express our opinions, well, then we can learn from each other and correct ourselves by listening to others and saying something maybe that was not completely informed, and then correcting it in dialogue with somebody else. And there's no harm in that. There's a perfectly reasonable way to exist, and that's how our culture developed. And it will not develop any further until we get back to that mutual respect.
Sure. And it does seem that some people tend to be very neurotic and self-conscious and very easily to offend sometimes during a conversation. And what do you think is the root of all that? What does that go back to, do you think? Is the person inside essentially hurt, do you think?
I think there's a tendency in contemporary culture to look for offense. Because it's almost like it's almost like a competition for who can be the most offended in contemporary culture. Because if you can be offended, if you're a victim, well, then you have more status than others. So this victim Olympics is very, very evident in the universities today, for instance, where the more the more victim status you have, the more powerful you are. So it's not the content of your argument that is listened to. It's the status of the person who delivers the statement. So, for instance, if you're a black lesbian woman, you have much more status than a white heterosexual male. And it doesn't matter what you say, whether it's true or not. The fact that you have a higher victim status is what carries the day. And that's just an absurd situation. So there's no interest really in truth. Truth is not the objective. The objective is power, essentially, and it's claiming power through victim status. And this is it's neo-Marxist ideology, which comes from the Frankfurt School and Derrida and Foucault and all the deconstructivists. And this is what's poisoned the humanities in contemporary universities all across the West.
Sure. And one thing that I've noticed as well, Dony, that seems to be more prevalent in our day and age is the tendency to gossip. And a lot of people are guilty of this. What do you think it is about gossip that is so attractive? It's almost like a pastime or a hobby for some people.
Well, I think part of the problem is that people have too much time on their hands.
Yeah.
And people, it's part of the problem of a very advanced culture, in inverted commas, where we're so comfortable. We have very few needs, and we're so comfortable that we're bored with existence. And in order for our life to have any interest, we create chaos.
Yeah.
And we destroy the peace that we have spent centuries creating. We just don't realize how lucky we are. And I suppose that's the pinnacle of a culture, is that it becomes so comfortable that it decides to destroy itself just to be interesting. And I think that's what's happening.
Yeah. I suppose, in other words, people tend to get bored of the mundane kind of ordinariness of their life and need to have something else to fill their day up with. So therefore, gossip is a good time filler.
Yeah, devil finds work for idle hands.
That's right. That's perfect. That fits in really well there. Moving forward, one of your brothers is the photographer Paul MacManus. It's interesting. You work in such a traditional medium and he embraces the digital revolution. Have you ever collaborated with him on projects?
Yeah, actually, he took a fantastic photograph of my father just after he died. And our reaction to that death and all around his bed. You reminded me of the painting of the death of St. Francis, which you were alluding to earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very dramatic. You could see us all reacting to the death of our father in many different ways. And it's interesting to see in Paul's photographs. His webpage is paulmacmanus.com. It's just like mine, but with Paul. And you just see in his work, I see a lot of similarities with my own, in that we have a similar kind of philosophical, theological vision and understanding of the human condition. And that comes across in his work and my work. So it helps me to realize the power of photography, that it has a tremendous power to communicate the intentions and the ideas of the photographer. Because if the photographer takes a photograph of the moment which communicates their understanding of a situation. So it's quite interesting to see that phenomenon, even though it's very mechanical and technological, but it still has the capacity to communicate the human condition in the hands of an artist.
Sure. Now, is Paul creating? Is it mainly secular work, or is he creating faith-based photographs?
Oh no, they're almost entirely secular. It's photographs of people, rock stars, royalty, you name it.
Oh, great. Is he religious himself?
Yeah. He's a supernumerary in Opus Dei.
Oh, fantastic. Beautiful. Moving on. It is interesting to consider that Paris, France's capital, the city of love, and once centre of the art world, has a 55% divorce rate. This is the third highest in the world before Spain and Luxembourg. And it is no secret that the sacred vow of marriage has become less sacred over the past century. Perhaps this is due to a couple's failure to bring God into their relationship and to frequent the blessed sacraments in order to grow in love and help one another reach heaven. Being in love can indeed be a tremendous aesthetic experience, which can help a man put into perspective the course of his life. However, it is indeed a shame to learn how common divorce has become, which in turn can cause many to lose belief that true love exists. What are your thoughts on this issue?
Well, I remember encountering one student in Florence. She was a young girl, very attractive, and she was asking me about my art, and I told her what it was about, and I used the word love, and she just laughed. And I asked what was she laughing at. And she said she laughed at the use of the word love. And I said, why do you laugh at that? And she said, I don't believe in love. I've never experienced it from in my parents, because they were divorced, and I never experienced it from my boyfriends. So it was really sad to see that there are generations of people that have never experienced love. And of course, people who don't experience love will never really experience God, because God is love.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been said before that, when people have that absence of love in their life, they try and find alternatives to fulfill that void or that gap. And there's that saying that every man that is knocked on the door of the brothel is essentially trying to find God.
Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, I suppose it's looking for love in all the wrong places. That's what's happening a lot. I mean, everybody's looking for love, It's just that they need to know where it is, and that's where pornography confuses things, and the sexual revolution has really thrown things into chaos with contraception.
One thing as well that perhaps a lot of people don't bring a lot of attention to nowadays and age is the importance of bringing God into a relationship, and that could mean frequenting the sacrament often with your spouse or with your partner. What role do you think God plays in regards to intimacy between, whether it's boyfriend or girlfriend or fiance or husband and wife?
Well, I mean, if God is the source of love, then he's essential in the relationship. In essence, three get married. It's the husband and wife and God, the source of love. Because it's a bit like a lamp, bedside lamp, it's not going to give light unless it's plugged in.
Yes.
So if you want light, the light of love within your relationship, well, then that light has to be plugged in. So if you want to give love to your spouse for the rest of your life, well, you need to be plugged in, and so does she if she is to give that love back. So it seems like a bit of a no-brainer.
And essentially, what is marriage? In a Catholic perspective, marriage is the foreshadowing of what is to come for us in heaven. So essentially, it's a little glimpse of heaven on earth. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the relationship with Christ and His Church is the marriage between the bride and the bridegroom. I mean, that's what the end of time is all about. So to understand that, the marriage is like the icon of all sacraments, because every sacrament is a participation in a marriage between Christ and His Church, whether it's baptism, holy orders, the Eucharist, confession. These are all relationships between Christ and His Church. So they're spousal. So marriage is crucial to understanding Christianity. And that's one of the reasons why it's so important that we retain the truth and meaning of human sexuality and marriage, because if we lose that meaning, we lose our understanding of our relationship with God.
Sure. Do you believe that people who are Catholic, who don't marry, that their call is essentially to be celibate?
Yeah, well, I mean, sex only makes sense within marriage.
Yeah.
Because sex is the total gift of yourself to another person, open to life. That's in essence the sexual act. So the sexual act should not be engaged in without the correct context, which is marriage.
Absolutely. Moving forward, I understand you were recently engaged. Do you care to comment on how your life and vocation as an artist has changed since?
I suppose it's enriched. Not sure how it's going, because we're at a very early stage in the relationship, and she's so far away. She's in New York, I'm in Dublin, so it's very difficult to say at this stage how it's going to have an effect on my work, but I'm sure it will.
Sure. Would you care to provide some information on how you met your fiancée, Dony?
I suppose she found me on a Catholic match. It's a website.
Oh, yeah.
And I just responded and took it from there.
Great.
And then she applied for a fiancé visa. So I'm going over there on a fiancé visa so we can spend more time in the same city and get to know each other better. And hopefully, if all goes well, get married.
Beautiful. Well done there, Dony. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You don't have kids, do you?
No.
No, you don't have kids. Yeah.
I think that should happen within marriage.
Absolutely, yeah, sure. And I'm assuming that your fiancée is a deeply religious woman as well.
Yeah, I mean, takes her faith serious. She's a daily communicant and daily rosary, and she's a serious woman.
Good, fantastic. Glad to hear that. Just on the point of sexuality, Dony, more of a general comment. I know Christopher West. Going back to Christopher West for a minute, one thing he got in a little bit of trouble for, and it was a segment that he was interviewed on for ABC. He refers to the Song of Songs as the centerfold of the Bible, right? And again, he's giving reference to Hugh Hefner and the Playboy magazine. Now, I've read Song of Songs multiple times, and it is written in such a way where it's kind of ambiguous to know exactly what it means. Could you provide your interpretation of what you believe Song of Song means?
Well, I suppose Christopher West kind of captures it to a certain extent. It's it could be considered like erotic love poetry to a certain extent, but in the context of a spousal relationship between Christ and the church. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong. It's actually, there's something very right, correct, and beautiful about intimacy at that level between spouses. It's just that when in a culture that doesn't understand the spousal relationship, it's cheapened so much, so it's very hard to read through the prism of contemporary culture, because it's not a prism of love, but a prism of power.
Yeah, sure. And that becomes, again, problematic, the interpretation of it now day and age. So it's very important, again, context. It's like viewing the artworks outside of a context. When reading Song of Songs, it's important to understand the framework in which it's required to be interpreted through.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's context.
Sure. Now, approaching the end of the interview, artist David Clayton has a similar mission to yours. He is an admirer of your work, as is evidenced in the following quote. Quote, Dony is trying to revive the tradition of Baroque and naturalism, as I am in the Gothic and naturalism tradition. What we're trying to do is re-establish these traditions. So it's not an unthinkable historicism. It actually lives and breathes and develops within the bounds, reapplying them in ways that speak to people today. I don't think we're there yet. I don't think anyone is. But Dony is certainly one of the leaders. He's one of the leaders in sculpture in the naturalistic fields, and he connects this with the Christian worldview and understanding of the human person. Unquote. Now, have you had much contact with David, and do you think there is room there for collaboration?
Yeah, I mean, David used to come to some of my artistic gatherings in Florence. I admire very much what he does, and I see it as very complementary to what I'm working on. He seems to take a more Eastern and academic route, while mine is more Western and hands-on. I'm sure we could do something very special together, and maybe we will through his Pontifex online university program.
Great. I'm glad to hear there that there's potential for collaboration, and Pontifex is great. Obviously, what the Pontifex University program is an online master's, I believe, where you can study beauty in relation to Christianity. Is that correct?
Yes. That's pretty much what it's about, I think.
Is David himself an artist, or is he more of a theologian or a teacher?
He paints icons, and I'm not that familiar with his work, but he seems to be very interested in the field of education and promoting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Artistic.
Sure. Do you feel as though there is a demand from the church for Christian artists today?
There is a demand from the church to artists of all time to proclaim the truth, goodness of Christ through beauty. But this may not be communicated by the local clergy to the individual artists, as there is a lot of confusion in the faith and ignorance of this need to proclaim the gospel and to do so visually. My approach has always been to see myself as the church. And if I point the finger at any fault I perceive, this is such as a lack of devotion or ugliness, then I must be cognizant that 3 fingers are pointing back at me. In other words, the old cliche, be the change you want to see, because it becomes very relevant in this situation. Unfortunately, the church in the West seems to be so messed up at the moment.
So that idea of pointing one finger and having three fingers pointing back at you, could you elaborate on that a little bit, Dony?
Well, I mean, if I see something wrong and I'm pointing the finger at it, well then, when you look at your hand, when you're pointing the finger, 3 fingers are pointing back at you. In other words, the problem I see is 3 times as bad in myself. So we have a tendency to criticize things in others that are even more evident in ourselves. So it's a very good opportunity to, when we find ourselves pointing at something, then we should really examine our own conscience and see how we do in that area.
So in a way, we're seeing in others our own faults. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Very good exercise.
Yeah. Now, how do you think Christian artists can make their work aware to the church today?
Well, all I can go by is my experience. And that is to say, I just made the best art I can make and hope that the authority of its beauty will demand the attention it deserves. A recent example of this is that 6 months ago, an editor of a magazine found me online, Googling sacred art and Ireland, and got my name. He was arrested by my work and asked if he could visit my studio and write an article on me. During this interview for the article in my studio, it became very clear to him that there was not just beautiful art to print, but also a profound human and spiritual insights to be explored throughout our conversation. The article was soon after published and read by His Grace the Archbishop Eamon Martin of Armagh, Primate of all Ireland, who immediately invited me to lunch the next day to discuss the commission of a 7-foot bronze of St. Oliver Plunkett, martyred as Archbishop of Armagh over 3 centuries ago. The sculpture was unveiled in the sanctuary last week to a packed cathedral with over 70 priests, bishops, archbishops, cardinals in attendance to show their devotion to the saint.
Lovely. So there it goes. Like, you've just explained that quite well. When you've developed a bit of a reputation for yourself out there and you get an online presence, people will come to find you.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Let me provide you for a hypothetical situation, Dony. One day you're in Mass and in your local parish, and obviously you're a sacred artist. If you were to approach the priest, and this is just general information for potential sacred artists, if you were to approach your priests at the end of the Mass and to show them a portfolio of your work and to advertise yourself like that, do you think that would be too forward, in a sense, to do within the church context?
Well, no, I think there's no harm in it. I think the most important thing is to, spend time and pray and produce your work. And of course, you will get to know priests if you're praying and you're in the church and you get to know them. They'll get to know that you're an artist. And it can arise as a natural thing. But I think to go in coldly to a priest and say, I'm an artist, I'm really good at this, I'm really good at that, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
It's too cold. I think it's better to develop a relationship. And it's all the more, it's better on so many levels because you're actually praying. You can see that you're devout, and if he is devout himself, he will value your devotion and he will inquire about who you are and what you do, and it will emerge.
That's true.
It's not something to force.
That's true. And what's your opinion if an artist was to donate a work to the church? So if you're going to your local parish and you decide that as an artist you are able to identify a part in the church, whether it's a wall, whether it's a sculpture or a statue that could be incorporated into the interior of the church, do you think that would be something that's acceptable to go forward and to say, to your priest, to say that I've noticed that there is a wall or an area of the church that could do with a sculpture I'm working on, and I'd like to donate it? And again, donating the work, in a sense, it's the priest, the church will acknowledge you as the artist, and also he may come to then recommend you to other dioceses that he has contacts with.
Sure. I mean, the most important thing is when it comes to devotional art and sacred art and liturgical art, is that it's for our Lord, and it's to help people pray.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. I don't think it's appropriate to have, the name splashed across the piece.
No.
Because it's not a gallery. A church is not for the promotion of an artist.
Mm-hmm.
It's to help people pray. So it's not a gallery. It's not a commercial outfit. So the most important thing is that the work that you produce, if you're going to donate it or sell it or whatever, that's totally immaterial to me. The most important thing is that the work helps people pray.
Mm-hmm. That's the key point, period.
Yeah.
Sure. Can I ask, Dony, do you have the majority of your finished works blessed often?
No, it tends to be the stuff that's installed in churches tend to get blessed.
Okay, right. And in regards to the Vatican Academy of Art, so again, this is your kind of dream project that you're working towards. How can the public help bring the Vatican Academy of Art into being?
Well, please promote the idea as best you can and support the initiative with, first and foremost, your prayers, and then you can contact me and maybe financially we can work out some way of constructing it.
Great. So that brings us up to date with your current day. So if I can turn it over to you, Dony, and just ask you, what is your current routine like day to day? I mean, what are you working on? Any commissions? Are you teaching much? If you can just provide a little bit of information as to your routine these days.
Well, at the moment, I'm finishing a sculpture of a Bishop O'Higgins. He is the bishop who built Longford Cathedral here in the Midlands of Ireland, and he also helped people during the famine in Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm doing a sculpture of him with a famine victim, and him in comforting a famine victim, and so that's a sculpture I'm working at the moment. It's going to be a 7-foot bronze, and I'm doing that in my studio at the back. So I would basically, generally, my day would be get up at 6:20, exercise, do weights, run, then go to Mass, have a shower, go to Mass, pray for half an hour, and then have breakfast. Then go to the studio, work until 1 o'clock, have lunch, say the rosary, and then back to work from 2 to 6 or so, and do a half an hour prayer in the local church, and then have my tea, and then work on other stuff after that, read, and then go to bed.
Great. Sounds like a pretty full day. And you're doing this 5-6 days a week?
Yeah, so that would be about 5 days a week, and then weekends I paint from life with friends in town.
Mm.
And then on Sundays I relax in the National Gallery, go to Latin Mass in the morning and chill out in the National Gallery. So that's more or less my kind of week.
Sure. And you seem to be doing a little bit more painting nowadays, I've noticed, Dony. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm doing a lot of painting. I started painting about 7 years ago when I came back here to look after my mum. She's a painter, and I wanted to get her back into painting because she was getting Alzheimer's and dementia. So it's to kind of help her deal with that. I tried to get her into painting again, but it took about 2 years to get her to put the brush to the canvas. And then the results weren't great, so she's a bit disheartened. But the way I got her to do the painting was to paint myself, and that actually forced me to become a painter. On top of that, I got a number of painting commissions to do an altarpieces and so on. So that kind of forced me to be a painter as well. So it was a combination of commissions and helping my mother that made me become a painter, and now I love it.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So in our days, you're known as Dony MacManus, a figurative sacred sculptor. However, could we call you Dony MacManus the painter and sculptor now?
Well, I suppose, yeah. Whatever.
I know. I think it was in the space between ages, the short film that was made about your philosophy on art. I could see in the background there that you were working on a painting. It appeared to have a red ground, and it looked like it was a primate skeleton. You were in some kind of museum painting away from life.
Oh yes,
yeah,
John and Yoko.
Oh, okay.
yeah. That's it's a gorilla, male and female gorilla.
Oh, okay.
That was fun.
Was that more of an anatomical exercise, or was there more of a meaning behind that?
Well, it's just an extraordinary subject to paint. To be able to paint a gorilla, a male and female gorilla skeletons. It's just like, I suppose in a way, there's a kind of an exploration of our closest primates, and just painting those skeletons. It just helps you understand the similarities and the differences between humans and primates. It's just I have a fascination for gorillas and primates. I spent a lot of time in the zoo drawing gorillas.
Yeah, that's interesting. That story you shared was quite funny as well, of the silverback.
There you go. I rest my case.
So can I ask as well, Dony, some of the artists now that you're in contact with in Ireland, are they graduates of other academies from around the world, or are they mainly natives of Ireland?
Both. There'll be people who are Irish and have studied abroad in Florence or New York or just here.
Mm-hmm.
All types.
Great. Well, it's good. It's good that you've got a community around you.
Oh yeah, it's very important. You can't live on your own.
Absolutely. In conclusion, the academic study of art seems to be a fitting analogy for chastity, as it requires one to remain chaste or true to their art throughout the process of training in order to understand the craft well before being tempted to express their desires. For instance, it's easy to draw a line that is crude, aggressive, and lacking in integrity to create a meaningless visual mess. However, it takes temperance and fortitude to draw a line that has adequate weight, direction, and control to ultimately compose a beautiful piece of art which has the power to connect with the human condition on multiple levels and to help heal the human spirit as the Pietà helped you. This kind of abstinence of self-expression can seem tedious and slavish to those who favour spontaneity and who prefer progressiveness rather than conformity to standards and ideals that are based on championing the virtue of the humanist spirit. They may be tempted by the paint splats and so-called liberation of abstraction and see the purity of vision of the realist as mundane, non-alternative, and too safe. Such a person may in turn be attracted to the flesh and less to the spirit. That is to say, they may be addicted to the sensuality of eros, but lack the ability to penetrate love further to reach this highest form, agape. As you have stated in the past, quote, if you don't believe in truth, true relativism, you'll never believe in beauty, unquote. As we've discussed throughout this interview, beauty is the ultimate key to living a fulfilled life, and yet it is under constant attack by post-structuralists who believe that pseudo-intellectualism is far superior to fine craftsmanship and the eternal truths put forward by the works of the masters and the Bible. This seems counterintuitive. Essentially, beauty can rescue us from the depths of despair. It provides hope in times of adversity and has the power to comfort the cry of the heart that is felt by so many in our day and age of cultural and spiritual desolation. Let us keep in our prayers those who struggle with notions of false exterior beauty and fail to notice the manifestation of God in the everyday. As stated in the book of Peter, quote, "Do not let your adorning be external, the braiding of hair and the putting on of jewelry, or the clothing you wear, but let your adorning be the hidden person of the heart with the imperishable beauty of a gentle and quiet spirit, which in God's sight is very precious," unquote. Dony, I thank you for speaking with me today and for dedicating your life to the case of beauty and for your efforts to attempt to redeem culture through Christ. May God bless you and your work as you continue this important apostolate.
Thank you very much, Emilio, and God bless you.
Can I ask if you would like to state your contact information so that listeners may reach you?
Sure, it's donymacmanus@gmail.com. And my webpage is donymacmanus.com, DonyMacmanus.com. And then my phone number and everything is on that.
Fantastic. Once again, Dony, thank you very, very much for sharing your insights on this in-depth interview. I really appreciate your time, and I look forward to watching your work as it develops into the future.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dony. You take care, and bye-bye now.
Okay. God bless.